currently right now, this will be a what's that word?
Microcosm?
Microcosm.
Sort of like, right,
yes,
exactly.
It's early in the morning, but it will be that.
No, but it's very true. Not only are we watching sort of this process, and it's, I think, almost sort of ugliest form play out, but we cannot ignore the fact that this is all happening with the backdrop of the Me Too movement.
That's
and this
exactly
is a topic
right.
that we've been talking about for a while now.
That's
Hi,
right.
everyone. I'm Anne-Marie Green.
And I'm Vladimir Dutip, a microcosm of journalism here. I'm going to use that word in so many instances now.
I know. Just until it rolls off your tongue.
Exactly. So we are just an hour away from that unprecedented high-stakes hearing on Capitol Hill, where Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh and one of the women accusing him of sexual misconduct, Christine Blasey Ford, will soon testify. They'll both face questions from the Senate Judiciary Committee on the alleged decades-old incident.
Today's hearing comes as new sexual misconduct allegations surface against Kavanaugh. CBS News Chief Congressional Correspondent Nancy Cordes has more.
I can't tell you whether or not they're liars until I hear them.
President Trump said he's sticking by Judge Brett Kavanaugh, but could be swayed by Blasey Ford.
It sounds like what you're saying is there is a situation, there is a scenario under which you would withdraw Brett Kavanaugh's nomination.
If I thought he was guilty of something like this, yeah, sure. I can always be convinced. I have to hear it.
At the same time, he blamed the allegations on Democrats.
They're actually con artists because they know how quality this man is, and they've destroyed a man's reputation, and they want to destroy it even more.
On Capitol Hill,
I'm not in a good mood.
Tempers are flaring as Republicans assess the damage from the latest accusations.
What's your reaction?
I haven't heard it.
We're going to walk and talk.
I haven't heard.
We're late, guys.
Okay. Listen, let's knock it off for a minute.
55-year-old Julie Swetnick claims that at high school parties she witnessed Brett Kavanaugh and others cause girls to become inebriated and disoriented so they could then be gang raped in a side room. Swetnick's lawyer is Michael Avenatti.
The idea that somehow all of these women got together and conspired to derail this nomination is absurd.
Kavanaugh forcefully denied those claims in a transcribed phone interview with Senate Judiciary investigators, calling the claims ridiculous, a total Twilight Zone, adding, "I've never participated in a gang rape." Democrats were skeptical.
What we have here is really a pattern of vile, predatory, sexual misconduct.
On the eve of today's hearing, lawyers for Professor Christine Blasey Ford released results and photos from a polygraph test she took in August. According to her prepared remarks, Ford will tell the committee, "I was pushed from behind into a bedroom at a high school party. Brett got on top of me and put his hand over my mouth to stop me from screaming. This was what terrified me the most." In his prepared remarks, Kavanaugh calls the allegation a grotesque and obvious character assassination. "I have never sexually assaulted anyone, not in high school, not in college, not ever."
This is getting into the Twilight Zone. You're talking about Brett Kavanaugh being a serial rapist during high school.
Many committee Republicans have openly expressed doubts about the accusers. Arizona Republican Jeff Flake urged both sides to keep an open mind.
I do not believe that Judge Kavanaugh is some kind of serial sexual predator. I don't believe that Dr. Ford is part of some vast conspiracy.
All right, actually, before we go for more on this, what you're looking at right now are protesters in Washington, D.C. They're making their way towards the Capitol. Vlad, you remember the first 2 days of the hearing for Brett Kavanaugh, there were protesters actually in the room, really disturbing. Every once in a while, somebody would sort of yell out and have to be forcibly removed from the room.
Right.
I don't know if this time around these protesters are going to actually get into the room, considering the seriousness of what's happening today.
And if they do, it would be detrimental to what is happening here, because it would distract from the real serious allegations that Christine Blasey Ford has made, and it will detract from Brett Kavanaugh's protestations that he did not do them. Also, it will just sort of diminish what we're witnessing. So I really do hope, and this is just my personal opinion, I hope that they don't disturb the proceedings. It's great to protest out here if that's what you feel inclined to do, but in the proceedings, I think because she's already not used to this, and she's put in her opening testimony that she's afraid to be here, having these disruptions, I think, would just be not a good thing.
But I think what this is a good reminder of is that while the senators will be listening to the testimony and presumably making a decision on how they're going to vote, the rest of the country is watching as well. And they're not choosing the Supreme Court justice, but in a couple of months they'll be heading to the polls to choose who their representative is, and they're going to be watching how the Republicans perform here. So Joining us now is Republican strategist and CBS News contributor Leslie Sanchez to talk a little bit about what we can expect today. And to that, Leslie, the Republicans have brought in Rachel Mitchell. She is a seasoned sex crimes prosecutor. The lawmakers, the older men, they won't be grilling the accuser here or Brett Kavanaugh, but Rachel Mitchell will. What will you be watching for? Because the feeling is that there was a concern about the optics, but do you think substituting them for a woman is going to remedy that problem?
I think for some people, they're never going to be satisfied. They're going to say this is out of precedent, this is not the way it should be done. But clearly, Republicans have learned a lesson from certainly Clarence Thomas and how that looks, how it's perceived. And should the Kavanaugh nomination move forward and get an affirmative vote, this is going to be pivotal in that, in terms of the American public's ability to accept that it was a fair process for certainly Dr. Ford and for the judge. So this is really about what is the fairest way to depoliticize exactly what Vlad was talking about. You see all these protesters, it's very heightened political sense. And the thing we have to keep in mind is it's very fluid in terms of public sentiment. For the people that have already decided, they're convinced and they believe Dr. Ford, all due respect to them, but there's a lot of fluidity.
Right.
And even yesterday, the president was moving back and forth in terms of how solid he was in terms of support or being open-minded. And if you look at I was going to say, Vlad, there's a new Morning Consult political report survey that shows that Republican women have lost support for Kavanaugh by 11 points. So there is definitely a negative effect that all this is having on the nominee.
You know, Anne Marie mentioned that there are some lessons that have hopefully been learned from the 1991 Clarence Thomas Anita Hill hearings. But I wonder, because as I, over the last couple of days, have listened to Senator Lindsey Graham, to Senator John Cornyn, to Senator Orrin Hatch, who, let's remember, was very, very tough and ultimately criticized for the way that he went after Anita Hill during that 1991 hearing. He was there on the Senate Judiciary Committee at the time. As I've listened to them, their aggression towards Dr. Ford has become a little bit more vociferous, a little bit more vocal. John Cornyn, to his credit, has said, look, we need to hear from her. I want to treat her with the same respect that I would my wife, my daughter, my mom. But Orrin Hatch and now Lindsey Graham have really gone on the offensive, and I wonder if they are not perhaps reading the tea leaves the way that you are. I'm sure they are. They've got a staff and tons of pollsters out there telling them what the vibe in the country is, but it almost feels as if they are personally affronted by the accusations that have come out. And maybe what they're doing is conflating the numerous accusations that have come out since Dr. Ford's, but she's the only one that's going to be there today.
Can I throw one more thing into that before you answer? You know who else has changed his approach? The president.
Yeah.
And I wonder if they're following his lead as well.
Right. So the president managed to make men victims yesterday. You know, let's make young men and himself. He's been victimized by all these false accusations of, nearly 24 women that have come forward and accused him of very similar things. And he has a very particular lens, a personal lens by which he views this.
Right.
And there are certainly people in base America who feel the same way. And it's almost like you're hearing the senators echo that sentiment. And part of it is the overreach. It seems like it's kind of piling on all these different anonymous letters. Maybe I recollect it, maybe I don't. And the difference is Dr. Ford, it's really going to come mano a mano, one-on-one, hand-to-hand, in terms of how credible each of them appeal. And I guarantee you they will both have very strong appeal. On both sides.
All right, let's bring in our friend who is joining us also from Washington, D.C. Linda Tran, you are the founding partner of 270 Strategies. You're joining us from Washington. Always good to have you on our panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So let me ask you sort of a similar question. We all have now seen that photograph that was snapped by Arbo Erickson of Senator Murkowski and Senator Feinstein somewhere in the bowels of the Capitol building, and maybe we could throw that picture up. But it shows sort of an intense discussion that Senator Feinstein is having with Lisa Murkowski. And why is that important? Well, because Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins and Bob Corker and Jeff Flake are those senators which are sort of undecided, at least in public statements that they've made, undecided about where they ultimately will vote and how they feel about these allegations that have come out. At the very least, some of them have suggested that the Senate should, or the president should, ask the FBI to investigate these allegations. All eyes will be on them. How much influence do you think that Senator Feinstein, for example, will have on her friends? Because let's face it, these individuals are friends and they're colleagues, and they do talk to each other beyond the cameras.
Yes, I mean, it's anyone's guess what precisely they were talking about, as you said, in the bowels there. But you have to imagine that Senator Feinstein was appealing to Senator Murkowski to give the accuser a chance to state her case, to listen to the details that she provides, to listen to the responses that she offers today to the questions that we'll hear from the prosecutor before she makes a decision. Also, it's worth noting that in addition to the fact that Senator Murkowski is going to be a key vote in this particular scenario, she's also been essentially a swing vote on some of the other issues that have come before the Senate during the Trump administration, including their effort to repeal the Affordable Care Act. So Lisa Murkowski is used to being in the spotlight. She is somebody who has made a career out of demonstrating her independence, and I believe that she will listen to what happens today with great attention.
Linda, I'm curious about your point of view. There's been a lot of talk about Republican senators like Jeff Flake, and whether or not they all decide not to vote in favor of him. But there are Democrats too, like maybe Joe Manchin, that are factoring in, that he's coming from a red state. And I'm wondering if there's any chance that Republicans could vote in his favor, or in this environment, that's never going to happen.
I don't know if it's so much a question of whether Republicans would vote to support
Democrats.
him.
Democrats, rather.
Yes. So Democrats, the senators who are also under the spotlight, and certainly include Senator Manchin. But it's worth noting that actually the DSCC just pulled some of their dedicated budget to advertisements in support of him. So there is a sense that he's in a pretty good position. And honestly, the fact that Dr. Ford has come forward and some of these other accusations have occurred makes it somewhat easier for even these red state Democrats that we've been watching to potentially vote no, despite the fact that they voted to support Neil Gorsuch last go-around.
All right. The results of Christine Blasey Ford's polygraph test are now in the hands of the Senate Judiciary Committee today. The documents show Ford took the test on August 7th and passed, although there is no independent verification of the results. CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe spoke with the former FBI agent who conducted the polygraph exam. Let's take a listen to that.
I felt her behavior, I felt her answers during the interview were very appropriate. So again, she was nervous. Everybody that takes a polygraph, she told me she was nervous, and that's everybody that takes a polygraph test is nervous. So I thought all the behaviors, all her answers, I thought everything that she did was appropriate. What we basically call it was an unremarkable polygraph test.
But is her inner truth, what she believes to be true, potentially not the actual truth?
People sometimes think, okay, if I actually believe this event happened, then I can pass a polygraph. That's absolutely true. That can happen. However, that's one of the reasons you do your interview beforehand, okay? You ask questions, you ask follow-up questions, okay? Is that a possibility that something like that could happen? Absolutely. But in my opinion, and after her passing the test and my interaction with her, I don't think she's mistaken.
Leslie, I think it's important that this polygraph test be submitted to the Senate Judiciary Committee, because you've heard people, everyone from the President of the United States to surrogates for Brett Kavanaugh, seemingly suggesting that what we're witnessing when it comes to these serious allegations of sexual assault and abuse are somehow, and to use the president's word, a con job. That this person, this doctor, woke up one day and said, you know what, I don't like Brett Kavanaugh, so I'm going to put my family's life out there, I'm going to put my children's life out there, and I'm going to come out and suggest something that is explosive simply because I'm a tool of the Democrats. And now that all these other people are coming out, they're also some kind of a plot to derail Brett Kavanaugh's nomination, whereas we did not see a plot to destroy a nominee's credibility with Neil Gorsuch. We didn't see it with John Roberts. We haven't seen it with all the other Supreme Court nominees that have come since Clarence Thomas. So isn't it important for the Republicans on the committee and the Republicans who make up the Senate as a whole to not seemingly impugn her character just because they are supportive of Brett Kavanaugh?
Exactly right, because the default was the knee-jerk response, we will support Brett Kavanaugh at all costs. There is nothing after 6 FBI investigations, after 2 confirmations, to believe that he would have this in his character. But no one went back and asked what you did at a high school party, right? So this is a new area we're going into. It's the veracity of independence, like questioning her veracity, but using an independent tool to verify that. I think that's absolutely necessary if you're going to challenge somebody of Brett Kavanaugh's character. And that's why this is hard to take the political aspect from really how serious this allegation is. And that's why I think fundamentally it comes down to these 2 people, not the other noise of other kind of unsubstantiated, and some would argue this is unsubstantiated. But this is certainly something that deserves this amount of respect.
So why are these male senators so inclined to go on television and to go on Fox News and be disbelieving of her assertions, but are unwilling to sit in the line of fire and question her when she's standing right there? They have to have a woman do that.
Right. No, the truth is they're so cynical. I mean, anybody who's been in Washington this long finds it really hard to believe that an honest person would come forward all of a sudden after 30-something years and say this is going to happen. Like, they find it so hard to believe that this could be a genuine situation versus a politically contrived motivator. We have Schumer in a back room, you know, wringing his hands, trying to orchestrate this. That's the challenge, and there's still going to be people that fundamentally believe that regardless of what happens today.
Right.
Wow, there are protesters inside that room, Sharon?
No, outside.
Outside.
Our producer is telling us that the protesters are outside, and police are sort of amassing as well outside. So we'll keep an eye on how things unfold here. Obviously, emotions are running high. You can see, you know, at least one protester there with tears in their eyes. Their shirts, several of them have shirts that say that they are survivors. So the stakes are very high and very personal for a lot of people, but certainly the people who have gathered here. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on here. Leslie and Linda, you guys are going to be with us all morning long. We're going to be tapping into your expertise, but we've got a lot more stuff to talk about as this whole thing unfolds, right?
Yeah. And in fact, one note from our Ed O'Keefe that he confirms for us is Dr. Blasey Ford, her husband and her children are not in Washington. She made the trip with some friends, some close friends. And so you can certainly understand, even if you look at her testimony, she says she's afraid to be there.
Completely, right.
All right. Coming up after the break, the president lashed out at reporters and praised Brett Kavanaugh during a rare news conference yesterday.
Up next, we'll hear from our Weijia Jiang, who was there and got caught in the crossfire.
If I could just actually ask my question, Mr. Trump. You didn't let me ask my question.
You've been asking a question for 10 minutes. So please sit down. Please, go ahead.
We are less than an hour away from the start of the high-stakes hearing at the Senate Judiciary Committee, where Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh and one of his accusers, Christine Blasey Ford, will testify.
Samantha Gary is a former classmate and a 40-year friend of Christine Blasey Ford. Earlier, she spoke on CBS This Morning and says that she does not doubt what Blasey Ford has said.
Samantha, some of the questioning about her recollection of this event is centered around the specificity on the one hand, but also the vagueness on the other hand in terms of her account. How do you sort through those details? Is it possible in your mind, while you believe your friend and you believe that something happened, are you as certain that it was this specific person, Judge Kavanaugh, that was involved in whatever happened?
I am. I think it's well documented from everything I've been hearing, as well as through the news and whatnot, that people who have had these types of traumas have an acute memory of a lot of details, and then there are a lot of things that are somewhat vague. So I think that's fairly typical. But in this case, she knew Brett Kavanaugh. She knew exactly who was attacking her, and there's no question about his identity. This is something that she's been clear on from the beginning, and in every instance that she's brought this information forward to a friend, she has been clear about that.
Okay, Samantha Gary, we're going to have to leave it there. Thanks so much.
My pleasure.
Aaron Blake is a senior political reporter for The Washington Post, and he joins us now from Washington. So, Aaron, a full Senate vote for Brett Kavanaugh's confirmation could be much closer than originally thought. Republicans Jeff Flake and Bob Corker are two senators who appear to be undecided, though. Here's what each of them had to say yesterday.
If we cannot have a human rather than a political response to these witnesses, if we are heedless to the capacity that we have to do real and lasting damage, then we shouldn't be here.
I enter this hearing with good feelings about our nominee and my personal interactions with him in the first hearing, but look, I mean, my job is to take in all the information, and tomorrow I'll be listening to every word of what happens, and if there's anything additional that happens, doing the same there.
All right, Aaron, so that's Corker and Flake. The other two that people are closely watching, Murkowski and Collins. What are you hearing from your sources about where they are today?
Well, I think that Jeff Flake's comments yesterday were the most telling. He talked about the idea that this hearing, the vote on it, rather, that is scheduled for Friday, might have to be delayed if something comes out of this hearing that needs to be reviewed. He seems to be at least publicly expressing openness to a delay. And this is a guy who could prevent the committee from voting for Brett Kavanaugh. He is one person on a committee that split 11-10 for Republicans who could thwart that vote. Now, they could go and confirm Brett Kavanaugh in the full Senate anyways without the Judiciary Committee's endorsement of him. But that would be a highly unusual set of circumstances, and I think much more difficult given the closely divided nature of the Senate and also the nature of these allegations.
So today's testimony is about an alleged sexual assault, but that's not all that these lawmakers will be considering. What are some of the factors you believe they'll be taking into consideration?
I think a lot of it is going to be not necessarily did this happen or did this not happen. A lot of it's going to be recounting details of what Christine Blasey Ford and Brett Kavanaugh have said about this situation, going through their accounts of this, which in some key details have contrasted with one another, and trying to figure out if either of them can be established as being more credible than the other one. A key difference that I noticed yesterday in the polygraph report that Christine Blasey Ford gave, she said that she dated one of Brett Kavanaugh's friends, that they were in the same social circle for a period of time, a short period of time, albeit. Brett Kavanaugh, in his Fox News interview, suggested that they really weren't in the same social circles, that he might have met her, and really downplayed the idea that he was somebody who she was familiar with. And so you might see the prosecutor for Republicans and the Democratic senators try and establish which of those two claims is more close to reality. And I think that's really what's important here, is which person comes out of this hearing looking more credible, looking more consistent.
As you know, Aaron, Republican senators on the Judiciary Committee are not expected to question the witnesses. They will likely yield to Rachel Mitchell, the special prosecutor. What are the optics of that?
Well, certainly they wanted to avoid having 11 white men on the committee, older white men in a lot of cases, go after this person who's making a very serious accusation. Anybody who listens to the tapes of the Clarence Thomas hearings, in which Republican senators were very forcefully questioning Anita Hill in ways that don't necessarily reflect very well upon them 27 years later, will understand that decision. I think that if you were behind the scenes right now, you'd probably see Mitch McConnell, you'd probably see Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley advising all of these Republican senators to stay out of this, not talk, even if they think they have a really important point to make, because the downside of having a really bad moment is just so significant.
Aaron Blake, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so today's hearing will likely come down to Judge Kavanaugh's word against his accusers.
Jenna Ellis is an attorney and the director of public policy for the James Dobson Family Institute. She joins us now from Denver. So President Trump is vigorously defending his nominee, and Brett Kavanaugh has flatly denied all the allegations against him. So why do you believe he's telling the truth and not Dr. Christine Blasey Ford, Deborah Ramirez, and also Julie Swetnick?
Well, I don't think that that's been established yet. What we have to remember is the context of the Senate confirmation hearing. This is not a criminal trial. We're not going to get a verdict or a finding of guilt. We're looking for fundamental fairness in the process, and we're looking to make sure that Brett Kavanaugh is actually fit for office. The Senate, under the Constitution, is vested with the power to advise and ultimately consent or not to a judicial nominee. And so what we need to remember from a big picture perspective is that this is about fundamentally what the American public believes about due process, how we understand the confirmation hearings to commence, and we need to make sure that we're not looking here to just simply believe one over the other, but we need to make sure that Brett Kavanaugh has the presumption of innocence, fundamental fairness, and we need to make sure that we are preserving and protecting our rule of law. The fact that one woman's allegation that's uncorroborated and unsubstantiated, absent something else coming out in this hearing, can derail a confirmation is setting this up to be a political question rather than ultimately adhering to the rule of law.
So let me ask you a question. We have, the Brett Kavanaugh and his accuser. We don't have any other witnesses, so we really don't have any other way of sort of verifying either of their story. Do you think that we can come out with a sort of a clear answer as to who's telling the truth and who's not under these circumstances?
Truth needs to be the ultimate question, but here the standard, of course, with a Senate confirmation hearing context, we don't have a clear legal standard of proof, so it needs to be one at minimum of reasonableness. Is the allegation in the context of everything we do know to be true, everything that is on the record of Brett Kavanaugh's clear history of qualifications, his 6 FBI background checks since 1993, all of the things that we do know are true. Is this really reasonable, what she's claiming, versus his eminent qualifications, and should that outweigh and unbalance this? Dr. James Dobson, who's been who's my boss, who's an evangelical Christian who's prolifically spoken into the culture for the past 40 years, was quoted in CBS actually yesterday as saying, unless there's something else that is coming out and there's some other evidence, then he would strongly support Brett Kavanaugh. And I would agree with that assessment that this has just become a political circus, and we need to make sure that we are preserving the integrity.
Jenna, you raise a good point about the presumption of innocence, but this isn't a court of law. There is a credibility issue at play here, and at the very least, when Brett Kavanaugh does a television interview and he downplays the amount of drinking that he has done as a young man or even as an adult, and then these allegations come out where they seem to suggest that he likes to party, there's nothing wrong with that, but to suggest, as he did, that he doesn't do those things, that's where you start to see this credibility gap. It's not a question of the presumption of innocence, which was, of course, integral to our rule of law. This is about a man who says he doesn't do even remotely some of the things that people have said that's okay to do. It's okay to have a couple of beers.
Any of those women
and doesn't know any of those women. So I wonder if the credibility gap that he is now being questioned of Judge Kavanaugh is why perhaps what Dr. Ford's allegations are should at least be listened to, and at some level, there's got to be an understanding that she wouldn't come out and say those things just because she wants to put her family and herself under the glare of spotlight.
Well, you know, there are a lot of assumptions in what you just said, that he is downplaying these allegations and questioning her motive of saying, you know, she wouldn't have come forward unless she was telling the truth. Those are all assumptions. I mean, there are a wide variety of reasons why someone may come forward with this type of allegation, and I think the context and timing here is very questionable. Certainly that the Democrats have held on to this evidence until right before the confirmation is very questionable. And even just her story itself.
He says he doesn't drink.
And we have to...
He says he only had, you know, a couple of beers here and there, where almost everything that's come out seems to suggest, including from his friend, Mark Judge, seems to suggest that he has more than a couple of beers and has had that habit for many, many years.
And this is why we have to have at least a standard of reasonableness. I agree with you that it is a credibility issue, and looking at his fundamental fitness for office, we still have to agree that he has constitutional protections here. We have to understand that we're not litigating this in the court of public opinion. We're litigating this in really the Senate confirmation hearing, and we have to make sure that we understand what is actually on the record, not anything that has just been posted on Twitter by Democrats looking to delay and derail the confirmation process. This is going to be a historic day in America to make sure that we are preserving and protecting our confirmation hearings for judicial nominees, and that they're not derailed just based on the political party affiliation of the president that nominated them. The Democrats started by trying to condemn Brett Kavanaugh for having ketchup on his pasta, and now they're accusing him all the way up to gang rape. I mean, is that really reasonable here in this context, or is this really a political target? And from an evangelical perspective, we're always concerned about the truth.
Your points are your points are well taken, but the Democrats, if you know, the idea that Democrats would somehow be doing this because it's a con job, as the president suggested. They didn't do that with Judge Neil Gorsuch. They didn't do that with John Roberts. They didn't do it with Samuel Alito, because there were no questions as to whether or not these men may have sexually assaulted women. So it's not something that is, you know, it seems to be that what surrogates are saying for Judge Kavanaugh is these things are being done because the Democrats want to derail the process. Well, they didn't derail it with these explosive allegations for all the other men that are sitting on the Supreme Court, with the exception of Judge Thomas. So.
But they did push back on Neil Gorsuch. Senator McConnell and others had to invoke the nuclear option. We remember what happened with that. But this is a very different context. I wrote a piece for Washington Examiner this week that's talking about the fundamental issue that's really on the line here is pro-life and abortion. And that's what Democrats are fearful of losing, is the majority of activists on the court. And that's why I believe that the allegations against Brett Kavanaugh have increased by the Democrats, and that they are looking simply to derail the process because they understand that they're losing their activist majority on the court, and to have conservatives who are originalists who will protect and preserve every person's fundamental right, including the right of the unborn, because that is consistent with our Constitution. That's really what's on the line here. And so this is much, much bigger than one confirmation hearing. We're talking about the Supreme Court for decades to come, for our children and our children's children. Yeah. That's really what this is about today.
Yeah, I think everybody's well aware of it, which is why we're watching the outcome of this so closely. Jenna Ellis, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jenna.
Thank you.
All right, so coming up after the break, we will take you back to 1991 to another high-stakes hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee, this time involving Anita Hill and Clarence Thomas.
We'll tell you about the similarities and the differences between that case and what is happening now. You're streaming CBSN. Well, questions about Brett Kavanaugh's confirmation hearing dominated President Trump's news conference yesterday. The president continued to show support for the Supreme Court nominee, but he said he will be watching Christine Blasey Ford's testimony today, leaving himself a little bit of wiggle room.
Yeah, so what we're looking at here as the camera jiggles around is the hallway where people are going to be coming in and out as they head towards the hearing room. As we understand it, Christine Blasey Ford is in the building right now, but you know, the camera's sort of setting up, so we're not giving you a good shot, but that's the hallway we'll be keeping an eye on. Things got tense when President Trump was questioned by our own Weijia Jiang about how misconduct allegations against him may in fact impact his opinion on his Supreme Court nominee, Judge Kavanaugh.
If I could just actually ask my question, Mr. Trump. You didn't let me ask my question.
You've been asking a question for 10 minutes. So please sit down. Please, go ahead.
How did those impact your opinions on the allegations against
Well, it does impact my opinion. You know why? Because I've had a lot of false charges made against me. I'm a very famous person, unfortunately. I've been a famous person for a long time. But I've had a lot of false charges made against me, really false charges. I know friends that have had false charges. People want fame, they want money, they want whatever. So when I see it, I view it differently than somebody sitting home watching television where they say, oh, Judge Kavanaugh, this or that.
CBS News White House correspondent Weijia Jiang is with us now from just outside of Trump Tower in New York City. So Weijia, I thought that your back and forth with the president during that press conference was probably one of the most sort of illuminating components of that press conference. And he didn't just stop at the little piece that we played. Eventually he got around to it after you pressed him to really talk a little bit more about how he felt like he was the victim of false accusations. I want to play a little bit more of what the president has had to say.
It's happened to me many times. I've had many false charges. I had a woman sitting in an airplane and I attacked her while people were coming onto the plane, and I have a #1 bestseller out. I mean, it was a total phony story. There are many of them. So when you say, does it affect me in terms of my thinking with respect to Judge Kavanaugh? Absolutely.
So I believe he was talking about a flight attendant on that flight, and she stands by her story.
She does indeed.
Right? But I want to get from you, Weijia, you know, what you took from that, because I thought to myself, okay, I know he has said throughout the last week or so that he's willing to listen to the victims, but I think that was very telling when he says, you know, his point of view on these accusations is informed by his own personal experiences, and we know that the president has never admitted to any wrongdoing when it comes to sexual misconduct. Well, you know what, I should clarify. I should clarify. There's the Access Hollywood tape that he did agree that there was locker room talk, and then later there was some reporting that he even questioned the authenticity of that tape. But go ahead, Weijia.
Right. Yes. But yes, that's exactly why I thought this context was so important, because when we've heard President Trump talking about the Kavanaugh accusers, you're right. In the beginning, he made clear he wanted them to speak. He wanted to hear their story. But then he flip-flopped and at times suggested that they were lying. And he was so passionate about, you know, how annoying it is to him that women make false accusations. And it felt very personal, not only when he spoke about this, but also when he tweeted about it, pointing out the third accuser is represented by Michael Avenatti, who he also dug into because he said Avenatti brought false claims against him. And so regardless of what story we're reporting on, we want to try to understand the person at the center of it who is making claims about the story. And in this case, it is the president. And because it felt so personal, that's why I pressed him about whether this was coming from his own experiences. And sure enough, even though it took goading, he acknowledged that yes, because he had gone through this himself, he said absolutely that this is going to color his view of these accusations and how the allegations should be handled.
And yet, Weijia, through that hour and 20-minute press conference, there, if you read the tea leaves, there did appear to be moments throughout that press conference where the president seemed to be indicating that perhaps because of Brett Kavanaugh's demeanor in that Fox News interview, because he perhaps hasn't been as forceful as the president has been in denying past instances of sexual misconduct, that there was a little light at the end of the tunnel in that the president would be willing to jettison Kavanaugh, depending on what he hears today. I mean, you've heard a lot of Republicans saying, from Mitch McConnell to Lindsey Graham, saying they want to get this done. They want to seat him as a Supreme Court justice. President seemed to offer a little light there. I saw a lot of analysis of that. I wonder if you had the same take.
Yeah, and I think after he was pressed about it several times, and after he felt the mounting pressure, and he, listened to, as you mentioned, what his fellow Republicans were saying, he has to leave some wiggle room. He can't completely shut the door because that is perceived in a certain way that he probably does not want either. So even though he is couching his words very carefully and saying he believes that they are probably false, he also said he's willing to listen and he might even be persuaded to change his mind. But that implies to us that he's already made up his mind, right? But he says he could be persuaded and that he will be watching this hearing very carefully because who knows, he says, perhaps Dr. Ford will say something interesting. And you're right about performance. President Trump, we know, really values somebody's character based on their performance, not always the substance of what they can deliver, but how they perform under pressure, especially on television, because this is what he does all day at the White House. He watches a lot of TV, and we know that when some of his aides perform well, they get a phone call saying so much and saying, congratulations, you did a great job. And the opposite is true too, that when he believes someone is on screen and not representing him and his administration, in this case, his Supreme Court nominee, the way he wants it to happen, he doesn't hesitate to say, you could have done better. You didn't do a good job. So that's, I think, what he's going to be looking for. And of course, we've heard so much criticism against Kavanaugh for his Fox News interview, in which he was very robotic. And, he seemed to just have a few lines of messaging that he repeated over and over and over, regardless of the question. And so we're going to have to carefully watch Kavanaugh to see whether he's able to paint a very sincere picture and be more credible than Dr. Ford.
Well, Weijia, your persistence in questioning the President of the United States was in the very best traditions of CBS News going back 75 years, and you got the answer to the question that actually made news, so we appreciate your reporting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, today's hearing is drawing strong parallels to another high-profile testimony. In 1991, Anita Hill, a professor who had worked with the Supreme Court nominee Clarence Thomas, publicly accused him of sexual harassment.
Hill testified in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee about her claims. Now, 27 years later, Christine Blasey Ford's allegation against Brett Kavanaugh bring her to that same building to be questioned by some of the same senators. So let's bring in Jessica Levinson, a professor at Loyola Law School in Los Angeles. So listen, one of the main differences between the Anita Hill hearing and today's hearing is that it's happening in the wake of the Me Too movement. How do you think that will impact, either help or hurt, Dr. Ford?
Well, I think it has helped Dr. Ford in the sense that the senators understand they have to do something. And I think the inclination for many of the Republican senators in the wake of these accusations is that they did not want to do something. They wanted to have Brett Kavanaugh confirmed. They specifically wanted to avoid what we have today, which is wall-to-wall headlines of Supreme Court nominee and the words sexual assault so close to the midterm elections. That is not something they wanted. And so the Me Too movement, I think, has really forced the Republicans' hands in asking them to at least give a hearing. But if you look a little bit deeper, the Me Too movement clearly does have its limits because we have a hearing that's not set up in any way as a true fact-finding mission. And we have a hearing that is pitted, structurally designed so that it's he said, she said, when it really doesn't have to be that way. So we also see in the comments of many of the senators a disconnect between Me Too and our representatives.
That's a good point, Jessica. And when Anita Hill testified in 1991, I want to play a little bit of what she had to say about her claims.
I guess one really does have to understand something about the nature of sexual harassment. It is very difficult for people to come forward with these things.
So now 3 women have gone through what Dr. Hill called the difficulty, and she mentions with their claims of assault against Judge Brett Kavanaugh, and we just learned he was questioned about 2 other allegations as well. Obviously, the number of accusations against Kavanaugh is a major difference between today's hearing and the one in 1991. Do you think if other women had made these public claims against Clarence Thomas's against Clarence Thomas testimony, it would have gone the same way?
Well, I don't know. I think we have to remember that there are a lot of key differences between the Clarence Thomas situation and the Judge Kavanaugh situation. So, for instance, with Clarence Thomas, what we were talking about, as you heard Anita Hill say, was sexual harassment, not sexual assault. And I think it's important for us to treat those differently. We were also talking about adults, which changes the calculus in both ways. On the one hand, we don't have as vulnerable a victim. On the other hand, you have someone who we're not talking about a 17-year-old. We're talking about, in the case of Justice Thomas, an adult in the middle of his career who's accused of these particular crimes. So if more people had come forward, would it have made a difference for the Clarence Thomas confirmation? That's absolutely possible. In this case, when it comes to Judge Kavanaugh, again, the allegations are for either underage accusations of sexual assault, which is a lot more serious than sexual harassment, or for accusations that occurred in early adulthood. And I would say that one accusation was bad. 2 accusations was much worse. It was much worse than doubly worse. And now 3 accusations is exponentially worse because the accusations go to the heart of his defense, which is there's nothing in my character that would allow me to do this. I am a choir boy. I went to school. I wanted to get good grades. I wanted to play basketball, and that was it. I never was capable of this. And the accusations go to the heart of that defense.
I'd like to just point out one more similarity between the Clarence Thomas hearing and what we're seeing today is that with Clarence Thomas, there were other people willing to come forward. There were 3 other witnesses willing to come forward. The committee did not want to hear from them, just like they're not willing to hear from other witnesses today. Jessica Levinson, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, coming up on CBSN, take a look at the Capitol right now, where very soon Brett Kavanaugh and Christine Blasey Ford will testify. Lawmakers are starting to make their way in. We know that she is also in the building, and now also protesters have gathered outside. We are just moments away from a historic hearing that could influence the balance of power in the Supreme Court for decades to come. Judge Brett Kavanaugh and one of his accusers, Dr. Christine Blasey Ford, will testify before the Senate Judiciary Committee. Kavanaugh denies all allegations of sexual misconduct.
CBS News' Mola Lenghi is on Capitol Hill, where the testimonies are set to begin shortly. Mola, give us an idea. What are you seeing there?
Well, good morning, guys. High-stakes showdown, as you mentioned, here on the Hill today. This entire process has really fallen along party lines, including the allegations, as well as who lawmakers seem to believe. Today, Rachel Mitchell, she will do the questioning. She'll really be the face of the Republicans during this hearing today, asking most, if not all, of the questions on the GOP behalf. Democrats, on the other hand, they'll do most of their questioning, or they will do their questioning on their own. Mitchell, as we know, is a career prosecutor, decades of experience prosecuting sexual crimes in Maricopa County, Arizona. So she's certainly no stranger to accusations like these, to crimes like these. As we know, these are very serious allegations, and Republicans walking on very sensitive ground here. So in terms of the optics, in terms of looking through the GOP political lens, who asks the questions matters here. It appears that the 11 Republican men sitting on this Judiciary Committee would prefer a female to pursue the formal questioning of Dr. Ford. Of course, we can expect Dr. Ford to relay her side of the story, but we don't know much about Dr. Ford. This is her first public appearance, so there are still a lot of questions in terms of what she will say, how she will say it. Obviously, we know what to expect from Judge Kavanaugh. He is going to continue to stand his ground, deny these allegations. He has called it a smear campaign, and the judge will continue to defend himself and be adamant about these denials. He's laid out a very different picture than his accusers have in terms of who he was and what he was as a young man. He says he was more of a church-going Boy Scout choir boy type, whereas his accusers have painted him as a hard partying, drinking frat boy, sexual predator in many ways. So very serious allegations and a very stark contrast in terms of the way those two images have been depicted. So it'll be very interesting to see if anything that is said today, anything that is learned today, will impact tomorrow's expected vote. But Chairman Grassley, Chuck Grassley of the Judiciary Committee, he insists that a vote will happen on Kavanaugh's confirmation tomorrow. Glad, Anne-Marie?
All right, Mola Lenghi reporting from Capitol Hill. We thank you very much. We just saw a picture there, or an image of Rachel Mitchell, who is now seated in that Senate confirmation hearing room, about to start just in about 6 minutes.
Yeah. So yesterday, a new accusation of sexual misconduct against Brett Kavanaugh shook Washington as a third accuser, Julie Swetnick, came forward. In a statement posted on Twitter, she said that she witnessed the future Supreme Court nominee at high school parties where he engaged in sexually aggressive behavior, and that Kavanaugh was present at a party where she was allegedly drugged and gang raped.
So joining us on set to talk about the latest allegations is CBSN political contributor, now political reporter for CBS News, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and also joining us from Washington is White House correspondent for McClatchy, Anita Kumar. All right, so Anita, Julie Swetnick did an interview for The Circus where she addressed the timing on her coming out with these allegations. I want to play a clip of that.
Well, it wasn't that I wanted to come out one day before the hearings, that just circumstances brought it out that way. This is something that occurred a long time ago, and it's not that I just thought about it. It's been on my mind ever since the occurrences. As far as it goes, Brett Kavanaugh is going for a seat where he's going to have that seat on the Supreme Court for the rest of his life. And if he's going to have that seat legitimately, all of these things should be investigated.
All right, so let me ask you this, Caitlin, before we go to Anita. In listening to that moment, to that soundbite, it did strike me that it's a brief clip, but she did sound partisan. These allegations may be true, but I think for a lot of people, they're going to listen to that and they're going to say, well, it sounds like you have an agenda because you've worked in government for many, many years. Unlike Dr. Christine Blasey Ford, who left the Washington bubble, and she went far away, she says, in part because of this. This is a woman who, according to the sworn affidavit, has spent years in the government, so presumably she would have tracked Brett Kavanaugh's career, his rise in Washington jurisprudence. Did you get the same take?
Well, it is going to be parsed that way, and it already has been, and especially since Michael Avenatti is her attorney here, and he is a very polarizing figure in American politics, and we have to think about it in that way as well, because he is potentially a 2020 presidential contender. He's been making the stops to the early states. He's been involving himself in the political circus, to borrow from the title of that clip there. But the other side of it, too, is that this is a person who knows the penalty for presenting this information in a sworn legal document, knows what the penalty for perjury would be in that case, given her circumstance and her history. Now, what's really interesting to me is, and the biggest question I have heading into this specific hearing, which is about Ford and Kavanaugh, is how persuadable is the American public, and how persuadable are the members of the U.S. Senate? A really interesting poll from NPR that came out yesterday shows that a lot of people have really made up their minds about this and have settled into partisan camps. 59% of Republicans saying that they believe Kavanaugh, while 56% of Democrats saying they believe Ford. And what really stuck out to me was 54% of Republicans say that even if these allegations are true involving Ford's allegations against Kavanaugh, that they still think he could be confirmed. We also have to remember that we are just 6 weeks away from a midterm election, and politics is hovering over all of this.
Wow. I want to talk to you, Anita. Anita, you were at the president's press conference yesterday. He didn't talk about the allegations, but he did talk about the women specifically, but he did talk about sort of the cloud that the allegations have sort of presented on this confirmation hearing. Just take a listen to what he had to say.
I only tell you this. This is one of the highest quality people that I've ever met, and everybody that knows him says the same thing. And these are all false to me. These are false accusations in certain cases, and certain cases, even the media agrees with that.
All right, so earlier in the week, or earlier, we heard him say you got to let her talk. Clearly, by yesterday, the president was, clearly indicating that he didn't believe what the women had to say. Certainly, what Blasey Ford has to say. But what was your take on what how he presented himself?
Sure. I mean, the president has slowly changed over the last 2 weeks, right? He was very reserved the first few days. His advisors were telling him to kind of stay out of things, let it proceed on the Hill, let Senator Mitch McConnell sort of take the lead and just to stay out. But as soon as he left Washington and hit the road for a political swing through Las Vegas and Missouri, you saw that his tune changed, right? He started talking about how he really felt like this needed to hurry up, that he did not believe Dr. Ford, or at least was skeptical about what she said. And then we've seen him sort of escalate over the last few days. He's pretty angry at how long this is taking. You heard him reference that a couple times yesterday, where he said that the Senate is taking too long. He said that the last couple days they're taking too long. They should have hurried up and had the hearing and hurry up and vote. What, Caitlin mentioned this earlier, what's really hanging over him is that he needs to get this done. The Supreme Court new term starts on Monday. He is not likely to have a Supreme Court nominee confirmed by Monday. So, that's a promise that he said he would make to put a conservative on the court, a very important position, this 9th seat. And also, the midterms are just weeks away here. If he does not have someone on, if they don't nominate and if they don't confirm Judge Kavanaugh by, next week or so, they're likely not to have anyone before the midterms. So that's weighing on him very heavily.
Yeah, indeed. We've talked about sort of the impact on the midterms, or we've talked about that as this hearing has unfolded. But, you brought up a really good point, that it certainly seems like Republicans have already decided where they stand on this. Presumably Democrats have as well. The senators are watching the testimony and listening to the testimony for one thing, but what do you suppose everyone else is going to be observing?
Well, I think we also have to consider that this is the first time we are seeing Ford in person. And you look at those images from the hearing room, look how intimate that setting is.
Yes.
What it takes takes to come in front of cameras, even though there are only 3 cameras there, to come in front of the 21 members of the Judiciary Committee, one of the most powerful committees in the Senate, and also to have millions of people around the country either watching live or seeing these images and her actual testimony disseminated across in bites, and they'll see it. So even if she just repeats what she has told the Washington Post or what we saw in her testimony that has been released already, her prepared remarks, that image and putting that these allegations to a face and to a person could be persuasive among some people who have been waiting to hear from her. Republicans, though, however, feel that from a political standpoint, at least from strategists and operatives on the campaign side that I've been talking to, they feel that if they don't get Kavanaugh confirmed now or quickly, that there will be a backlash against Republicans in the midterm election, that their own voters will feel like Republicans didn't do enough to stand up for this nominee. And because, as Anita said, this is the Supreme Court, yes, but this is a pivotal seat, a seat that could change the makeup of the Supreme Court for a generation, and that is something that is really on top of mind among all of these lawmakers.
So let's reset at the top of the hour here. You see what the camera is positioned to view right now. Dr. Christine Blasey Ford is set to appear before the Senate Judiciary Committee. Almost all of the senators are already in that committee briefing room. She is set to testify against her accusation, that Judge Brett Kavanaugh, President Trump's Supreme Court nominee, sexually assaulted her. You see her seated there right now. Before we start to watch this hearing take place, I want to let our viewers know that I'm sure this testimony for women, people who have survived sexual assault, will be very, very difficult to watch. And so you can always call the National Sexual Assault Hotline. They are open 24 hours a day. The number is 1-800-656-4673. 1-800-656-4673. As we prepare to watch Dr. Christine Blasey Ford with her opening testimony. Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you very much. Anita Kumar at McClatchy, thank you so much as well. Let's see if we can listen in. All right, so she's clearly getting ready to begin her testimony, and I see Chairman Grassley is already there in the room, and there he is, and we'll gavel in shortly.
Much has been made of comparing this to the Anita Hill testimony, and much has been made about how little has changed in 27 years. Even, Anita Hill did an op-ed and basically saying that in the case of her testimony, Clarence Thomas was able to testify sort of before her and after her, and she was kind of stuck in the middle. And in a way, this is somewhat similar. We've heard from Judge Kavanaugh. He had 2 days of hearings. He was grilled about some sort of accusations. We really didn't know the details at the time, but Kamala Harris really sort of brought up something that left us all sort of scratching our heads, and then we found out later. And he will be able to speak after her in a similar way. And it certainly does seem like the Senate committee has not developed a process to handle these sort of allegations. It looks like things have started, so let's listen in.
On the nomination of Judge Brett Kavanaugh to serve as Associate Justice on our Supreme Court. We will hear from 2 witnesses, Dr. Christine Blasey Ford and Judge Kavanaugh. Thanks, of course, to Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh for accepting our committee's invitation to testify, and also thank them for their volunteering to testify before we even invited. Both Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh have been through a terrible couple weeks. They and their families have received vile threats. What they have endured ought to be considered by all of us as unacceptable and a poor reflection on the state of civility in our democracy. So I want to apologize to you both for the way you've been treated, and I intend, hopefully, for today's hearing to be safe, comfortable, and dignified for both of our witnesses. I hope my colleagues will join me in this effort of a show of civility. With that said, I lament that how this hearing has come about. On July the 9th, 2018, the President announced Judge Kavanaugh's nomination to serve on the Supreme Court. Judge Kavanaugh has served on the most important federal appellate court for 12 years. Before that, he held some of the most sensitive positions in the federal government. The President added Judge Kavanaugh to his short list of Supreme Court more than 9 months ago in November 2017. As part of Judge Kavanaugh's nomination to the Supreme Court, the FBI conducted its 6th full-field background investigation of Judge Kavanaugh since 1993, 25 years ago. Nowhere in any of these 6 FBI reports, which committee investigators have reviewed on a bipartisan basis, was there a whiff of any issue at all related in any way to inappropriate sexual behavior. Dr. Ford first raised her allegations in a secret letter to the ranking member nearly 2 months ago in July. This letter was secret from July 30th, September 13th July 30th until September 13th when I first heard about it. The ranking member took no action. The letter wasn't shared with me, our colleagues, or my staff. These allegations could have been investigated in a way that maintained the confidentiality that Dr. Ford requested. Before his hearing, Judge Kavanaugh met privately with 65 senators, including the ranking member. But the ranking member didn't ask Judge Kavanaugh about the allegations when she met with him privately in August. The Senate Judiciary Committee held its 4-day public hearing from September 4th to September 7th. Judge Kavanaugh testified for more than 32 hours in public. We held a closed session for members to ask sensitive questions on the last evening, which the ranking member did not attend. Judge Kavanaugh answered nearly 1,300 written questions submitted by senators after the hearing, more than all prior Supreme Court nominees. Throughout this period, we did not know about the ranking member's secret evidence. Then, only at an 11th hour, on the eve of Judge Kavanaugh's confirmation vote, did the ranking member refer the allegations to the FBI. And then, sadly, the allegations were leaked to the press. And that's where Dr. Ford was mistreated. This is a shameful way to treat our witness, who insisted on confidentiality. And of course, Judge Kavanaugh, who has had to address these allegations in the midst of a media circus. When I received Dr. Ford's letter on September the 13th, my staff and I recognized the seriousness of these allegations and immediately began our committee's investigation consistent with the way the committee has handled such allegations in the past. Every step of the way, the Democratic side refused to participate in what should have been a bipartisan investigation. And as far as I know, on all of our judgeships throughout at least the last 4 years or 3 years, that's been the way it's been handled. After Dr. Ford's identity became public, my staff contacted all the individuals she said attended the 1982 party described in the Washington Post article. Judge Kavanaugh immediately submitted to an interview under penalty of felony for any knowingly false statements. He denied the allegations categorically. Democratic staff was invited to participate and could have asked any questions they wanted to, but they declined, which leads me then to wonder, if they're really concerned with going to the truth, why wouldn't you want to talk to the accused? The process and procedure is what the committee always does when we receive allegations of wrongdoing. My staff reached out to other individuals allegedly at the party: Mark Judge, Patrick Smith, Leland Kaiser. All three submitted statements to the Senate under penalty of felony, denying any knowledge of the events described by Dr. Ford. Dr. Ford's lifelong friend, Ms. Kaiser, stated she doesn't know Judge Kavanaugh and doesn't recall ever attending a party with him. My staff made repeated requests to interview Dr. Ford during the past 11 days, even volunteering to fly to California to take her testimony. But her attorneys refused to present her allegations to Congress. I nevertheless honored her request for a public hearing, so Dr. Ford today has the opportunity to present her allegations under oath. As you can see, the Judiciary Committee was able to conduct thorough investigations into allegations. Some of my colleagues, consistent with their stated desires to obstruct Kavanaugh's nomination by any means necessary, pushed for FBI investigations into the allegations. But I have no authority to force the executive branch agency to conduct an investigation into a matter it considers to be closed. Moreover, once the allegations became public, it was easy to identify all the alleged witnesses and conduct our own investigations. Contrary to what the public has been led to believe, the FBI doesn't perform any credibility assessments or verify the truth of any events in these background investigations. I'll quote then Chairman Joe Biden during Justice Thomas's confirmation hearing. This is what Senator Biden said, quote, "The next person who refers to an FBI report as being worth anything obviously doesn't understand anything. The FBI explicitly does not, in this or any other case, reach a conclusion, period. They say he said, she said, they said, period. So when people wave an FBI report before you, understand they do not reach conclusions. They do not make recommendations." End of Senator Biden's quote. The FBI provided us with the allegations. Now it's up to the Senate to assess their credibility, which brings us to this very time. I look forward to a fair and respectful hearing. That's what we promised Dr. Ford. Some of my colleagues have complained about the fact that an expert on this side is investigating sex crimes will be questioning the witness. I see no basis for complaint other than just plain politics. The testimony we will hear today concerns allegations of sexual assault, very serious allegations. This is an incredibly complex and sensitive subject to discuss, and it's not an easy one to discuss. That is why the senators on this side of the dais believe an expert who has deep experience and training in interviewing victims of sexual assault and investigating sexual assault allegations should be asking questions. This will be a stark contrast to the grandstanding and chaos that we saw from the other side during the previous 4 days in this hearing process. I can think of no one better equipped to question the witnesses than Rachel Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell is a career prosecutor, civil servant with decades of experience investigating and prosecuting sex crimes. She has dedicated her career to seeking justice for survivors of sex-related felonies. Most recently, Rachel was a division chief of the Special Victims Division, Maricopa County Attorney's Office, which prosecutes sex crimes and family violence. Then Democratic Governor Janet Napolitano previously recognized her as the outstanding Arizona sexual assault prosecutor of the year. and she has spent years instructing prosecutors, detectives, and child protection workers on how to properly interview victims of sexual assault and abuse. With her aid, I look forward to a fair and productive hearing. I understand that there are 2 other public allegations. Today's hearing was scheduled in close consultation with Dr. Ford's attorneys, and her testimony will be the subject of this hearing. We've been trying to investigate other allegations. At this time, we have not had cooperation from attorneys representing other clients, and they have made no attempt to substantiate their claims. My staff has tried to secure testimony and evidence from attorneys for both Deborah Ramirez and Julie Swetnick. My staff made 8 requests, yes, 8 requests for evidence from attorneys for Ms. Ramirez, and 6 requests for evidence for attorneys for Ms. Swetnick. Neither attorney has made their clients available for interview. The committee can't do an investigation if attorneys are stonewalling. I hope you all understand that we have attempted to seek additional information, as we do a lot of times when there are holes in what we call the BI reports. Additionally, all the witnesses should know, by when I say all the witnesses, I mean Dr. Ford and I mean Judge Kavanaugh. All the witnesses should know that they have the right under Senate Rule 26.5 to ask that the committee go into closed session if a question requires an answer that is a clear invasion of their right to privacy. If either Dr. Ford or Judge Kavanaugh feel that Senate Rule 26.5 ought to be involved, they should simply say so. Senator Feinstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll make just a brief comment on your references to me. Yes, I did receive a letter from Dr. Ford. It was conveyed to me by a member of Congress, Anna Eshoo. The next day, I called Dr. Ford. We spoke on the phone. She reiterated that she wanted this held confidential, and I held it confidential up to a point where the witness was willing to come forward. And I think as I make my remarks, perhaps you'll see why. Because how women are treated in the United States with this kind of concern is really wanting a lot of reform. And I'll get to that for a minute. But in the meantime, good morning, Dr. Ford. Thank you for coming forward and being willing to share your story with us. I know this wasn't easy for you. But before you get to your testimony, and the chairman chose not to do this, I think it's important to make sure you're properly introduced.
By the way, I was going to introduce her, but if you want to introduce her, I'll be glad to have you do that. But I want you to know I didn't forget to do it because I would do that just as she was about to speak.
Thank you. I have to say, when I saw your CV, I was extremely impressed. You have a bachelor's degree from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, 2 master's degrees, one from Stanford and one from Pepperdine, and a PhD from the University of Southern California, better known to Senator Harris and I as USC. You are a professor affiliated with both Stanford University and Palo Alto University. You have published over 65 peer-reviewed articles and have received numerous awards for your work and research. And as if that were not enough, you are a wife, a mother of 2 sons, and a constituent from California. So I am very grateful to you for your strength and your bravery in coming forward. I know it's hard. But before I turn it over, I want to say something about what is to be discussed today and where we are as a country. Sexual violence is a serious problem, and one that largely goes unseen. In the United States, it's estimated by the Centers for Disease Control, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men will experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetime. According to the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, 60% of sexual assaults go unreported. In addition, when survivors do report their assaults, it's often years later due to the trauma they suffered and fearing their stories will not be believed. Last week, I received a letter from a 60-year-old California constituent who told me that she survived an attempted rape at age 17. She described as being terrified and embarrassed. She never told a soul until much later in life. The assault stayed with her for 43 years. I think it's important to remember these realities as we hear from Dr. Ford about her experience. There's been a great deal of public discussion about the Me Too movement today versus the Year of the Woman almost 27 years ago. But while young women are standing up and saying no more, our institutions have not progressed in how they treat women who come forward. Too often, women's memories and credibility come under assault. In essence, they are put on trial and forced to defend themselves, and often re-victimized in the process. 27 years ago, I was walking through an airport when I saw a large group of people gathered around a TV to listen to Anita Hill tell her story. What I saw was an attractive woman in a blue suit before an all-male judiciary committee, speaking of her experience of sexual harassment. She was treated badly, accused of lying, attacked, and her credibility put to the test throughout the process. Today, Dr. Christine Blasey Ford has come forward to tell her story of being assaulted and fearing for her life when she was a teenager. Initially, as I said, Dr. Ford did not want to make her story public. Then, within 36 hours of coming forward, Republicans scheduled a hearing without talking to her or even inviting her to testify. She was told she had to show up or the committee would move forward with a vote. It took a public outcry for the majority to back down and give her even a few days to come before the committee. Republicans also scheduled this hearing with Dr. Ford without having her allegations investigated by the FBI. In 1991, Anita Hill's allegations were reviewed by the FBI, as is the normal process and squarely within its jurisdiction. However, despite repeated requests, President Trump and the Republicans have refused to take this routine step and direct the FBI to conduct an impartial investigation. This would clearly be the best way to ensure a fair process to both Judge Kavanaugh and to Dr. Ford. In 1991, the Senate heard from 22 witnesses over 3 days. Today, while rejecting an FBI investigation, Republicans are refusing to hear testimony from any other witness, including Mark Judge, who Dr. Ford identified as being in the room when the attack took place. And we believe Judge should be subpoenaed so the committee can hear from him directly. Republicans have also refused to call anyone who could speak to the evidence that would support or refute Dr. Ford's claim, and not one witness who could address credibility and character of either Ford or Kavanaugh has been called. What I find most inexcusable is this rush to judgment, the unwillingness to take these kinds of allegations at face value and look at them for what they are, a real question of character for someone who is asking for a lifetime appointment on the Supreme Court. In 1991, Republicans belittled Professor Hill's experience, saying, and I quote, "It won't make a bit of difference in the outcome," end quote. And the burden of proof was on Professor Hill. Today, our Republican colleagues are saying this is a hiccup. Dr. Ford is mixed up and declaring, "I'll listen to the lady, but we're going to bring this to a close." What's worse, many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have also made it clear that no matter what happens today, the Senate will plow right through and ensure Judge Kavanaugh would be elevated within a week. In fact, on Tuesday, the majority went ahead and scheduled a vote on the nomination before we heard one word of testimony regarding allegations of sexual assault and misconduct by Brett Kavanaugh. Republican leadership even told senators they should plan to be in over this weekend so the nomination can be pushed through without delay. This is despite the fact that in the last few days, 2 more women have come forward with their own serious allegations of sexual assault involving Brett Kavanaugh. This past Sunday, we learned about Debbie Ramirez, who was a student at Yale with Brett Kavanaugh. She, too, did not want to come forward, but after being approached by reporters, she told her story. She was at a college party where Kavanaugh exposed himself to her. She recalls pushing him away and then seeing him laughing and pulling his pants up. Then yesterday, Judy Swetnick came forward to say that she had experiences of being at house parties with Brett Kavanaugh and Mark Judge. She recounted seeing Kavanaugh engage, and I quote, in abusive and physically aggressive behavior toward girls, end quote, including attempts to, quote, remove or shift girls' clothing, end quote, not taking, quote, no for an answer, grabbing girls, quote, without their consent, end quote, and targeting, quote, particular girls so that they could be taken advantage of, end quote. Each of these stories are troubling on their own, and each of these allegations should be investigated by the FBI. All 3 women have said they would like the FBI to investigate. Please do so. All 3 have said they have other witnesses and evidence to corroborate their accounts. And yet Republicans continue to blindly push forward. So today we're moving forward with a hearing and being asked to assess the credibility of Brett Kavanaugh. He's made several statements about how his focus was on school, basketball, service projects, and going to church. He declared that he, quote, never, end quote, drank so much he couldn't remember what happened, and he has, quote, always treated women with dignity and respect, end quote. And while he has made these declarations, more and more people have come forward, challenging his characterization of events and behaviors. James Roach, his freshman roommate at Yale, stated Kavanaugh was, and I quote again, frequently, incoherently drunk, end quote. And that was when, quote, he became aggressive and belligerent, end quote, when he was drunk. Liz Swisher, a friend of his from Yale, said, and I quote, there's no medical way I can say that he was blacked out, but it's not credible for him to say that he has no memory lapses in the nights that he drank to excess, end quote. Lynn Brooks, a college classmate, said the picture Kavanaugh is trying to paint doesn't match her memories of him. And I quote, he's trying to paint himself as some kind of choir boy. You can't lie your way onto the Supreme Court. And with that statement out, he's gone too far. It's about the integrity of the institution, end quote. Ultimately, members and ladies and gentlemen, I really think that's the point. We're here to decide whether to evaluate this nominee to the most prestigious court in our country. It's about the integrity of that institution and the integrity of this institution. The entire country is watching how we handle these allegations. I hope the majority changes their tactics, opens their mind, and seriously reflects on why we are here. We are here for one reason: to determine whether Judge Kavanaugh should be elevated to one of the most powerful positions in our country. This is not a trial of Dr. Ford. It's a job interview for Judge Kavanaugh. Is Brett Kavanaugh who we want on the most prestigious court in our country? Is he the best we can do? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. I'm sorry you brought up about the unsubstantiated allegations of other people, because we're here for the sole purpose of listening to Dr. Ford, and we'll consider other issues other times. I would like to have you rise so I can swear you. Now, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you very much. Please be seated. And before you give your statement, I want to say that to everybody that she has asked for anytime you ask for a break, you get a break. Anytime there's something that you need you don't have, just ask us. And you can have as much time for your opening statement as you want, and just generally let us know if there's any issues. Proceed, please.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. I think after I read my opening statement, I anticipate needing some caffeine, if that is available.
Okay. Can you pull the microphone just a little bit closer to you, please?
Okay.
Can the whole box go a little bit closer?
That's what I'm trying, Senator. No.
Okay. Well, then
I'll lean forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Is this good?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Feinstein, members of the committee. My name is Christine Blasey Ford. I am a professor of psychology at Palo Alto University and a research psychologist at the Stanford University School of Medicine. I won't detail my educational background since it has already been summarized. I have been married to Russell Ford since 2002, and we have 2 children. I am here today not because I want to be. I am terrified. I am here because I believe it is my civic duty to tell you what happened to me while Brett Kavanaugh and I were in high school. I have described the events publicly before. I summarized them in my letter to Ranking Member Feinstein and again in a letter to Chairman Grassley. I understand and appreciate the importance of your hearing from me directly about what happened to me and the impact that it has had on my life and on my family. I grew up in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. I attended the Holton Arms School in Bethesda, Maryland from 1978 to 1984. Holton Arms is an all-girls school that opened in 1901. During my time at the school, girls at Holton Arms frequently met and became friendly with boys from all-boys schools in the area, including the Landon School, Georgetown Prep, Gonzaga High School, as well as our country clubs and other places where kids and families socialized. This is how I met Brett Kavanaugh, the boy who sexually assaulted me. During my freshman and sophomore school years, when I was 14 and 15 years old, my group of friends intersected with Brett and his friends for a short period of time. I had been friendly with a classmate of Brett's for a short time during my freshman and sophomore year. And it was through that connection that I attended a number of parties that Brett also attended. We did not know each other well, but I knew him and he knew me. In the summer of 1982, like most summers, I spent most every day at the Columbia Country Club in Chevy Chase, Maryland, swimming and practicing diving. One evening that summer, after a day of diving at the club, I attended a small gathering at a house in the Bethesda area. There were 4 boys I remember specifically being at the house: Brett Kavanaugh, Mark Judge, a boy named PJ, and one other boy whose name I cannot recall. I also remember my friend Leland attending. I do not remember all of the details of how that gathering came together, but like many that summer, it was almost surely a spur-of-the-moment gathering. I truly wish I could be more helpful with more detailed answers to all of the questions that have and will be asked about how I got to the party and where it took place and so forth. I don't have all the answers, and I don't remember as much as I would like to. But the details about that night that bring me here today are the ones I will never forget. They have been seared into my memory and have haunted me episodically as an adult. When I got to the small gathering, people were drinking beer in a small living room, family room type area on the first floor of the house. I drank 1 beer. Brett and Mark were visibly drunk. Early in the evening, I went up a very narrow set of stairs leading from the living room to a second floor to use the restroom. When I got to the top of the stairs, I was pushed from behind into a bedroom across from the bathroom. I couldn't see who pushed me. Brett and Mark came into the bedroom and locked the door behind them. There was music playing in the bedroom. It was turned up louder by either Brett or Mark once we were in the room. I was pushed onto the bed, and Brett got on top of me. He began running his hands over my body and grinding into me. I yelled, hoping that someone downstairs might hear me, and I tried to get away from him, but his weight was heavy. Brett groped me and tried to take off my clothes. He had a hard time because he was very inebriated and because I was wearing a one-piece bathing suit underneath my clothing. I believed he was going to rape me. I tried to yell for help. When I did, Brett put his hand over my mouth to stop me from yelling. This is what terrified me the most and has had the most lasting impact on my life. It was hard for me to breathe, and I thought that Brett was accidentally going to kill me. Both Brett and Mark were drunkenly laughing during the attack. They seemed to be having a very good time. Mark seemed ambivalent, at times urging Brett on, and at times telling him to stop. A couple of times I made eye contact with Mark and thought he might try to help me, but he did not. During this assault, Mark came over and jumped on the bed twice while Brett was on top of me. And the last time that he did this, we toppled over and Brett was no longer on top of me. I was able to get up and run out of the room. Directly across from the bedroom was a small bathroom. I ran inside the bathroom and locked the door. I waited until I heard Brett and Mark leave the bedroom, laughing, and loudly walk down the narrow stairway, pinballing off the walls on the way down. I waited, and when I did not hear them come back up the stairs, I left the bathroom, went down the same stairwell, through the living room, and left the house. I remember being on the street and feeling an enormous sense of relief that I had escaped that house and that Brett and Mark were not coming outside after me. Brett's assault on me drastically altered my life. For a very long time, I was too afraid and ashamed to tell anyone these details. I did not want to tell my parents that I, at age 15, was in a house without any parents present, drinking beer with boys. I convinced myself that because Brett did not rape me, I should just move on and just pretend that it didn't happen. Over the years, I told very, very few friends that I had this traumatic experience. I told my husband before we were married that I had experienced a sexual assault. I had never told the details to anyone, the specific details, until May 2012 during a couples counseling session. The reason this came up in counseling is that my husband and I had completed a very extensive, very long remodel of our home, and I insisted on a second front door, an idea that he and others disagreed with and could not understand. In explaining why I wanted a second front door, I began to describe the assault in detail. I recall saying that the boy who assaulted me could someday be on the U.S. Supreme Court, and spoke a bit about his background at an elitist all-boys school in Bethesda, Maryland. My husband recalls that I named my attacker as Brett Kavanaugh. After that May 2012 therapy session, I did my best to ignore the memories of the assault, because recounting them caused me to relive the experience and caused panic and anxiety. Occasionally, I would discuss the assault in an individual therapy session, but talking about it caused more reliving of the trauma, so I tried not to think about it or discuss it. But over the years, I went through periods where I thought about the attack. I had confided in some close friends that I had had an experience with sexual assault. Occasionally, I stated that my assailant was a prominent lawyer or judge, but I did not use his name. I do not recall each person I spoke to about Brett's assault, and some friends have reminded me of these conversations since the publication of the Washington Post story on September 16, 2018. But until July 2018, I had never named Mr. Kavanaugh as my attacker outside of therapy. This changed in early July 2018. I saw press reports stating that Brett Kavanaugh was on the short list of a list of very well-qualified Supreme Court nominees. I thought it was my civic duty to relay the information I had about Mr. Kavanaugh's conduct so that those considering his nomination would know about this assault. On July 6th, I had a sense of urgency to relay the information to the Senate and the President as soon as possible before a nominee was selected. I did not know how specifically to do this. I called my congressional representative and let her receptionist know that someone on the President's shortlist had attacked me. I also sent a message to the encrypted Washington Post confidential tip line. I did not use my name, but I provided the names of Brett Kavanaugh and Mark Judge. I stated that Mr. Kavanaugh had assaulted me in the 1980s in Maryland. This was an extremely hard thing for me to do, but I felt that I couldn't not do it. Over the next 2 days, I told a couple of close friends on the beach in Aptos, California, that Mr. Kavanaugh had sexually assaulted me. I was very conflicted as to whether to speak out. On July 9th, I received a return phone call from the office of Congresswoman Anna Eshoo after Mr. Kavanaugh had become the nominee. I met with her staff on July 18th and with her on July 20th, describing the assault and discussing my fears about coming forward. Later, we discussed the possibility of sending a letter to Ranking Member Feinstein, who is one of my state senators, describing what occurred. My understanding is that Representative Eshoo's office delivered a copy of my letter to Senator Feinstein's office on July 30th. The letter included my name, but also a request that it be kept confidential. My hope was that providing the information confidentially would be sufficient to allow the Senate to consider Mr. Kavanaugh's serious misconduct without having to make myself, my family, or anyone's family vulnerable to the personal attacks and invasions of privacy that we have faced since my name became public. In a letter dated August 31st, Senator Feinstein wrote that she would not share the letter without my explicit consent, and I appreciated this commitment. Sexual assault victims should be able to decide for themselves when and whether their private experience is made public. As the hearing date got closer, I struggled with a terrible choice. Do I share the facts with the Senate and put myself and my family in the public spotlight? Or do I preserve our privacy and allow the Senate to make its decision without knowing the full truth of his past behaviors? I agonized daily with this decision throughout August and September 2018. The sense of duty that originally motivated me to reach out confidentially to the Washington Post and to Anna Eshoo's office when there was still a list of extremely qualified candidates, and to Senator Feinstein was always there, but my fears of the consequences of speaking out started to exponentially increase. During August 2018, the press reported that Mr. Kavanaugh's confirmation was virtually certain. Persons painted him as a champion of women's rights and empowerment. And I believed that if I came forward, my single voice would be drowned out by a chorus of powerful supporters. By the time of the confirmation hearings, I had resigned myself to remaining quiet and letting the committee and the Senate make their decision without knowing what Mr. Kavanaugh had done to me. Once the press started reporting on the existence of the letter I had sent to Senator Feinstein, I faced mounting pressure. Reporters appeared at my home and at my workplace, demanding information about the letter in the presence of my graduate students. They called my bosses and coworkers and left me many messages, making it clear that my name would inevitably be released to the media. I decided to speak out publicly to a journalist who had originally responded to the tip I had sent to the Washington Post and who had gained my trust. It was important for me to describe the details of the assault in my own words. Since September 16th, the date of the Washington Post story, I have experienced an outpouring of support from people in every state of this country. Thousands and thousands of people who have had their lives dramatically altered by sexual violence have reached out to share their experience and have thanked me for coming forward. We have received tremendous support from our friends and our community. At the same time, my greatest fears have been realized, and the reality has been far worse than what I expected. My family and I have been the target of constant harassment and death threats, and I have been called the most vile and hateful names imaginable. These messages, while far fewer than the expressions of support, have been terrifying and have rocked me to my core. People have posted my personal information and that of my parents online on the internet. This has resulted in additional emails, calls, and threats. My family and I were forced to move out of our home. Since September 16th, my family and I have been visiting in various secure locales, at times separated and at times together, with the help of security guards. This past Tuesday evening, my work email was hacked and messages were sent out trying to recant my description of the sexual assault. Apart from the assault itself, these past couple of weeks have been the hardest of my life. I've had to relive this trauma in front of the world, and I've seen my life picked apart by people on television, on Twitter, other social media, other media, and in this body who have never met me or spoken with me. I have been accused of acting out of partisan political motives. Those who say that do not know me. I am an independent person and I am no one's pawn. My motivation in coming forward was to be helpful and to provide facts about how Mr. Kavanaugh's actions have damaged my life so that you could take into a serious consideration as you make your decision about how to proceed. It is not my responsibility to determine whether Mr. Kavanaugh deserves to sit on the Supreme Court. My responsibility is to tell you the truth. I understand that a professional prosecutor has been hired to ask me questions, and I'm committed to doing my very best to answer them. I have never been questioned by a prosecutor, and I will do my best. At the same time, because the committee members will be judging my credibility, I do hope to be able to engage directly with each of you. And at this point, I will do my best to answer your questions and would request some caffeine.
A Coke or something?
That sounds good. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I use my 5 minutes of questioning, I thought that I'd try to remind my colleagues, and in this case, Ms. Mitchell as well, that the 5 minutes, the way I traditionally have done, if you ask a question before your time runs out, and even though you go over your time, as long as you aren't filibustering, I'll let you ask your question, and I'm going to make sure that both Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh, as chairman of the committee, I know that they're going to get a chance to answer the questions fully beyond that 5 minutes. But when either Dr. Ford or Judge Kavanaugh gets done, then we immediately go to the next person. So I hope that that will be done in a Dr. Ford, I'm told that you want a break right now, and if you do, that's fine.
I'm okay. I got the coffee. Thank you very much. I think I can proceed and sip on the coffee.
Nobody can mix up my coffee right, so you're pretty fortunate. So now, with that, Ms. Mitchell, you have my 5 minutes to ask questions.
Good morning, Dr. Ford.
Hi.
We haven't met. My name is Rachel Mitchell.
Nice to meet you.
I just wanted to tell you the first thing that struck me from your statement this morning was that you were terrified. And I just wanted to let you know I'm very sorry. That's not right. I know this is stressful, and so I would like to set forth some guidelines that maybe will alleviate that a little bit. If I ask you a question that you don't understand, please ask me to clarify it or ask it in a different way. When I ask questions, sometimes I'll refer back to other information you've provided. If I do that and I get it wrong, please correct me.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask you to guess. I know it was a long time ago. If you do estimate, please let me know that you're estimating, okay?
Fair.
Okay. We've put before you, and I'm sure you have copies of them anyway, 5 pieces of information, and I wanted to go over them. The first is a screenshot of a WhatsApp texting between you and somebody at the Washington Post. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
The first 2 texts were sent by you on July 6th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the last one sent by you was on July 10th?
Correct.
Okay. Are those 3 comments accurate?
I will read them, yes.
Take your time.
So there's one correction.
Okay.
I've misused the word bystander as an adjective.
Okay.
Bystander means someone that is looking at an assault, and the person named PJ was not technically a bystander. I was writing very quickly with a sense of urgency, so I would not call him a bystander. He was downstairs, and what I remember of him was he was a tall and very nice person. I didn't know him well, but that he was downstairs, not anywhere near the event.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'd like to take that word out if it's possible.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. The second is the letter that you wrote to Senator Feinstein dated the July 30th of this year.
Yes.
Did you write the letter yourself?
I did.
And since it's dated July 30th, did you write it on that date?
I believe so. It sounds right. I was in Rehoboth, Delaware at the time. I could look into my calendar and try to figure that out.
Was it written on or about that date?
Yes, yes. I traveled, I think, the 26th of July to Rehoboth, Delaware. So that makes sense because I wrote it from there.
Okay. Is the letter accurate?
I'll take a minute to read it. So I can read fast.
Take your time.
Okay. Okay, so I have 3 areas that I'd like to address.
Okay.
In the second paragraph, where it says the assault occurred in a suburban Maryland area home.
Yes.
At a gathering that included me and 4 others. I can't guarantee that there weren't a few other people there, but they are not in my purview of my memory.
Would it be fair to say there were at least 4 others?
Yes.
Okay. What's the second correction?
Oh, okay. The next sentence begins with, Kavanaugh physically pushed me into the bedroom. I would say I can't promise that Mark Judge didn't assist with that. I don't know. It was pushed from behind, so I don't want to put that solely on him.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Mitchell, I don't know whether this is fair for me to interrupt, but I want to keep people within 5 minutes. Is that a major problem for you in the middle of a question? Because I've got to treat everybody the same.
I understand that.
Can I go to Senator Feinstein, or do you?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't see the light was red. Please do.
Senator Feinstein.
I didn't get to.
So we're going to come back to that when she comes back.
I
so
see. I see. Okay.
Fast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. When she comes after Feinstein is done, she'll come back and she'll ask you about the other things. So we'll get back.
For the benefit of Dr. Ford, I think she'll continue that after the 5 minutes here.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to begin by putting some letters in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
If you want to tell me.
140 letters from friends and neighbors of the witness and 1,000 female physicians across the country. Those are what the letters are.
Don't look at this.
I want to thank you very much for your testimony. I know how very, very hard it is. Why have you held it to yourself all these years? As you look back, can you indicate what the reasons are?
Well, I haven't held it in all these years. I did disclose it in the confines of therapy, where I felt like it was an appropriate place to cope with the sequelae of the event.
Well, can you tell us what impact the events had on you?
Well, I think that the sequelae of sexual assault varies by person. So for me personally, anxiety, phobia, and PTSD-like symptoms are the types of things that I've been coping with. So more specifically, claustrophobia, panic, and that type of thing.
Is that the reason for the second door, front door?
Correct.
Is claustrophobia?
Correct. It doesn't. Our house does not look aesthetically pleasing from the curb.
I see. And do you have that second front door?
Yes. It now is a place to host Google interns because we live near Google, so we get to and other students can live.
Can you tell us, is there any other way this has affected your life?
The primary impact was in the initial 4 years after the event. I struggled academically. I struggled very much in Chapel Hill and in college. When I was 17 and went off to college, I had a very hard time, more so than others, forming new friendships and especially friendships with boys. And I had academic problems.
What were the when we spoke, and it became very clear how deeply you felt about this and the need that you wanted to remain confidential. Mm-hmm. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So I was watching carefully throughout the summer. Well, my original intent, I just want to remind, was to communicate with everyone when there was still a list of candidates who all seemed to be, just from my perspective, from what I could read, equally qualified. And I was in a hurry to try to get the information forward, but didn't quite know how to do that. However, once he was selected and it seemed like he was popular and that it was a sure vote, I was calculating daily the risk-benefit for me of coming forward and wondering whether I would just be jumping in front of a train that was headed to where it was headed anyway, and that I would just be personally annihilated.
How did you decide to come forward?
Ultimately, because reporters were sitting outside of my home and trying to talk to my dog through the window to calm the dog down, and a reporter appeared in my graduate classroom, and I mistook her for a student, and she came up to ask me a question, and I thought that she was a student, and it turned out that she was a reporter. So at that point, I felt like enough was enough. People were calling my colleagues at Stanford and leaving messages on their voicemails and on their email saying that they knew my name. Clearly, people knew my address because they were out in front of my house. And it just, the mounting pressure, it seemed like it was time to just say what I needed to say.
I'm sorry. I want to ask you one question about the attack itself. You were very clear about the attack, being pushed into the room. You say you don't know quite by whom, but that it was Brett Kavanaugh that covered your mouth to prevent you from screaming, and then you escaped. How are you so sure that it was he?
The same way that I'm sure that I'm talking to you right now. It's just basic memory functions, and also just the level of norepinephrine and epinephrine in the brain that sort of, as you know, encodes, that neurotransmitter encodes memories into the hippocampus, and so the trauma-related experience then is kind of locked there, whereas other details kind of drift.
So what you are telling us is this could not be a case of mistaken identity?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Mitchell for Senator Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we were stopped, you were going to tell us a third correction that you wanted to make on that statement, or I'm sorry, the letter to Senator Feinstein.
It wasn't a correction, but I just wanted to comment on it since we were looking at this letter, that I did see Mark Judge once at the Potomac Village Safeway after the time of the attack, and it would be helpful with anyone's resources to figure out when he worked there. If people are wanting more details from me about when the attack occurred, if we could find out when he worked there, then I could provide a more detailed timeline as to when the attack occurred.
Okay, and that is not a correction in your statement.
It's just no.
Okay. You also wrote out a handwritten statement for the polygrapher when you took your polygraph test. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I see corrections on that where you crossed out. So I will go on to the Washington Post article that was originally published on September 16th of this year.
And should I just not look at this for accuracy, or we're just going to leave that be?
We may come back to it if you need to refer to it.
Okay.
On the Washington Post article, did you submit to an interview by a reporter with the Washington Post for that article to be written?
Correct.
Okay. And then finally was the statement that you provided this morning. I assume that to the best of your recollection that was accurate.
That this whole article is accurate?
No. The statement that you made this morning?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the day that this happened, leading up to the gathering.
Okay.
In your statement this morning, have you told us everything that you remember about the day leading up to that?
Yes.
Let me ask just a few questions to make sure that you've thought of everything, okay? You indicated that you were at the country club swimming that day?
That's my best estimate of how this could have happened.
Okay. And when you say best estimate, is that based on the fact that you said you went there pretty much every day?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall prior to getting there, so I'm only talking about up to the gathering, had you had anything to drink?
Not at all.
Okay. Were you on any sort of medication?
None.
Okay. Do you recall knowing before you went who was going to be at that gathering?
I recall that expecting that Mark Judge and Leland would be at that gathering.
Okay. Do you recall an expectation that Brett Kavanaugh would be there?
I don't recall whether or not I expected that.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the gathering up from the time you arrived till when you went up the stairs, just that period of time, okay? What was the atmosphere like at the gathering?
Mr. Kavanaugh and Mr. Judge were extremely inebriated. They had clearly been drinking prior, and the other people at the party were not. The living room was...
Can I ask you just to follow up on that? When you said it was clear that they had been drinking prior, do you mean prior to the time you had gotten there or prior to the time they had arrived?
Prior to the time that they arrived. I don't recall who arrived first, though, whether it was me or them.
Okay. Please continue.
Okay. So I recall that I can sketch a floor plan. I recall that it was a sparsely furnished, fairly modest living room, and it was not really a party like the news has made it sound. It was not. It was just a gathering that I assumed was going to lead to a party later on that those boys would attend, because they tended to have parties later at night than I was allowed to stay out. So it was kind of a pre-gathering.
Was it loud?
No, not in the living room.
Besides the music that you've described that was playing in the bedroom, was there any other music or television or anything like that that was adding?
No.
Okay. So there wasn't a stereo playing downstairs?
No.
Okay.
Senator Leahy. Dr. Ford, thank you for being here. Mr. Chairman, you know, the way to make this inquiry truly credible is to do what we've always done when new information about a nominee comes to light. To use your words this morning, you want to reach the truth. The easy way to do that, ask the FBI to investigate. This is what we've always done. Let them investigate, report back to us. The same applies to the serious allegations made by Deborah Ramirez and Julie Swetnick. Let's have a nonpartisan professional investigation, and then take the time to have these witnesses testify. Chairman, you and I were both here 27 years ago At that time, the Senate failed Anita Hill. I said I believed her, but I'm concerned that we're doing a lot less for these 3 women today. That's my personal view. Now, Dr. Ford, no matter what happens with this hearing today, no matter what happens with this nomination, I know, and I hear from so many in my own state of Vermont, there are millions of victims and survivors out there who've been inspired by your courage. I am. Bravery is contagious. Indeed, that's the driving force behind the Me Too movement. And you sharing your story is going to have a lasting, positive impact on so many survivors in our country. And we owe you a debt of gratitude for that, Doctor. Now, some senators have suggested you were simply mixed up about who assaulted you. An ally of Judge Kavanaugh in the White House even promoted a wild theory about a Kavanaugh lookalike. You immediately rejected that theory, as did the innocent man who had been called that lookalike. In fact, he sent a letter to this committee forcefully rejecting this absurd theory, and I ask consent to enter that in the record. Without objection. Now, how did you know Brett Kavanaugh and Mark Judge? And is it possible that you would mix them up with somebody else?
No, it is not. And the person that was blamed for the incident is actually the person who introduced me to them originally. So he was a member of Columbia Country Club, and I don't want to talk about him because I think it's unfair, but he is the person that introduced me to them.
But you would not mix up somebody else with Brett Kavanaugh, is that correct?
Correct.
Or Mark Judge?
Correct.
Well, then let's go back to the incident. What is the strongest memory you have? The strongest memory of the incident, something that you cannot forget. Take whatever time you need.
Indelible in the hippocampus is the laughter, the uproarious laughter between the two, and they're having fun at my expense.
You've never forgotten that laughter. You've never forgotten them laughing at you.
They were laughing with each other.
And you were the object of the laughter?
I was, underneath one of them while the two laughed. Two friends having a really good time with one another.
Let me enter into the record a statement by the National Task Force to End Domestic Violence.
Without objection, so ordered.
And a letter from 24 members of the House of Representatives urging the committee to use the NTF's trauma-informed approach in questioning Dr. Ford.
Without objection, so ordered.
And a letter from another 116 members of the House asking to delay till all this has been heard.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Dr. Ford has at times been criticized for what she doesn't remember from 36 years ago. But we have numerous experts, including a study by the U.S. Army Military Police School Behavior Sciences Education, that lapses of memory are wholly consistent with severe trauma and stress of assault. I'd ask consent that be entered.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Dr. Ford, I'll just conclude with this. You do remember what happened, do you not?
Very much so.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Now, Ms. Mitchell for Senator Graham, and then it's my understanding that that's where you'd like to take a break.
Does that work for you? Does that work for you as well?
We're here to accommodate you, not you accommodate us.
I'm used to being collegial. So.
Okay, go ahead. Ms. Mitchell for Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You told Senator Feinstein in your letter that you and 4 others were present. You've corrected that today to say it was at least 4 others. When you were interviewed by the Washington Post, you said that there were 4 boys present at the party. And then in your polygraph statement, you say there were 4 boys and 2 girls. When you say 2 girls, was that you and another, or was that 2 other girls?
That was me and 1 other girl.
And that other girl's name?
Leland.
Leland Kaiser now?
Correct.
Okay. So then would it be fair to say at least PJ, Brett Kavanaugh, Mark Judge, Leland Ingram at the time, and yourself were present, and possibly others?
And one other boy. So there were 4 boys. I just don't know the name of the other boy. So.
Have you been contacted by anybody saying, hey, I was at that party too?
No, I haven't talked with anyone from that party.
Okay. Now, you've been detailed about what happened once you got up the stairs, and so I don't need to go through that again. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just realized that I said something that was inaccurate. I said I hadn't spoken with anyone from the party since that. I've spoken with Leland.
Okay. Thank you for correcting that. I appreciate that. You've gone into detail about what happened once you went up the stairs, so I don't feel like it's necessary to go over those things again.
Okay. Thank you.
Have you told us everything that you do remember about it?
I believe so, but if there are other questions, I can attempt to answer them.
Okay. You said that the music was solely coming from that room. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it was turned up once the 3 of you were inside that room. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, do you recall it being turned down?
I don't remember if it was turned down once I was leaving the house. I don't remember.
Okay.
Likely, since I could hear them walking down the stairs very clearly from the bathroom.
Okay. And the bathroom door was closed when you heard this. Is that correct?
I could hear them very clearly hitting the walls, going down the stairwell.
In fact, in your letter, you said that they went down the stairs and they were talking with other people in the house.
Correct.
Were you able to hear that conversation?
I was not able to hear that conversation, but I was aware that they were downstairs and that I would have to walk past them to get out of the house.
Okay. Now, let me make sure we're on the same page. Were you not able to hear the conversation or not able to understand the conversation?
I couldn't hear the conversation. I was upstairs.
Okay. How do you know there was a conversation?
I'm just assuming since it was a social gathering, people were talking. I don't know.
Okay. In your letter,
I could hear them talking as they went down the stairwell. They were laughing and.
Okay. In your letter, you wrote both loudly stumbled down the stairwell, at which point other persons at the house were talking with them. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, I had to walk past everyone to leave the house. So.
Okay.
Your letter. I'm not understanding. I'm sorry.
Okay. Your next sentence, let me try to clarify this. After you said other persons at the house were talking with them, the letter goes on with the very next sentence. I exited the bathroom, ran outside of the house, and went home.
Correct.
Okay. You said that you do not remember how you got home. Is that correct?
I do not remember.
Okay.
Other than I did not drive home.
Okay. I'm going to show you, if somebody could provide to you a map of the various people's houses at the time, and if you could verify that this is where you were living at the time.
Where I was living at the time?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, do we have a copy of these documents?
We do not have a copy, but if you want one, we can get you one.
Yes, before the questions begin, so we can follow the testimony.
Okay. My staff said that we should not provide the copy.
No, we will provide the copy. We will provide the copy.
Well, speak plainly with me, please.
Oh, sure. I'd like to see what she's looking at.
Yeah, you have another 30 seconds now because I was rudely interrupted.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Senator Harris, we do have a blown-up copy of this for the members to view, if that's helpful.
Okay, I'm going to put check marks next to homes that I can confirm are the correct locations, and then an X or a question mark when I don't know where these people live.
I'm only asking you to confirm if that map accurately shows where you were living at the time.
Where I lived at the time. So I can't see the street name, but I'm happy to refer to the address or the neighborhood.
Okay, could you tell us that?
Yes, it's River Falls.
Okay.
It's near the, what is the place called? The Naval Research Center on Clara Barton Parkway.
Okay, was that a house or an apartment?
It was my parents' home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Durbin. Mr. Chairman, I ask consent to enter into the record letters of support for Dr. Ford from her classmates at Holton Arms School, 1,200 alumni of the school, 195 of your colleagues, students, and mentors, 1,400 women and men who attended D.C. schools, and 50 members of the Yale Law School faculty who are calling for a full FBI investigation. I ask consent to enter these into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Dr. Ford, as difficult as this experience must be, I want you to know that your courage in coming forward has given countless Americans the strength to face their own life-shattering past and to begin to heal their wounds. By example, you have brought many families into an honest and sometimes painful dialogue that should have occurred a long time ago. I'm sorry for what this has done to you and your family. No one should face harassment, death threats, and disparaging comments by cheap-shot politicians simply for telling the truth. But you and your family should know that for every scurrilous charge and every pathetic tweet, there have been thousands of Americans, women and men, who believe you, support you, and thank you for your courage. Watching your experience, it's no wonder that many sexual assault survivors hide their past and spend their lives suffering in pain silence. You had absolutely nothing to gain by bringing these facts to the Senate Judiciary Committee. The fact that you are testifying here today, terrified though you may be, the fact that you have called for an FBI investigation of this incident, the fact that you are prepared to name both Judge Kavanaugh and eyewitness Mark Judge stands in sharp contrast to the obstruction we've seen on the other side. The FBI should have investigated your charges as they did in the Anita Hill hearing, but they did not. Mark Judge should be subpoenaed from his Bethany Beach hideaway and required to testify under oath, but he has not. Judge Kavanaugh, if he truly believes there's no evidence, no witnesses that can prove your case, should be joining us in demanding a thorough FBI investigation, but he has not. Today, you come before this committee and before this nation alone. I know you're joined by counsel and family. The prosecutor on the Republican side will continue to ask questions to test your memory and veracity. After spending decades trying to forget that awful night, it's no wonder your recollection is less than perfect. A polished liar can create a seamless story, but a trauma survivor cannot be expected to remember every painful detail. That's what Senator Leahy has mentioned earlier. One question is critical. In Judge Kavanaugh's opening testimony, which we will hear after you leave, this is what he says. I never had any sexual or physical encounter of any kind with Dr. Ford. I am not questioning that Dr. Ford may have been sexually assaulted by some person in some place at some time. Last night, the Republican staff of this committee released to the media a timeline that shows that they've interviewed 2 people who claim they were the ones who actually assaulted you. I'm asking you to address this new defense of mistaken identity directly. Dr. Ford, with what degree of certainty do you believe Brett Kavanaugh assaulted you?
100%.
100%. In the letter which you sent to Senator Feinstein, you wrote, I have not knowingly seen Kavanaugh since the assault. I did see Mark Judge once at the Potomac Village Safeway where he was extremely uncomfortable in seeing me. Would you please describe that encounter at the Safeway with Mark Judge and what led you to believe he was uncomfortable?
Yes. I was going to the Potomac Village Safeway. This is the one on the corner of Falls and River Road. And I was with my mother, and I was a teenager, so I wanted her to go in one door and me go in the other. So I chose the wrong door because the door I chose was the one where Mark Judge was, looked like he was working there and arranging the shopping carts. And I said hello to him. And his face was white and very uncomfortable saying hello back. And we had previously been friendly at the times that we saw each other over the previous 2 years, albeit not very many times. We had always been friendly with one another. I wouldn't characterize him as not friendly. He was just nervous and not really wanting to speak with me. And he looked a little bit ill.
How long did this occur after the incident?
I would estimate 6 to 8 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before we take a break, I can't let what Senator Durbin said. By the way, he's my friend. We work on a lot of legislation together. But you talked about the obstruction from the other side. I cannot let it go by what you've heard me say so many times, that between July 30th and September 13th, there were 45 days this committee could have been investigating this situation, and her privacy would have been protected. So something happened here in between on your side that the whole country, well, not the whole country should have known about it. No, not know about it. We should have investigated it. We'll take a break now for 15 minutes.
All right, you've been listening to dramatic testimony on Capitol Hill as Dr. Christine Blasey Ford testifies before the Senate Judiciary Committee. It's been about an hour and a half that this hearing has taken place, and there are so many things to unwrap here about what she has so far said and about the questions that she's being asked and about her recollection of the night that she says that Supreme Court Justice nominee Brett Kavanaugh assaulted her. We're here at the table with Caitlin Huey Burns. You know, guys, the first thing that I thought of as I was listening to Dr. Ford is I'm not so sure that if you are a Republican that this is, and we're talking about the optics here, as you listen to Dr. Ford and you listen to what she has to say, and that comes from the questions that Rachel Mitchell is asking, and that comes from the questions that the Democrats are asking. It is absolutely heartbreaking to hear her say that the most searing memory that she still has from the night that she alleges Brett Kavanaugh assaulted her was the laughter. And when Dianne Feinstein asked her how you can be sure, she basically said basic memory function. I remember that night.
And she is a psychology professor, which is an important context here. She knows what she's talking about. And she was 15 at the time. I think we need to remember that as well, because we've been talking about this in the context of, well, this was 35 years ago. But think when you are a 15-year-old girl, what that kind of memory and that kind of the idea that there was laughter, what that can do to a person. And she was asked kind of what were the consequences for you in your life. She talked about anxiety, phobia, PTSD, panic, claustrophobia. The initial 4 years after this, while she was a student in college, she struggled academically. And she also said, speaking to the question that the president has raised about why didn't you talk about this earlier? Why didn't you come forward at the time? She talked about the way in which she didn't want to tell her parents she was at a party where there had been drinking.
So there was a question there. Senator Grassley is making his way out of the briefing room with other senators there, and I didn't hear what the question was and what he responded. So we're just keeping an eye out on that. But you're right, Caitlin. And Anne-Marie, you know, this isn't a partisan issue. This is clearly a woman who appears to have suffered something horrible 36 years ago and is being asked to recount that in front of a room full of people, full of strangers.
As I was watching Rachel Mitchell, which we know sort of her job is a tough one, and you know, I thought that she's performing as best as she can under the circumstances. And when you talk about the optics, what I kept on thinking is, why does this woman have to do this? And, you know, I thought sort of initially going into this, the concern about the optics would be the Republicans, that they had to bring in this woman because they couldn't do it on their own. But now it's sort of like the entire committee. You know, why does she have, it's clear that it's painful, and she's coming across to me as this incredibly credible. She's remembering these details, and it just doesn't, I don't know what we're gaining from another several hours of this.
Could it be that Rachel Mitchell, in what is the contrast between the questions that Democrats are asking, which, let's face it, are eliciting a response which is sympathetic and which is lending for a lot of people, if you're following along on social media, to Dr. Ford's credibility, whereas the Rachel Mitchell seems to be asking some very detailed questions about minutia in an effort, I don't know what, to sort of lend, to sort of throw doubt in the question or the memory that she says happened that night. I mean, what's the...
First of all, it feels like a trial.
She's cross-examining.
Cross-examination. And I think what Mitchell is doing, and I will give her credit for opening up her questioning by trying to make Ford feel comfortable, setting the parameters and setting guidelines for how to respond, just to make sure everything is accurate. And of course, this is all going on the record and is under oath. What I think she was trying to do is kind of establish the basic facts of the case here. And it is an awkward format because she's given 5 minutes to do so, and then they shift to the Democratic side so that they can ask questions. So I'm wondering if she were allowed, you know, more time to establish these facts and do these, conduct this line of questioning that she has around the basic facts of the case, and then go to the other questions. It's an awkward format, and I'm wondering too what it does.
It's weird because you're cross-examining.
To go back and forth, so you're back into that memory, back into now, and what this all means.
Because the Democrats are sort of on a different agenda, right? It's not about for them. The facts are what she says, and they're fine with her with what she's presented. So they're trying to sort of create a sort of a different, not a different narrative, but they're trying to sort of flesh out the impact of this. And then so you sort of have this plotting, fact-finding mission, and then, well, what does it really mean? Well, we don't know what the entire narrative is because we haven't finished the fact-finding question part. Yeah, it's very odd.
It sounds, and it's what we said, right? It's a cross-examination, which sounds as if you're putting a victim of sexual assault on trial. And that is not necessarily a good look. Let's play a little bit of what we saw play out over the course of the last half hour. So let's start with SOT number 3, the soundbite number 3. I think it's sort of, it takes us back to the night that Dr. Ford says Brett Kavanaugh and Mark Judge, where she found herself in this room with these two men. I want to play that.
Brett groped me and tried to take off my clothes. He had a hard time because he was very inebriated and because I was wearing a one-piece bathing suit underneath my clothing. I believed he was going to rape me. I tried to yell for help. When I did, Brett put his hand over my mouth to stop me from yelling. This is what terrified me the most and has had the most lasting impact on my life. It was hard for me to breathe, and I thought that Brett was accidentally going to kill me. Both Brett and Mark were drunkenly laughing during the attack. They seemed to be having a very good time.
I mean, for me, just listening to that as a man, I could feel my heart pounding. I could feel it breaking in two.
We also have to think about this hearing in the context of kind of the cultural moment, right? This has become more than just a hearing for the nomination, the confirmation of our Supreme Court justice. This has touched lots of different people in lots of different ways. It has been very impactful. It has conjured up memories of others who have come forward to talk about why they didn't talk about their own assaults and kind of what that has meant for their life. So this has taken on a greater significance in the country and against the backdrop of the Me Too movement, of course, and when we are kind of revisiting how these kinds of things were handled in the past and what we're learning from them going forward. I think it's also important to note that, you know, we have heard Blasey Ford's testimony in written form. This is the first time we are seeing and hearing from her. I think it is very it gives a very visceral reaction.
Yes.
Right. I think that is very important, and that's why lots of Republicans were a bit nervous about having this in this setting, and the fact that she is willing to say all of these things under oath. And she also said, what is her level of confidence that she is remembering this correctly and that it was Brett Kavanaugh? And she said 100%.
Yeah, I think, all of us sort of, when she first started talking, sort of looked up. You have these ideas of what she's going to look and sound like, and I think it sort of caught us off guard that she no longer was an accuser. She's a human, a woman, a victim. I thought the other thing that we really got out of this testimony is an answer to that question, why didn't you come forward sooner? And, she talks about the impact of the present day impact now, how she's been re-traumatized by the decision to come forward. Let's play SOT number 4. And she before she even talked about that, she identified a number of different instances when she spoke about this incident, right? And even Dianne Feinstein said to her, well, why didn't you talk about it? And she had to remind her, I just told you, I talked about it several times. But let's play SOT number 4.
Apart from the assault itself, these past couple of weeks have been the hardest of my life. I've had to relive this trauma in front of the world. And I've seen my life picked apart by people on television, on Twitter, other social media, other media, and in this body who have never met me or spoken with me. I have been accused of acting out of partisan political motives. Those who say that do not know me. I am an independent person and I am no one's pawn. My motivation in coming forward was to be helpful and to provide facts about how Mr. Kavanaugh's actions have damaged my life so that you could take into a serious consideration as you make your decision about how to proceed.
So that's sort of in direct response to the president's con job mantra that he's been repeating over and over again. And, unlike the third accuser that we saw in the circus, we played that a little bit earlier, where she said, you should really consider this if you're considering him to be a Supreme Court justice. She doesn't say that. She just says, I'm putting it out there for you to consider. End of story.
She's making clear that she never wanted to or intended to be part of the story, to be the story. And she said she had brought this up in a confidential manner and communicated it while Brett Kavanaugh was still on the list, not when he was the nominee. So her point of view is that she was trying to be informative to whoever she could tell in terms of who would be overseeing this decision making to pick Brett Kavanaugh out of the list. So I think that timeline is important. And she talks about why she didn't come forward at the time. I think it's also important to talk about why she didn't want her name out there for this very reason. She talked about reporters coming to her house, talking to her dog, coming to her place of work, which is a classroom setting, and she mistook one of them for a student. So the invasiveness of this whole process is just completely jarring to any of us listening to this testimony. Can't even imagine what it's like for her. But I think it's really important that she's trying to establish the fact that she did not want to be in the position that she's in now. She was simply trying to inform those who would be making a decision about a Supreme Court nominee.
So we've talked about Rachel Mitchell and how it appears, at least to those of us watching, that she's examining a victim of sexual assault. How do we rate Chairman Grassley's performance so far? I mean, it strikes me as initially his opening statements seemed to attack her almost immediately. But on the other hand, I sometimes feel like as if he actually doesn't want to be there and he's sort of going through the motions because this is what Mitch McConnell wants.
This is not a situation that Grassley or any of these Republicans want to be in at all, for starters. He also was trying to establish in his opening statements that, they had wanted this information to come to the committee earlier so they could, he's arguing, could properly investigate it. Of course, Republicans have been lamenting the process, the way in which Feinstein waited to bring this to the FBI. Feinstein, of course, arguing that she wanted to protect the confidentiality request of Ford at the time, even though you can still bring information to the FBI with as a confidential with your name withdrawn. But so there have been questions over all of this about the political nature of it, and I think it is important to see how both both sides are involved in some political back and forth here and looking for their own points to make.
So the senators are starting to make their way back to the briefing room. Before we go back to this hearing, I just want to play SOT number 7 because the Republicans have put out a theory. I've started to call it the mistaken identity theory, where they're suggesting that perhaps her memory, she was assaulted that night, but it wasn't Brett Kavanaugh and Mark Judge. Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois asked her about that. He asked her what degree of certainty that she believed Brett Kavanaugh assaulted her, and she says 100%. And here's what else she says about how she felt that night.
What is the strongest memory you have? The strongest memory of the incident, something that you cannot forget. Take whatever time you need.
Indelible in the hippocampus is the laughter, the uproarious laughter between the two, and they're having fun at my expense.
You've never forgotten that laughter. You've never forgotten them laughing at you.
They were laughing with each other.
And you were the object of the laughter?
I was, underneath one of them while the two laughed. Two friends having a really good time with one another.
I've got to say, watching her say those words, you could see that she was sort of reliving that moment in the way that she described it. And I sort of think that moment there is going to crystallize the entire thing. The fact that I think I heard you say when she said that, Anne-Marie, it's almost like she's this object that's not even there. She's just an object. She's a piece of meat while they're just having a good time, and she's lying underneath one of them.
I think so far, an hour and a half into this hearing, I think that is one of the major headlines coming out of this. I think it's also important to talk about the way in which she was establishing what that party was like, that it was a gathering of
not a real party, she
6
says.
people. So it wasn't as if in the scene that she's setting and in her recollections of the account, that it wasn't this big party that someone could have bumped into her and it could have been someone else. She knew these people. She grew up with them. This is a community in which all of these schools are mingling with each other, and people kind of know each other. Those are what she was trying to establish about the scene, and that there were only, maybe 6 or so people there in her recollection, that she knew it was Mark Judge, and she knew that Brett Kavanaugh was there and did this to her, and she said 100%.
And I like how she sort of explained how memory works and that other, because people think they think one of two things. If you've experienced trauma, an incident that changed the trajectory of your life, you would either remember every single minor detail, or you would block it out because it was so traumatic. And she, really explained it doesn't work like that. You focus in on certain details and you never forget them. And then some of the peripheral details you might not remember. So you might not remember that 4th person that was in the kitchen at the time when you walked in.
Where the door was.
Right, exactly. But that doesn't mean your memory's unreliable.
That's a great point. It is interesting that she's using her science background to sort of prop up or buttress her allegation. And I think that again, it just goes back to what we were saying. It does feel that this was a missed opportunity for the Republicans. Instead of having Rachel Mitchell up there cross-examining her, they could have asked the questions to their liking that they wanted, that they had the burning desire to know. And to not do that, I feel, is going to hurt them.
It could have given them a chance to show some sympathy to her as well, and to negate the optics of the situation, or at least try to temper them by showing some amount of sympathy and understanding for her accounting of what she had been through.
I think Rachel, and I go back and forth because as I'm watching Rachel, I think she's very good.
She is. Yeah, she's doing a good job. And she's doing what she's supposed to be doing.
She's a victim's advocate.
Yeah,
I mean, she is very much, and I think she did try to make Ford seem as comfortable as possible. And I think that she did a good job at
it. It just feels like this isn't her setting.
I feel like, having her ask those questions for the Republicans, what happens for the Democrats is that they run the risk of looking like they are politicizing her. That they're, because they're the ones asking these really intimate questions about, well, what was that, the most vivid memory where she, I mean, she looked like she had it together and then she was almost going to cry. So it's the Democrats that are doing that. And so they have to be very careful how they move forward,
If they look as if they already believe everything that she has to say, that when Judge Kavanaugh makes his appearance, they immediately attack him as if he's actually done it, and it's not a fact-finding opportunity for them. That could backfire.
And trying to elicit sound bites and that sort of thing. Also remember that a couple of members of the Judiciary Committee on the Democratic side are possible 2020 contenders. This is a public hearing. We've seen in this setting before, especially during the Kavanaugh confirmation hearings, that a lot of people, use these kinds of settings to establish their own profiles.
Some of those Democrats want to run for president.
I think it was Booker who brought her coffee. Right, so he bought, and we remember during the earlier testimony, there were times where it seemed like Senator Booker was sort of really taking advantage of the spotlight. Let's put it that way.
So that shot that we were just showing you, that one right there, that is Judge Kavanaugh's home. He is soon set to depart for Capitol Hill. Clearly, he did not want to be in the room with her. She does not want to be in the room with him. So it will be interesting. The other thing is, I'm curious to see when Judge Kavanaugh takes the stand or when he appears before the committee. There have been numerous moments where the president and the presidents, like Kellyanne Conway, have suggested that they want to see a more aggressive Judge Kavanaugh when he takes that stand. Given what we've seen from Dr. Ford, I don't know if that will be the best tack.
And we
sorry, Caitlin.
So would it be possible for you to go from now until 12:40 without a break? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now it is Senator Cornyn's time, so proceed, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Senator. I have a blow-up here to my right of the map that was shown to you. The address that's indicated on here as belonging to your family is what all the property tax records showed as being your address.
Okay.
Just to put it in perspective, I'd like to show you a further out, zoomed out picture so that we can put it in perspective. So we can show the greater Washington area. Of course, you can see the Beltway on that, the Beltway area.
Okay.
And then number 3, if we could look at that, we drew a 1-mile radius around the country club, and then we calculated from the furthest point.
Mr. Chairman, again, we don't have these documents. No, we're not. That's why she showed 3 different documents, because they depict 3 different things. So we'd like to see all 3 documents, please, so we can follow along.
Proceed, please.
Okay. Looking at the third thing here, we calculated the distance from the closest point to your house from a mile radius of the country club, and then the farthest point. You can see it's 6.2 and, of course, 8.2 miles. And you've described this as being near the country club, wherever this house was. Is that right?
I would describe it as somewhere between my house and the country club, in that vicinity that's shown in your picture.
Okay.
And the country club is about a 20-minute drive from my parents' home.
A 20-minute drive, and of course I've marked as the crow flies.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that somebody drove you somewhere, either to the party or home from the party?
Correct.
Okay. Has anyone come forward to say to you, hey, remember, I was the one that drove you home?
No.
Okay. In your July 6th text to the Washington Post that you looked at earlier, you said that this happened in the mid-'80s. In your letter to Senator Feinstein, you said it occurred in the early 80s. In your polygraph statement, you said it was high school summer in 80s, and you actually had written in, and this is one of the corrections I referred to early, and then you crossed that out. Later in your interview with the Washington Post, you were more specific. You believed it occurred in the summer of 1982, and you said the end of your sophomore year.
Yes.
You said the same thing, I believe, in your prepared statement. How were you able to narrow down the time frame?
I can't give the exact date, and I would like to be more helpful about the date. And if I knew when Mark Judge worked at the Potomac Safeway, then I would be able to be more helpful in that way. So I'm just using memories of when I got my driver's license. I was 15 at the time, and I did not drive home from that party or to that party. And once I did have my driver's license, I liked to drive myself. So
I assume the legal driving age was 16?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've talked about attending therapy. In your text to the Washington Post dated 7/6, so that's the very first statement we have from you, you put in there, quote, have therapy records talking about it. I want to make sure I understand that. Did you already have your therapy records at that time?
I had looked at them online to see if they existed, yes.
Okay, so this was something that was available to you via a computer, like a patient portal?
Actually, no, it was in the office of a provider.
Okay.
She helped me go through the record to locate whether I had had record of this conversation that I had remembered.
Did you show a full or partial set of those marriage therapy records to the Washington Post?
I don't remember. I remember summarizing for her what they said. So I'm not quite sure if I actually gave her the record.
Okay. So it's possible that the reporter did not see these notes.
I don't know if I can't recall whether she saw them directly or if I just told her what they said.
Okay. Have you shown them to anyone else besides your counsel?
Just the counsel.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Brett Kavanaugh's name is not listed in those notes?
His name is not listed in those notes.
Would it also be fair to say that the therapist notes that we've been talking about say that there were 4 boys in the room?
It describes the sexual assault, and it says erroneously by 4 boys. So the therapist got the content of it wrong.
And you corrected that to the Washington Post reporter, correct?
Correct.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Blasey Ford. A lot of people are proud of you today. From a prosecutor's eye view, one of the hardest things that we have to do is to speak to somebody who's come forward with an allegation of sexual assault and let them know that we can't provide the evidence to go forward to trial. It's a hard day for the prosecutor to do that. And so, both because making a sincere and thorough investigative effort is such an important consolation to the victim in that circumstance, and because it's what you're obliged to do professionally, sincere and thorough investigation is critical to these claims in a prosecutor's world. It may be the most basic thing that we owe a victim or a witness coming forward is to make sure that we give them a full, thorough, and sincere investigation. You have met all of the standards of what I might call preliminary credibility with your initial statement. You have vivid, specific, and detailed recollections, something prosecutors look for. Your recollections are consistent with known facts. You made prior consistent statements, something else prosecutors and lawyers look for. You were willing to and did take a lie detector test. And you were willing to testify here. Here you are, subject to professional cross-examination by a prosecutor. So you've met any condition any prosecutor could expect to go forward, and yet there has been no sincere or thorough investigation of your claims. You specifically asked for an FBI investigation, did you not?
You have to say something.
Yes.
And are you aware that when the FBI begins investigating, they might find corroborative evidence, and they might find exculpatory evidence.
I don't know what exculpatory evidence is.
Not helpful to your recollection and version of events, helpful to the accused.
Understood, yes.
So it could go either way.
Yes.
And you were still not just willing, but insistent that the FBI should investigate your recollection and your claim.
Yes, I feel like I could be more helpful in that, if that was the case, in providing some of the details that maybe people are wanting to know about.
And as we know, they didn't. And I submit that never in the history of background investigations has an investigation not been pursued when new, credible, derogatory information was brought forward about the nominee or the candidate. I don't think this has ever happened in the history of FBI background investigations. Maybe somebody can prove me wrong, but it's wildly unusual and out of character. And in my view, it is a grave disservice to you, and I want to take this moment to apologize to you for that, and to report to anybody who might be listening that when somebody's willing to come forward, even under those circumstances, even having been not given the modicum of courtesy and support of a proper investigation, you've shown yourself particularly proud in doing that. And the responsibility for the decision to have this be, I think, the only background investigation in history to be stopped as derogatory information came forward belongs with 13 men: the President, Director Wray of the FBI, and the 11 members of the majority of this committee. As to the committee's investigation, the fact that Mr. Kavanaugh's alleged accomplice has not been subpoenaed, has not been examined and cross-examined under oath, has not been interviewed by the FBI, tells you all you need to know about how credible this performance is. The very bare minimum that a person who comes forward is owed is sincere and thorough investigation, and you've been denied that, and I will make a personal pledge to you here that however long it takes, in whatever forum I can do it, whenever it's possible, I will do whatever is in my power to make sure that your claims get a full and proper investigation, and not just this. Thank you for being here.
Thank
you. Since this issue's come up so many times, I'd like to comment. The New Yorker published an anonymous account of allegations September the 14th. 2 days later, Dr. Ford identified herself as the victim in a Post article detailing her allegations. I immediately directed my staff to investigate. September the 17th, Dr. Ford's counsel went on several television shows requesting that her client have an opportunity to tell her story. The same day, I scheduled a hearing for Monday, September the 24th, giving Dr. Ford a week to prepare her testimony and come to Washington, D.C. On September the 17th, committee investigative staff reached out to Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh to schedule follow-up interviews with Republican and Democrat investigators. Judge Kavanaugh accepted the opportunity to speak to the investigators under criminal penalty. Dr. Ford declined. In his interview on September the 17th, Judge Kavanaugh denied the allegations and requested a hearing as soon as possible. Democratic staff refused to participate in that interview. The next day, September the 18th, committee investigative staff contacted Mark Judge requesting an interview. Committee staff also learned the identity of 2 other alleged partygoers and requested interviews. Mark Judge submitted a statement under penalty of felony, denying knowledge of the party described by Dr. Ford, and states that he never saw Brandt in the manner described by Dr. Ford. And I can go on and on about that, but we got to realize that what we have done in this case, all the time you go through a background investigation by the FBI, then it comes to us, and there's always some holes in it that we have to follow up on. And besides,
Mr. Chairman.
We're responding to Dr. Ford's request to tell her story. That's why we're here.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Mitchell, go for
Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out that to support what Senator Whitehouse said, in the Anita Hill case.
Can we hear from Dr. Ford?
George Bush ordered that the investigation be opened again.
Ms. Mitchell, will you proceed for Senator Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Ford, the Washington Post reported in their September 16th article that you did show them therapist notes. Is that incorrect?
I don't remember physically showing her a note.
Okay.
Perhaps my counsel did. I don't remember physically showing her my copy of the note.
Okay.
But I just don't remember. I'm sorry. I have retrieved a physical copy of those medical records.
Okay, thank you. Yes. You also attended individual therapy. Did you show any of those notes to the reporter from the Washington Post?
Again, I don't remember if I showed her like something that I summarized or if I just spoke about it, or if she saw it in my counsel's office. I don't know for sure, but I certainly spoke with her about the 2013 record with the individual therapist.
And Brett Kavanaugh's name is not in those notes, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In reading the Washington Post article, it mentions that this incident that we're here about contributed to anxiety and PTSD problems with which you have struggled. The word contributed, does that mean that there are other things that have happened that have also contributed to anxiety and PTSD?
I think that's a great question. I think the etiology of anxiety and PTSD is multifactorial. So that was certainly a critical risk that we would call it a risk factor in science. So that would be a predictor of the symptoms that I now have. It doesn't mean that other things that have happened in my life would make it worse or better. There are other risk factors as well.
So have there been other things then that have contributed to the anxiety and PTSD that you suffered?
Well, I think there's sort of biological predispositions that everyone in here has for particular disorders, so I can't rule out that I would have some biological predisposition to be an anxious type person.
What about environmental?
Environmentally, not that I can think of.
Okay.
Certainly nothing as striking as that event.
Okay. In your interview with the Washington Post, you said that you told your husband early in your marriage that you had been a victim of, and I quote, physical abuse. In your statement, you said that before you were married, you told him that you had experienced, quote, a sexual assault. Do these two things refer to the same incident?
Yes.
And at either point on these two times, did you use any names?
No.
Okay. May I ask, Dr. Ford, how did you get to Washington?
In an airplane.
Okay. I asked that because it's been reported by the press that you would not submit to an interview with the committee because of your fear of flying. Is that true?
Well, I was hoping that they would come to me, but then realized that was an unrealistic request.
It would have been a quicker trip for me.
Yes. So that was certainly what I was hoping, was to avoid having to get on an airplane, but I eventually was able to get up the gumption with the help of some friends and get on the plane.
Okay. When you were here in the mid-Atlantic area back in August, end of July, August, how did you get here?
Also by airplane. I come here once a year during the summer to visit my family.
Okay.
I'm sorry, not here. I go to Delaware.
Okay. In fact, you fly fairly frequently for your hobbies, and you've had to fly for your work. Is that true?
Correct, unfortunately.
You were a consulting biostatistician in Sydney, Australia. Is that right?
I've never been to Australia, but the company that I worked for is based in Australia, and they have an office in San Francisco, California.
Okay.
I don't think I'll make it to Australia.
It is long. I also saw on your CV that you list the following interests of surf travel, and you, in parentheses, put Hawaii, Costa Rica, South Pacific Islands, and French Polynesia. Have you been all to those places?
Correct.
By airplane?
Yes.
And your interests also include oceanography, Hawaiian and Tahitian culture. Did you travel by air as a part of those interests?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Easier for me to travel going that direction when it's a vacation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Dr. Ford. You know, in my old job as a prosecutor, we investigated reports like this. So it gave me a window on the types of cases that hurt women and hurt all of us. And I would always tell the women that came before us that they were going to have to tell their story before a jury box of strangers. And you've had to tell your story before the entire nation. For so many years, people swept cases like yours under the rug. They'd say what happens inside a house didn't belong in the courthouse. Well, the times have changed. So I just want to thank you for coming forward today and for sharing your report with us. Now, I understand that you've taken a polygraph test. Dr. Ford, that found that you were being truthful when you described what happened to you. Can you tell us why you decided to take that test?
I was meeting with attorneys. I was interviewing various attorneys, and the attorneys asked if I was willing to take it, and I said absolutely. That said, it was almost as anxiety-provoking as an airplane flight.
Okay. And you've talked about your recollections and seeing Mark Judge at that Safeway. If there had been an appropriate reopening of this background check and FBI interviews, would that help you find the time period if you knew when he worked at that Safeway?
I feel like I could be much more helpful if I could be provided with that date through employment records or the IRS or something, anything that would help.
I would assume that's true. Dr. Ford, under federal law, and I don't expect you to know this, but statements made to medical professionals are considered to be more reliable. There's a federal rule of evidence about this. You told your counselor about this back in 2012, is that right?
My therapist, my individual therapist, correct.
Right. And I understand that your husband was also present when you spoke about this incident in front of a counselor, and he recalls you using Judge Kavanaugh's name. Is that right?
Yes, I just have to slow down a minute because I might have been confusing. So there were two separate incidents where it's reflected in my medical record. I talked about it more than those two times, but therapists don't typically write down content as much as they write down process. They usually are tracking your symptoms and not your story and the facts. I just happen to have it in my record twice. So the first time is in 2012 with my husband in couples therapy with the quibbling over the remodel. And then in 2013 with my individual therapist.
So if someone had actually done an investigation, your husband would have been able to say that you named his name at that time?
Correct.
Okay. I know you've been concerned with your privacy throughout the process, and you first requested that your account be kept confidential. Can you briefly tell us why?
Yes. So as I stated before, once I was unsuccessful in getting my information to you before the candidate was chosen, my original intent was to get the information when there was still a list of other candidates available. And once that was not successful, and I saw that persons were very supportive of the nominee, I tracked it all summer and realized that when I was calculating that risk-benefit ratio that it looked like I was going to just, suffer only for no reason. Okay.
From my experience with memory, I remember distinctly things that happened to me in high school or happened to me in college, but I don't exactly remember the date. I don't exactly remember the time. I sometimes may not even remember the exact place where it occurred, but I remember the interaction. And many people are focused today on what you're not able to remember about that night. I actually think you remember a lot. I'm going to phrase it a little differently. Can you tell us what you don't forget about that night?
The stairwell, the living room, the bedroom, the bed on the right side of the room. As you walk into the room, there was a bed to the right, the bathroom in close proximity, the laughter, the uproarious laughter, and the multiple attempts to escape and the final ability to do so.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ford.
Dr. Ford, I want to correct the record, but it's not something that I'm saying that you stated wrongly, because you may not know the fact that when you said that you didn't think it was possible for us to go to California as a committee or our investigators to go to California to talk to you, we did, in fact, offer that to you, and we had the capability of doing it, and we would have done it anywhere or anytime. So,
thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, could I put the polygraph results on the record, please? The polygraph results in the record.
Without it.
Is there any objection?
Well, let us see the chart.
The polygraph? You want to all see it?
You hold just a minute, please.
I think you may have it.
Yeah, can we have the underlying charts too?
The underlying charts? I have the polygraph results that I would just like to put in the record. I'll deal with the charts after that. Could I put the polygraph tests in the record?
Mr. Chairman, we had proposed having the polygraph examiner testify, as you know. If that had happened, the full panoply of materials that he had supporting his examination would have been provided. You rejected that request, so what we did provide was the polygraph report, which is what the members of the committee currently have.
And on September 26, Mr. Chairman, this was actually sent to your chief counsel, and I just want to share it with America so that they have this report as well.
Okay, we will accept without objection what you have asked us to include, but we're also requesting and expect the other materials that I've just stated.
But, Mr. Chairman, you wouldn't allow the underlying witness who performed the polygraph test to testify, nor would you allow Mark Judge to testify. And so I would just like to point out, thank you for allowing this report in the record, but that is the reason that we don't have the underlying information for you.
You got what you wanted, and I think you'd be satisfied.
Mr. Chairman,
I am satisfied with that. Thank
Senator, go ahead.
When was the polygraph administered?
It was administered on August 7th, 2018, and it was the date of the report is August 10th, 2018, Mr.
When was it provided to the committee?
Let's just see if we can't do this in a more orderly way.
Well, he was asking, and I have it right here, and you have it as well. It was September 26th.
We've accepted it.
All right.
Ms. Mitchell for Senator Cruz.
Thank you. Dr. Ford, we've talked about the day and the night that you've described in the summer of 1982, and thank you for being willing to do that. I know it's difficult. I'd like to shift gears and discuss the last several months.
Okay.
In your statement, you said that on July 6th, you had a, quote, sense of urgency to relay the information to the Senate and the President. Did you contact either the Senate or the President on or before July 6th?
No, I did not. I did not know how to do that.
Okay. Prior to July 6th, had you spoken to any member of Congress, and when I say Congress, I mean the Senate or the House of Representatives, or any congressional staff members about your allegations?
No.
Why did you contact the Washington Post then on July 6th?
So I was panicking because I knew the timeline was short for the decision. And people were giving me advice on the beach, people who don't know about the processes, but they were giving me advice. And many people told me, you need to hire a lawyer. And I didn't do that. I didn't understand why I would need a lawyer. Somebody said, call the New York Times, call the Washington Post, put in an anonymous tip, go to your congressperson. And when I weighed those options, I felt like the best option was to try to do the civic route, which is to go to my congressperson, who happens to be Anna Eshoo. So I called her office, and I also put in the anonymous tip to the Washington Post, and unfortunately, neither got back to me before the selection of the nominee.
You testified that Congresswoman Eshoo's office contacted you on July 9th. Is that right?
They contacted me the date that the nominee was announced, so that seems likely.
Had you talked about your allegations with anyone in her office before the date of July 9th?
I told the receptionist on the phone.
Okay. On July 10th, you texted the Washington Post again, which was really the third time. Is that right? Second date, third time.
Let's see.
One moment.
Correct.
And you texted, been advised to contact senators or New York Times, haven't heard back from Washington Post. Who advised you to contact senators or the New York Times?
Beach friends, coming up with ideas of how I could try to get to people, because people weren't responding to me very quickly. So very quickly they responded to that text for what unknown reason. That once I sent that encrypted text, they responded very quickly.
Did you contact the New York Times?
No.
Okay, why not?
I wasn't interested in pursuing the media route particularly, so I felt like one was enough, the Washington Post, and I was nervous about doing that. My preference was to talk with my congressperson.
Okay. The Washington Post texted back that someone would get you in touch with a reporter. Did you subsequently talk to a reporter with the Washington Post?
Yes, under the encrypted app and off the record.
Okay. Who was that reporter?
Emma Brown.
Okay. The person who ultimately wrote the story on September 16th?
Correct.
Okay. Did you talk to any member of Congress, and again, remember, Congress includes the Senate or the House of Representatives, or any congressional staff members about your allegations between July 10th and July 30th, which was the date of your letter to Senator Feinstein?
Yes, I met with Congresswoman Eshoo's staff, and I think that's July 18th on the Wednesday, and then on the Friday I met with the Congresswoman herself.
Okay. When you met with her, did you meet with her alone, or did someone come with you?
I was alone. She had a staff person.
Okay. What did you talk about with Congresswoman Eshoo and her staff on July 18th and the 20th?
I described the night of the incident, and we spent time speaking about that. And I asked her what my options were in terms of going forward and how to get that information relayed forward. And also talked to her about fears of whether this was confidential information, and she discussed the constituent confidentiality principle.
Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record 5 articles, including one titled Why Sexual Assault Memories Stick, and one entitled Why Didn't Kavanaugh Accuser Come Forward Earlier? Police Often Ignore Sexual Assault Allegations.
Without objection, so ordered.
Dr. Ford, I want to begin by thanking you for coming to testify in front of us today. You came forward with very serious and relevant information about a nominee for a lifetime position on our Supreme Court. You didn't have to, and I know you've done it at great personal cost. This is a public service, and I want you to know that I'm grateful to have the opportunity to hear from you directly today. I'd like to just first follow up on that line of questioning Ms. Mitchell was following, because I think a lot of people don't realize that you chose to come forward with your concerns about Judge Kavanaugh before he was nominated to the Supreme Court. Do I understand correctly that when you first reached out to Congresswoman Eshoo and to the Washington Post tip line, that was when he was on the short list, but before he was nominated to the Supreme Court? Is that correct?
Correct.
And if I understood your testimony earlier, it's that you were motivated by a sense of civic duty and frankly, a hope that some other highly qualified nominee might be picked, not out of a motivation at a late stage to have an impact on the final decision.
Correct. I felt it was very important to get the information to you, but I didn't know how to do it while there was still a short list of candidates.
Thank you, Doctor. According to Justice Department data, about 2/3 of sexual assault survivors don't report their assaults. Based on your experience, I'd be interested in hearing from you about this because you bore this alone. You bore this alone for a very long time. And it'd be helpful for us to better understand the ways that that's impacted your whole life.
Well, it's impacted me at different stages of the development of my life. So the immediate impact was probably the worst. So the first 4 years, I think I described earlier, a fairly disastrous first 2 years of undergraduate studies at University of North Carolina, where I was finally able to pull myself together. And then once coping with the immediate impacts, the short-term impacts, I experienced like longer-term impacts of anxiety and relationship challenges.
Thank you for sharing that. And yet you went on to get a PhD from USC, is that correct?
Correct.
As you predicted, there was a wide range of responses to your coming forward. Thousands of survivors have been motivated and inspired by your courage. Others have been critical. And as I've reviewed the wide range of reactions, I've been really troubled by the excuse offered by too many that this was a high school incident and boys will be boys. To me, that's just far too low a standard for the conduct of boys and men in our country. If you would, I'd appreciate your reaction to the excuse that boys will be boys.
I can only speak for how it has impacted me greatly for the last 36 years, even though I was 15 years old at the time. And I think, the younger you are when these things happen, it could possibly have worse impact than when you're when your brain is fully developed and you have better coping skills that you've developed.
Experts have written about how it's common for sexual assault survivors to remember some facts about the experience very sharply and very clearly, but not others. And that has to do with the survival mode that we go into in experiencing trauma. Is that your experience, and is that something you can help the layperson understand?
Yes, I was definitely experiencing the fight or flight mode. Is that what you're referring to? Yes, so I was definitely experiencing the surge of adrenaline and cortisol and norepinephrine, and credit that a little bit for my ability to get out of the situation, but also some other lucky events that occurred that allowed me to get out of the event.
Dr. Ford, we are grateful that you came through it and that you shared your account with us and the American people. And I think you've provided important information. I'd like to thank you for your meeting your civic duty. I wish we could have provided for you a more thorough hearing today. I think asking for the FBI to investigate this matter thoroughly was not asking too much. I think asking to have the other individual involved in your assault, Mark Judge, appear before us today was not asking too much. I'm grateful you came forward, and I'm thankful for your courage, which set an important example. Thank you, Dr. Ford.
Ms. Mitchell for Senator Sass.
Dr. Ford, we were talking about you meeting in July with Congresswoman Eshoo. Yes. Did you talk about your allegations with any Republican member of Congress or congressional staff?
I did not. Where I live, the Congresswoman is a Democrat.
Okay. Was it communicated to you by your counsel or someone else that the committee had asked to interview you and that they offered to come out to California to do so?
We're going to object, Mr. Chairman, to any call for privileged conversations between counsel and Dr. Ford. It's a privileged conversation.
Could you validate the fact that the offer was made without her saying a word?
Is it possible for that question to be answered without violating any consul relationships?
Can I say something to you? Do you mind if I say something to you directly?
Yeah.
I just appreciate that you did offer that. I wasn't clear on what the offer was. If you were going to come out to see me, I would have happily hosted you and had been happy to speak with you out there. I just did not. It wasn't clear to me that that was the case.
Okay. Does that take care of your question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Proceed then.
Before July 30th, the date on your letter to Senator Feinstein, had you retained counsel with regard to these allegations?
No, I didn't understand why I would need lawyers, actually, so I just didn't know.
A lot of people have that feeling. Let's talk about the letter that you wrote on July 30th. You asked Senator Feinstein to maintain confidentiality, quote, until...
Wait until she retrieves it.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to look for it. Which one?
I think it's...
Okay.
So stop the clock, will you?
It's in there someplace. No.
Oh, I found it. Sorry.
Okay. You asked Senator Feinstein to maintain confidentiality until we have had further opportunity to speak, and then said you were available to speak further, vacationing in the Mid-Atlantic until August 7th. Is that correct?
Oh, the last line, is that what you're, I'm now just catching up with you. Sorry, I'm a little slower. My mind is getting a little tired. So I am available to speak further should you wish to discuss. Yes, I was in Delaware until August 7th.
Okay.
And after that, I went to New Hampshire and then back to California.
Did you talk with anybody about this letter before you sent it?
I talked with Anna Eshue's office.
Okay. And why did you talk to Congresswoman Eshue's office about that letter?
Because they were willing to hand deliver it to Senator Feinstein.
Okay. Did anyone help you write the letter?
No.
Okay. After you sent your letter, did you or anyone on your behalf speak to Senator Feinstein personally or with any Senate staffer?
Yes.
Okay.
I had a phone call with Senator Feinstein.
Okay. And when was that?
That was while I was still in Delaware, so before August 7th.
Okay. And how many times did you speak with Senator Feinstein?
Once.
Okay. What did you talk about?
She asked me some questions about the incident,
okay,
and I answered those questions.
Okay. Was that the extent of the gist of the conversation?
Yes, it was a fairly brief phone call.
Okay. Did you ever give Senator Feinstein or anyone else the permission to release that letter?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. Between the letter date, July 30th, and August the 7th, did you speak with any other person about your allegations?
Could you say the dates again?
Between the letter date of July 30th and August 7th, so while you were still in Delaware, did you speak with any other person about your allegations?
I'm just trying to remember what dates that...
Stop the...
You're asking her with the exclusion of any lawyers that she may have spoken with, correct?
Correct.
Oh, correct. I think correct then. I was interviewing lawyers, but I was not speaking personally about it.
Aside from lawyers that you were seeking to possibly hire to represent you, did you speak to anybody else about it during that period of time?
No.
Okay.
I was staying with my parents at the time.
Did you talk to them about it?
Definitely not.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you retained counsel during that time period of July 30th to August 7th?
I can't remember the exact date, but it was I was interviewing lawyers during that period of time, sitting in the car, in the driveway, and in the Walgreens parking lot in Rehoboth, Delaware, and trying to figure out how the whole system works of interviewing lawyers and how to pick one, et cetera. So,
you testified earlier that you had you didn't see the need for lawyers, and now you're trying to hire them. What made you change your mind?
It seemed like most of the individuals that I had told, which didn't, the total was not very high, but those persons advised me to, at this point, get a lawyer for advice about whether to push forward or to stay back.
Did that include Congresswoman Eshoo and Senator Feinstein?
No.
Okay.
I want to thank Dr. Ford for what you said about acknowledging that we had said we'd come to California. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to join in thanking you for being here today and just tell you I have found your testimony powerful and credible, and I believe you. You're a teacher, correct?
Correct.
Well, you have given America an amazing teaching moment, and you may have other moments in the classroom, but you have inspired and you have enlightened America. You have inspired and given courage to women to come forward, as they have done to every one of our offices and many other public places. You have inspired and you have enlightened men in America to listen respectfully to women survivors and men who have survived sexual attack. And that is a profound public service, regardless of what happens with this nomination. And so the teachers of America, the people of America, should be really proud of what you have done. Let me tell you why I believe you. Not only because of the prior consistent statements and the polygraph tests and your request for an FBI investigation and your urging that this committee hear from other witnesses who could corroborate or dispute your story. But also, you have been very honest about what you cannot remember. And someone composing a story can make it all come together in a seamless way, but someone who is honest, I speak from my experience as a prosecutor as well, is also candid about what she or he cannot remember. The senators on the other side of the aisle have been silent. This procedure is unprecedented in a confirmation hearing. But I want to quote one of my colleagues, Senator Lindsey Graham, in a book that he wrote in 2015 when he was describing his own service and very distinguished naval service as a trial lawyer. I'm not under oath. He said, quote, of his prosecutions of rape cases, I learned how much unexpected courage from a deep and hidden place it takes for a rape victim or sexually abused child to testify against their assailant. I learned how much courage from a deep and hidden place it takes for a rape victim or sexually abused child to testify against their assailants. If we agree on nothing else today, I hope on a bipartisan basis we can agree on how much courage it has taken for you to come forward. and I think you have earned America's gratitude. Now, there's been some talk about your requesting an FBI investigation, and you mentioned a point just a few minutes ago that you could better estimate the time that you ran into Mark Judge if you knew the time that he was working at that supermarket. That's a fact that could be uncovered by an FBI investigation that would help further elucidate your account. Would you like Mark Judge to be interviewed in connection with the background investigation and the serious, credible allegations that you've made?
That would be my preference. I'm not sure it's really up to me, but I certainly would feel like I could be more helpful to everyone if I knew the date that he worked at the Safeway so that I could give a more specific date of the assault.
Well, it's not up to you. It's up to the President of the United States. And his failure to ask for an FBI investigation, in my view, is tantamount to a cover-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Flake, Ms. Mitchell for Senator Flake.
Thank you. We've heard this morning several times that you did take a polygraph, and that was on August the 7th. Is that right?
I believe so. It was the day I was flying from BWI to Manchester, New Hampshire.
Okay. Why did you decide to take a polygraph?
I didn't see any reason not to do it.
Were you advised to do that?
Again, you're seeming to call for communications between counsel and client. I don't think you mean to do that. If you do, she shouldn't have to answer that.
Counsel, could you let her answer the extent to which she doesn't violate the relationship between you and Dr. Ford?
Say what you understood.
Based on the advice of the counsel, I was happy to undergo the polygraph test, although I found it extremely stressful, much longer than I anticipated. I told my whole life story, I felt like, but I endured it. It was fine.
I understand they can be that way. Have you ever taken any other polygraphs in your life?
Never.
Okay. You went to see a gentleman by the name of Jeremiah Hanifin to serve as the polygrapher. Did anyone advise you on that choice?
Yes, I believe his name was Jerry.
Jerry Hanifin?
Yeah.
Okay. Did anyone advise you on that choice?
I don't understand that. Yeah, I didn't choose him myself. He was the person that came to do the polygraph test.
Okay. He actually conducted the polygraph not in his office in Virginia, but actually at the hotel next to Baltimore Washington Airport. Is that right?
Correct.
Why was that location chosen for the polygraph?
I had left my grandmother's funeral at Fort Lincoln Cemetery that day and was on tight schedule to get a plane to Manchester, New Hampshire. So he was willing to come to me, which was appreciated.
So he administered a polygraph on the day that you attended your grandmother's funeral?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Or it might have been the next day. I spent the night in the hotel, so I don't remember the exact day.
Have you ever had discussions with anyone besides your attorneys on how to take a polygraph?
Never.
And I don't just mean countermeasures, but I mean just any sort of tips or anything like that.
No, I was scared of the test itself, but was comfortable that I could tell the information and the test would reveal whatever it was going to reveal. I didn't expect it to be as long as it was going to be, so it was a little bit stressful.
Have you ever given tips or advice to somebody who was looking to take a polygraph test?
Never.
Okay. Did you pay for the polygraph yourself?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you know who did pay for the polygraph?
Not yet, no.
Did you have the handwritten statement that you wrote out? Did anyone assist you in writing that statement?
No, but you can tell how anxious I was by the terrible handwriting.
Did you, we touched on it earlier, did you know that the committee has requested not only the charts from the polygraph test, but also any audio or video recording of the polygraph test?
No.
Okay. Were you audio and video recorded when you were taking that test?
Okay, so I remember being hooked up to a machine, like being placed onto my body, and being asked a lot of questions and crying a lot. That's my primary memory of that test. I don't know. I know he took laborious detail into explaining what he was going to be doing, but I was just focused on kind of what I was going to say and my fear about that. I wasn't listening to every detail about whether it was audio or video recorded.
Well, you were in a hotel room, right?
Correct.
Regular hotel room with a bed and bathroom?
No. It was a conference room. So I was sitting at a chair and he was behind me.
Did you note any cameras in the room?
Well, he had a computer set up, so I guess I assumed that he was somehow taping and recording me.
Okay, so you assumed you were being video and audio recorded?
Correct.
But you don't know for sure?
I don't know for sure.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to recess now for a half hour for lunch. Thank you, Dr. Ford.
We're going to keep going until then.
He said he had a photo.
Yeah.
You're watching CBS News coverage of the Kavanaugh hearings live from Capitol Hill. They're just now taking a break at the Senate Judiciary Committee hearings. Chairman Chuck Grassley has just announced a recess. Christine Blasey Ford has been testifying for about 2 hours about her allegation that Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh sexually assaulted her in high school.
We have heard a series of questions from more than half of the Democratic senators. Special counsel Rachel Mitchell is questioning the witness in place of committee Republicans. Blasey Ford has testified she is 100% sure, and she said that a couple of times, that Brett Kavanaugh attacked her. CBS Evening News anchor Jeff Glor joins us at the table. Jeff, what stands out to you first?
I think it's just been this continuous swing, Gail, right between these big emotional sweeping statements when we hear from the Democratic senators, and then Rachel Mitchell questioning on behalf of the Republicans in this very micro-level, step-by-step, almost a sterile sort of questioning. That continues to be, I think, one of the big themes here, right? The other one I think that is developing is you're hearing, we're going to see Brett Kavanaugh later this afternoon. The other name you're hearing a lot is Mark Judge. And that is, I think some are asking, where is Mark Judge at this point?
Rachel Mitchell appears to be trying to go somewhere, but I'm not quite sure where she's going. Can you, Jan? Because when you look at her demeanor, Dr. Ford's demeanor, her tone, her demeanor seems to be, how can I help? What do you need from me? There's nothing evasive about her testimony. They brought a couple of times that she wanted an FBI investigation. Last time I checked, anybody who has something to hide is not asking for an FBI investigation.
Well, and it kind of goes to the nature of the way they've kind of outlined this whole process, to have her do it in these 5-minute increments. Right. So you feel that she's almost doing a witness interview as opposed to, cross-examining someone in a courtroom and asking for facts and trying to, essentially flesh out the facts of what happened that day. So then when she kind of gets along a train of questioning, the 5 minutes are up and then it goes elsewhere. It's kind of hard to see, though, where she may be going with this. And maybe there's not some aha moment. Maybe this is just kind of fleshing out some of the record to suggest, I do think that they are kind of laying some of her questions. She's laying some groundwork for that.
even though she says she's 100% sure, it's possible that she did misremember this event, and there may be other witnesses. You saw her contradict some of the numbers of people that were at the party. Some of the statements she gave to the Washington Post are different, and suggesting that she came forward early on because she didn't want him to be the nominee. And then Democrats,
when he was on the short list.
Right, and then that Democrats, you kind of can see this from some of your questions, set on that on purpose to manipulate her. I feel like that's some of the things that we're seeing, but it's hard to see where she's going with some of this.
Let's bring Nora in here quickly. Nora's been leading our coverage from Capitol Hill. Nora, what's your big takeaway from this second round of testimony?
Well, just to follow a little bit on what Jan is talking about, I think what you see is the gentle but pointed questioning from the special prosecutor who is representing the Republican. I don't know that she's sowing doubt, but she's just asking some more specific questions that go to this question of credibility, because that's what we've been talking from the very beginning. So specifically, she asked the question about the therapist notes. Remember that the first corroborating account that Dr. Ford says was that she talked about this with her therapist in 2012 when she went for marriage counseling. So the question was, did you name Brett Kavanaugh then in 2012? She said no. When she told her husband before they were married that she had experienced a sexual assault, did she tell her husband at the time the name, the identity of the person? No. Just a question. Why not? Why didn't she name his name not then? So she's just getting at that, and I think in just a question to just raise what may be doubts, if you will, to just put add to the storyline that has been developed. The other question I think that just pointed out, and I kind of was looking back just closely, was the question of the map. Why point out the distance between Columbia Country Club, where the house was, and where Christine Blasey lived when she was in high school? Well, the map showed essentially a distance. It's about 8.2 miles between her house and Columbia Country Club. It's about 6.2 miles between her house and where this alleged assault took place. The question is, after you were assaulted, how did you get home? Would you have remembered that? Why didn't you remember how you got home? You know, that kind of line of questioning, it's just adding to this storyline about remembering that event. And I think she's just, like you guys said, it's hard to see where the special prosecutor is going, except that she seems to be sort of slowly trying to stitch something together. The question is, what is it? Or is it just sort of nicks in her credibility? That remains to be seen.
You know, one of the things, though, is that each time, as Nora's outlined there, some questions have been asked that might be getting somewhere. It is then interrupted by basically character witnesses from the Democrats and the very testimony of Dr. Ford herself. And so if somebody is weighing this in the court of public opinion, this is obviously not a court, it's a political event, they are seeing answers by a witness who's trying to be very specific. Even the adjective she chooses, she's trying to be helpful, as you said, Gail. And that is being weighed against small questions here and there. There is contemporaneous real-time readings people can take about her character that they're watching, as opposed to doubts about things that might have happened.
I think they're trying to conduct a political event and a legal event at the same time, and that's very challenging to do. But I do think it's worth, as you guys have mentioned here, it's worth asking the question whether there may not be this aha moment, right, that Rachel Mitchell is going. I mean, she is deliberately going through all this. I think there's an expectation some have that she's trying to reach some crescendo, and I think it's worth asking the question of whether she's just going to continue along at this pace to ask these questions of Christine Blasey Ford.
The more you hear Dr. Ford speak, the more you think that she is doing everything she can to help, that she's not being evasive. And she's very simple about her process. She said all along, I just wanted to do my civic duty. She talks about her beach friends who gave her advice on how to get this into the public atmosphere. She said she didn't want to go to the media, and her beach friends suggested, you know, that you go to your congresswoman, you go to your congressperson and get it out that way. And then after she went to her beach friends, she's sitting in a parking lot in Walgreens trying to figure out how to pick a lawyer when she realized that she needed a lawyer. There was nothing sophisticated or strategic in how she was trying to get this to the public domain.
And I think when you think about kind of some of the things that Nora laid out there, those kind of really interesting clues of where Rachel Mitchell might be going with this, you have to think about this process too. Obviously, Republicans did not want to repeat what happened in 1991, where they were seen as grilling Anita Hill. So this is how this kind of all came about. So they were going to have this seasoned prosecutor from outside of Washington, D.C. ask the questions. And you know, I think just based on some of the sources that I've been hearing from, if you're a Republican senator, you're not so unhappy with how this is going right now because despite Lindsey Graham jumping in a couple times. They're not sitting there asking the question. So maybe this isn't working out all that bad for the Republican senators on the committee, or Ford herself, this looks very fair to the American people. But the question is, it's not really a cross-examination that you would expect. So what does this mean for Brett Kavanaugh?
Yeah.
Who's going to put all these dots together? When is all of this going to... When will a senator say, oh, well, we've got this about the map, we've got this about loud music that was upstairs, but it was very quiet downstairs, so why would your girlfriend not think it was weird that she heard loud music and you ran up? You know, who will put those dots together? And we don't know that.
Okay, Jan, I understand that Ed O'Keefe has Senator Klobuchar with him, who will join us now. Ed, hello.
This woman is having to tell her story to America, and she is doing an extraordinary job in recalling what she can, in standing up to the questions from a professional prosecutor, and I am just proud of how she's doing.
Can you speak to the emotion in the room? I think you had a tear coming down your face at one point.
Well, for me, it's just the memory of so many women that have come forward in my old job, and I saw women like her come forward, and it's not always easy at all. And she clearly was trying to keep it confidential. She struggled with what to do, and when the reporter showed up at her doorstep, she finally decided that she couldn't keep silent, and she came forward.
Is there anything you've heard so far this morning that potentially changes what you guys want to ask of Judge Kavanaugh later today?
I don't think so. I mean, she has been very solid. I think time and time again, as most of America must be, we're frustrated that we don't have that FBI background check reopened. She said she could better recall the time period if she knew when Mark Judge worked at the Safeway, and he's hiding out at a beach house in Delaware, and she's simply trying to get that information. And the FBI could open that up at either the request of the president or the Republican senators asking the president to open it up. That hasn't happened. And I thought the other interesting thing was that there appeared to be some initial objection to even putting the polygraph test in, when that is used all the time by the Defense Department, by the FBI, by the CIA for job interviews. And this is a job interview for the highest court in the land, and we're simply trying to put in some records that show her truthfulness.
What was the point of those maps, do you think, that Mitchell?
I don't know. I guess we will have to find out, but she answered that question honestly.
What do you think that Rachel Mitchell is driving at?
As a survivor of sexual assault, what does this mean for the overall movement? What does this mean for other victims of sexual assault when she testifies like this?
As I said, for so long, these kinds of cases have been just swept under the rug. And things that happened in a house were not allowed to be in a courthouse. Well, that's different today. They are in the courthouse of America, and they will make a decision. They will help, I hope, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to make a decision about who's going to serve in the highest courthouse of the land. One last thing.
All right. And there you have Senator Amy Klobuchar, former prosecutor herself, also is a graduate of Yale University, undergraduate, University of Chicago Law School, talking about what she saw. She put into the record the results of that polygraph test. But as you see here, each side is dug in on us, and it's not clear that anyone there on that Judiciary Committee has changed their view, and that's quite frankly not really who it's directed to. It's really to some of these moderate senators who will decide Judge Kavanaugh's vote. A couple of pieces of information. We are told at the White House they have been watching all of this, including the President of the United States has been watching this testimony by Dr. Ford. We are also told that Judge Kavanaugh has watched her testimony. He has just recently left his home up in Maryland to head down here to Capitol Hill for his part of the testimony, where he will have to answer that question about his own character, about his own credibility. As Dr. Ford has said, she is 100% sure that it was Brett Kavanaugh who sexually assaulted her more than 36 years ago. Nancy Cordes and I have been sitting hip to hip watching these hearings and everything that has happened so far. What has stood out to you?
Well, I think what's interesting is that Rachel Mitchell, the prosecutor who is working on behalf of the Senate Judiciary Republicans, is clearly trying to poke holes gently in Christine Blasey Ford's credibility. So asking her, for example, after Blasey Ford said that one of the lasting impacts of this trauma is that she has a fear of enclosed spaces. She wanted 2 front doors to her house, which is not aesthetically pleasing from the street.
That she doesn't like to fly.
That she doesn't like to fly. And so then you heard the prosecutor say, well, why is it then that you have traveled to the South Pacific and Costa Rica and Hawaii to surf? And what Blasey Ford said was that it's a lot easier for me to fly on vacation than it is to come back here to the East Coast. I only do it once a year. But it is an approach like that, respectful, not confrontational. This is not 12 Angry Men, but still trying to find holes in her story and in her credibility.
So then here's the question from a political standpoint, which is that while Rachel the special prosecutor, has perhaps helped the Republicans on there because she has done very careful, pointed questions in a serious and professional way. Has it benefited Judge Kavanaugh? Has it benefited those who are in the Kavanaugh camp, those in the White House, specifically the President of the United States, who believe that they have not been tough enough pushing back on this particular witness account?
I think she is able to look for those credibility gaps in a more sustained way than a bunch of Republican senators all coming loaded for bear would be able to, because she is going methodically through Blasey Ford's background, through her story. Well, you didn't originally want to hire a lawyer. Why did you decide to hire a lawyer? But in a lot of these cases, Ford has some pretty believable answers. Well, at first, I'd never been in a situation like this. I didn't think I needed a lawyer. I didn't know why. But then all my friends on the beach started saying, you should get a lawyer. Why did you get a polygraph? Well, because I was told that would be a good idea.
Which, from a 51-year-old mother of 2, she answers those questions like, well, my friends told me it might be a good idea. She has reasonable explanations,
so far,
one might say, to these sorts of answers.
Yes, but if you're a Republican and you're looking politically for a reason to say, no, even after all of this, even though she gave very credible answers, I still believe Judge Kavanaugh, they're looking to Mitchell to find those examples where her story might not line up. Why doesn't she know how she got 6 or 8 miles home that night? And that may be enough for them politically to say, I still believe Kavanaugh.
And this is what we've learned this morning, is that this allegation against Judge Kavanaugh has come from a very credible woman. And as in the words of Senator Feinstein, she said this morning, this is a job interview for Judge Kavanaugh. And the stakes, I think, are even higher now for the testimony that he gives coming up after they finish with Dr. Ford. What is he going to say to answer the questions about whether he was involved in what has been described as a very serious assault?
Well, it's a really difficult task, because all he really can say is, I wasn't there. You know, how many different ways can you say, I wasn't there, I've never done this? The people who know me best say that I've never done anything like this. When you're grilled for 2 hours, you know, with those kinds of questions, it's difficult to find a new way to say it.
Yeah, I know, Jeff, you guys are talking about it there, Jeff, John, Gail, and Jan.
Well, I think what the point Nancy was making is quite right. We've just seen Dr. Ford give details, be very specific about a whole set of memories. Brett Kavanaugh, when he comes forward, he can't be detailed about a thing he says doesn't happen, and therefore his testimony, his period before questioning, will be just so very much different.
But he's also said, though, I believe that something happened to her. I'm just saying it was not me. He's been very, very clear about that. He's not disputing that something happened to her. He's just saying, I was not the person.
And if his answer is, it wasn't me, that gives the Democratic senators a lot of time to ask him about a lot of other things. Like, well, what were you doing? How much did you drink in high school? What kind of, you know, so going to all these details about his personal life that I expect you're going to see this afternoon.
Dr. Ford has not been on trial this morning, but Judge Kavanaugh will be on trial this afternoon. They are going to grill him exactly about what you just talked about, not only about his sexual history, what he has said in the past about his sexual history, about how much he drank, whether he was the treasurer of this, like he says on his yearbook page, of a group that wanted to drink 100 kegs in their senior year. They're gonna test him.
And Nora, you heard the chairman of the committee, Chuck Grassley, very expressly at the start of this hearing try to set some ground rules and say, we're talking just about this one case, but these Democratic senators are going to want to ask him about the other accusers as well.
John.
All right, thank you, Nora and Nancy. Some of you will be leaving us for local news. And for the rest of you, we will your coverage will be continuing in a moment. I just want to note that we have quite a full day of testimony here, and then, of course, all of the analysis afterwards.
We'll be here all afternoon, and then for the evening news tonight.
All right. Jan, Jeff, sure. Gail King, thanks so much, Nora and Nancy. And for all of you, thanks for watching. Now let's take a look at some of the most powerful moments of the testimony so far.
Both Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh have been through a terrible couple weeks. They and their families have received vile threats. What they have endured ought to be considered by all of us as unacceptable and a poor reflection on the state of civility in our democracy. So I want to apologize to you both for the way you've been treated, and I intend, hopefully for today's hearing, to be safe, comfortable, and dignified for both of our witnesses. I hope my colleagues will join me in this effort of a show of civility.
There's been a great deal of public discussion about the Me Too movement today versus the Year of the Woman almost 27 years ago. But while young women are standing up and saying no more, our institutions have not progressed in how they treat women who come forward. Too often, women's memories and credibility come under assault. In essence, they are put on trial and forced to defend themselves, and often re-victimized in the process.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you very much.
I don't have all the answers, and I don't remember as much as I would like to. But the details about that night that bring me here today are the ones I will never forget. They have been seared into my memory and have haunted me episodically as an adult. When I got to the small gathering, people were drinking beer in a small living room, family room type area on the first floor of the house. I drank one beer. Brett and Mark were visibly drunk. Early in the evening, I went up a very narrow set of stairs leading from the living room to a second floor to use the restroom. When I got to the top of the stairs, I was pushed from behind into a bedroom across from the bathroom. I couldn't see who pushed me. Brett and Mark came into the bedroom and locked the door behind them. There was music playing in the bedroom. It was turned up louder by either Brett or Mark once we were in the room. I was pushed onto the bed, and Brett got on top of me. He began running his hands over my body and grinding into me. I yelled, hoping that someone downstairs might hear me, and I tried to get away from him, but his weight was heavy. Brett groped me and tried to take off my clothes. He had a hard time because he was very inebriated, and because I was wearing a one-piece bathing suit underneath my clothing. I believed he was going to rape me. I tried to yell for help. When I did, Brett put his hand over my mouth to stop me from yelling. This is what terrified me the most and has had the most lasting impact on my life. It was hard for me to breathe, and I thought that Brett was accidentally going to kill me.
My name is Rachel Mitchell.
Nice to meet you.
I just wanted to tell you the first thing that struck me from your statement this morning was that you were terrified. And I just wanted to let you know I'm very sorry. That's not right.
Well, can you tell us what impact the events had on you?
Well, I think that the sequelae of sexual assault varies by person. So for me personally, anxiety, phobia, and PTSD-like symptoms are the types of things that I've been coping with.
How did you know Brett Kavanaugh and Mark Judge? And is it possible that you would mix them up with somebody else?
No, it is not. And the person that was blamed for the incident is actually the person who introduced me to them originally. So he was a member of Columbia Country Club, and I don't want to talk about him because I think it's unfair, but he is the person that introduced me to them.
But you would not mix up somebody else with Brett Kavanaugh, is that correct?
Correct.
Or Mark Judge?
Correct.
What is the strongest memory you have? Strongest memory of the incident, something that you cannot forget. Take whatever time you need.
Indelible in the hippocampus is the laughter, the uproarious laughter between the two, and they're having fun at my expense.
In Judge Kavanaugh's opening testimony, which we will hear after you leave, this is what he says. I never had any sexual or physical encounter of any kind with Dr. Ford. I am not questioning that Dr. Ford may have been sexually assaulted by some person in some place at some time. Last night, the Republican staff of this committee released to the media a timeline that shows that they've interviewed 2 people who claim they were the ones who actually assaulted you. I'm asking you to address this new defense of mistaken identity directly. Dr. Ford, with what degree of certainty do you believe Brett Kavanaugh assaulted you?
100%.
100%.
Sincere and thorough investigation is critical to these claims in a prosecutor's world. It may be the most basic thing that we owe a victim or a witness coming forward is to make sure that we give them a full, thorough, and sincere investigation.
You talked about the obstruction from the other side. I cannot let it go by what you've heard me say so many times, that between July 30th and September 13th, there were 45 days this committee could have been investigating this situation, and her privacy would have been protected.
Did you show a full or partial set of those marriage therapy records to the Washington Post?
I don't remember. I remember summarizing for her what they said. So I'm not quite sure if I actually gave her the record.
Okay. So it's possible that the reporter did not see these notes.
I don't know if I can't recall whether she saw them directly or if I just told her what they said.
Okay. Have you shown them to anyone else besides your counsel?
Just the counsel.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Brett Kavanaugh's name is not listed in those notes?
His name is not listed in those notes.
Would it also be fair to say that the therapist notes that we've been talking about say that there were 4 boys in the room?
It describes the sexual assault, and it says erroneously by 4 boys. So the therapist got the content of it wrong.
And you corrected that to the Washington Post reporter, correct?
Correct.
In your interview with the Washington Post, you said that you told your husband early in your marriage that you had been a victim of, and I quote, physical abuse. In your statement, you said that before you were married, you told him that you had experienced, quote, a sexual assault. Do these 2 things refer to the same incident?
Yes.
And at either point on these 2 times, did you use any names?
No.
Okay. It's been reported by the press that you would not submit to an interview with the committee because of your fear of flying. Is that true?
Well, I was hoping that they would come to me, but then realized that was an unrealistic request.
I also saw on your CV that you list the following interests of surf travel, and you, in parentheses, put Hawaii, Costa Rica, South Pacific Islands, and French Polynesia. Have you been all to those places?
Correct.
By airplane?
Yes.
Now, I understand that you've taken a polygraph test. Dr. Ford, that found that you were being truthful when you described what happened to you. Can you tell us why you decided to take that test?
I was meeting with attorneys. I was interviewing various attorneys, and the attorneys asked if I was willing to take it, and I said absolutely. That said, it was almost as anxiety-provoking as an airplane flight.
If we agree on nothing else today, I hope on a bipartisan basis we can agree on how much courage it has taken for you to come forward. And I think you have earned America's gratitude.
That got to her.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero in New York. As we await the return of Dr. Blasey Ford, who will continue taking questions on Capitol Hill about her accusations against Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh, we are going to weigh in with Caitlin Huey-Burns, a CBSN political reporter, and Leslie Sanchez, a Republican strategist and CBS News contributor. Ladies, thanks so much for being with us. You know, we've all been listening very carefully to Dr. Ford's testimony this morning. Let's start off by talking about how she's coming across. Caitlin, let me start with you. Is she coming across as credible, believable, sympathetic?
So far, she is coming across as a compelling witness in this case. And what's really interesting to me are a couple of different things. First, she's referring to her own background as a psychology professor and referencing in psychological terms and in scientific terms, I should say, what it means to remember some things and not to remember other things. Another headline that really stood out to me was her memory of the laughter, trying to make clear that she may not remember all of the circumstances surrounding that event, but she remembers a couple of them quite clearly, one the assault and one the laughter that ensued after. And I think that line is really going to resonate with a lot of people watching this on
I have to
television.
tell you, honestly, hearing that line just made my stomach fall as well. There's something about that idea that you can be assaulted and people are enjoying it as it's happening, that I think any woman or any person would cringe hearing that. Leslie, would you agree?
It's definitely the cruel part of almost twisting the knife. And I think that's the part that was cringeworthy and extremely believable.
Right.
And she is not only compelling as a witness, but also as a mom, as somebody who's very approachable. Her cadence, her word choice is very not pedestrian to use the word, but it's something that's very accessible. She's not trying to put on airs. She is very much trying to accommodate the senators.
Right.
And I think that's what's unusual about it. You usually see this kind of constant tension. She has no tension. She's about collaborative, truth-telling.
And she's also not coming across as trained, which is something that a lot of Republican senators were perhaps accusing her of, somehow coming forward at the behest of others, right?
Right, that she was some sort of a paid or influenced Democratic operative who was conditioned or trained by her counsel or Democratic staff. And they're going to have a very hard time proving that that would be the case.
Especially since, you know, she's talked about the way in which she was such a reluctant witness, that she had provided this information first anonymously and second, which is really important, before Kavanaugh was even chosen as the Supreme Court nominee. She brought this up to her congresswoman anonymously while Brett Kavanaugh was listed among many qualified judges in this case. And also she talked about the way in which she was talking with her friends on the beach about how to proceed with this. Wasn't sure if she should hire a lawyer. So to your point, you know, she's trying to present herself as someone who's not political, even though there have been people and lawmakers who are seizing on this to advance their own political agenda.
You know what's very particular and interesting is how authentic she is about taking you back to that moment in time where she says she wasn't fully developed as an adult and her brain is developing. But if you think of yourself as an underage Catholic private school girl who is at a party with boys that's unsupervised and you're drinking beer.
You're already feeling guilty about just being in the room.
I'm
right?
Catholic. I'm already guilty.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
and so the idea that she's going to come forward immediately tell her parents that she had made a poor choice to put herself in that circumstance, and that's part of the shame culture we talk about.
Right,
a lot.
and you have to remember this is the early 80s when I don't think even the word date rape had been coined yet.
Not at all.
Right?
There was not a phone number you could call that was so prevalent and available. And who would she have called and who would she have trusted? And let's say you go to your clergy or you go anywhere else, it's still a secret. It's a secret of a flawed choice you made. So that's why for her to deal with that, to present it, and that's probably why if she wanted to keep it very private as well. In conscience, you know that something needs to be done, but you don't necessarily want to expose all that you did to make yourself in that situation.
So, Leslie, as a Republican strategist, what do you make of the GOP's choice to have this prosecutor questioning Dr. Ford? Do you think that that is working out for them? Do you think that it is making it look too much like Dr. Ford is on trial? What's your perception?
The interesting part about the prosecutor, who is known as somebody who supports victims' rights, you could almost tell after the testimony. She was much stronger before, kind of clarifying, but once Dr. Ford gave that testimony, she's kind of now in the weeds. She's over there talking about innocuous things and flights and trying to poke holes at other aspects that don't seem germane to the actual incident. She's not questioning in greater detail the actual assault, which is what's going to be very big contrast when Kavanaugh's forward.
And do you think that she's going somewhere with all of this? Is she piecing something together?
No, I think the tweets are that she's hired by the Democrats, you know, that on the contrast, she's not helping Republicans. And I really wonder, at this point, it is not compelling, and if anything, it is it's emboldening.
I want to bring in also CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist Linda Tran. She's also a founding partner of 270 Strategies. She joins us from Washington. Linda, thank you so much for being with us. What is your take on this morning's testimony by Dr. Ford?
You know, Tanya, my take is a little bit split. So on the one hand, I'm obviously a Democratic strategist, and I'm viewing this through a political lens, as others are. But I'm somebody who has survived sexual assault myself. And so the biggest impact of this morning on me is, I think, much broader than the political volleying and the back and forth that has been discussed a lot today. It is just amazing and inspiring to see somebody like Dr. Blasey Ford come forward, share her experience in so much detail, and to live that trauma all over again in front of all of America, all of the world really watching. Well, I think that her testimony was deeply powerful. I think that the fact that she's not only somebody who is a victim and a survivor, but also somebody who has expert testimony that she can present herself was really compelling and very, very credible.
Well, Linda, number one, thank you so much for coming forward as a survivor. I mean, the more people that come forward, the more powerful the chorus is. And as someone who, you know, is a survivor of some sort of sexual violence, did you perceive her testimony as being honest?
Absolutely. I mean, especially when she started to talk about how there were certain details that really were seared into her memory and that had come back to haunt her periodically and again throughout her life. That is something that I think anybody who's lived through assault can relate to. There are, you know, a certain touch, a certain sound that you heard, an image that you kept having nightmares about. That will never, ever leave you, no matter how much therapy you have, no matter how many times you may have discussed it or tried to grapple with it over the years since it's happened. And also the idea that there are certain other things that maybe were not as prominent in her memory. I mean, the truth is that if you live through an incident like this, if you live through an attack, the only thing you wish you could do is forget all of it. You wish you could go back and make it all go away. And there are things that you just can't get away from. So I thought that that was extremely honest, painful, and very traumatic for somebody else who has lived through it to watch as well.
And so what do you think is at risk here then for the Republicans? Clearly there will be a lot of women out there watching Dr. Ford's testimony, reacting to it exactly the same way that you have, and I think that we have here. What's at stake here?
I think there's a lot at stake for Republicans broadly. One of the more recent polls that I've seen, I think Morning Consult did, it showed that, in the last few days alone, support for President Trump and support for Brett Kavanaugh have dropped precipitously, and that's been a steady trend. You have to imagine that seeing the testimony from Dr. Blasey Ford today, hearing much more detail about Brett Kavanaugh is only going to make the situation worse. And in the meantime, you have Republicans who are running in even red states who ought to be looking over their backs because they've stood really, really strongly by Kavanaugh, by this nomination, and have frankly tried to shame and impugn Dr. Blasey Ford as part of that argument. And that is a very, very dangerous thing for them as they think about what's going to happen in the weeks to come.
And we understand the president has been watching the hearings. I want to get to this issue of credibility because I believe that this is really the crux of the matter here. Who do you believe, Dr. Ford or Brett Kavanaugh? And I think that so far, Dr. Ford is coming across as eminently credible. I think that so far, Judge Kavanaugh is coming across as slightly less so when he talks about his past as a teenager and as a student at Yale. What do we need to hear from him that will make us believe in him once again in terms of his behavior in the past? I mean, at this point, I don't think anyone believes he was quite the choir boy that he would like everyone to believe. Linda?
Well, I think that's exactly right, Tanya. He's in a tough spot. Honestly, he really is, because his defense has essentially been to categorically deny that anything that has been accused of him has ever happened. We've just spent several hours hearing in excruciating, painful detail the allegations that Dr. Blasey Ford has levied against him, and she's come across as extraordinarily credible. So for him to sit there and to say none of this happened, she's absolutely lying, is not going to come across very well. Right. In addition to that, the many details that we've heard from other accusations, which may or may not be true, we have to set that out there, but other allegations that have been levied against him, the narrative that we've heard and anecdotes from stories that his friend Mark Judge have written, they all kind of point to this image of a party boy, which runs really counter to everything he said. He absolutely needs to come across as somebody who is speaking the truth and credible while he's doing it.
So Leslie and Caitlin, I'd like you guys to both weigh on this as well, because at this point, how much can he backtrack to seem credible? I mean, he said, I never blacked out from drinking. We have now, college classmates who've come out and said, well, I don't know if he's blacked out, but he drank a lot. You have people who seem to paint a different portrait of him, at least when he was partying, right? Not necessarily the Brett Kavanaugh that showed up to class and got straight A's, but the Brett Kavanaugh that perhaps when he was out with his friends. So it's a slightly different Brett Kavanaugh that we've heard him describe. So at this point, what do we need him to say that will make us believe him? Leslie?
It's going to be very difficult for him to go back and change history and change his story. So what the narrative that comes out is that he was a bad drunk. Right. That he was somebody who was crude, he perhaps engaged in this kind of activity, but there is some activity to point to. And then there's the other side when he was, working as a colleague, and he has other character references that go back to when he was in middle school and high school. Those are great, but it's this issue of alcohol and what his behavior was like at that time, which unfortunately I think we're going to dive deeper into later this afternoon. That's really the question, because if he had said, I had done some things I'm not proud of, alcohol was involved in those things, but I've never done anything to the extent of that.
Exactly.
There would be, and people would give him the benefit of the doubt. He's repented, and there are many people who have done things as young teenagers or as young adults and changed their character, changed their behavior, and become really kind of leaders in our country.
And I think Americans are sympathetic towards people who are repentant and change their character.
Right, which raises the question of why Kavanaugh set such a high bar for himself to meet from the very beginning. First of all, by denying he was even at this party, and then going further in that Fox News interview to kind of paint himself as someone who wasn't participating in this type of thing.
I am so glad you brought up that Fox News interview, because we have some sound from that. We're gonna play it right now.
Okay.
Were there times when perhaps you drank so much? Was there ever a time that you drank so much that you couldn't remember what happened the night before?
No, that never happened.
You never said to anyone, I don't remember anything about last night?
No, that did not happen.
Now, of course, he was not under oath there. That was a media interview, so it's different from what he will face on Capitol Hill. But do we all believe that at this point?
Well, what he is also going to say in his testimony today, according to the prepared remarks that were released by the Judiciary Committee yesterday, he's going to say that, yeah, I drank some beers on the weekends. I'm paraphrasing here, but, you know, and there have been things that I've done that I cringe about, but I did not do this. And he also goes on to say in that prepared testimony that while Ford may have experienced the traumatic event of a sexual assault, it wasn't by him. So he's trying to kind of thread the needle here by saying, I'm not being unsympathetic to her and to what she went through. I'm just saying that that wasn't me.
Yes, but there are at least a few senators who have said, you know, whether or not Brett Kavanaugh committed this sexual assault, I don't know. But whether he's being totally truthful with us is really what I'm worried about.
And that is the situation he created for himself by setting what Caitlin's talking about is the bar so high that it's just not believable, especially that's before we knew how credible Dr. Ford was going to be and how sympathetic a character, because she's certainly somebody you can see does not have a political motive to do it, and he has every political motive to react the way he does.
So how can he fix this, do you think, in his testimony? He sort of boxed himself in a certain manner at this point. What do we need to see? What does he need to say that will clear this up?
Well, the people that he needs to convince aren't necessarily on the Judiciary Committee. There are members like Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska. Jeff Flake, of course, is on that committee. And interestingly enough, he did cede his question to the special prosecutor in that instance. You know, there are a couple of swing votes here in terms of what he could get in the Senate. We also have to consider, too, that while the public is watching, one key figure of that public is watching, which is the President of the United States, who has the power to, you know, demand that Kavanaugh get a vote or to withdraw him, depending on how he feels this testimony has been going, how he feels about Ford, how he feels about Kavanaugh and responding to Ford. It still remains a big question mark. Of course, hovering over that decision, too, is that he has also been accused of sexual assault. And, you know, he elaborated on that yesterday in the press conference, saying that that is informing his position in terms of defending Kavanaugh.
That's a very good point. We do have to go back to that question of you know, certainty, and Dr. Ford said she is 100% certain, not 99.9%, but 100% certain that Brett Kavanaugh is the man who assaulted her, or the boy, rather. Do we need to hear Brett Kavanaugh say he is 100% certain he did not do it?
Let's just say he does that. Let's say he does that. She still is coming across in such a compelling way because she's explaining her trauma. She's explaining the laughter. She's explaining these very specific details that, as she says, seared her memory. And I don't think the interesting part, and Linda talks about it a little bit in terms of like how we're losing Republican women and independent women, is because a lot of women have experienced something very similar to that, and it echoes that one or two memory points. So she's speaking at a different frequency that is going to be very difficult for him to counter.
Let's toss for a moment to the time during the testimony when Dr. Ford talked about her strongest memory of the assault. Let's listen.
What is the strongest memory you have? The strongest memory of the incident, something that you cannot forget. Take whatever time you need.
Indelible in the hippocampus is the laughter, the uproarious laughter between the two, and they're having fun at my expense.
You've never forgotten that laughter. You've never forgotten them laughing at you.
They were laughing with each other.
And you were the object of the laughter?
I was, underneath one of them while the two laughed. Two friends having a really good time with one another.
I mean, those words are like a gut punch, and she's delivering them with, there's so much pain present. To me, it goes to the question of character, right? How can anyone derive pleasure at terrifying a young, innocent girl, right? Even if you are a young man who's maybe had a few too many beers, you would still think that at a certain point, your character would kick in.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting question, because it's like two sides of the same man, right? We have this incredible long history of a very strong, solid jurist. And then you have this other side, this kind of darker side, when alcohol seems to be involved and the youth being involved. Maybe he shook all of that. Maybe he moved away from that. But he doesn't ever admit it. He doesn't acknowledge it in a way that seems palatable, that people can accept. And that's going to be the hardest part. And I don't know that he's going to have that kind of coming to truthfulness with the committee, especially because it would require him to go back against some of his previous statements.
Right. But that's the type of humility that we would almost like to see from someone that has committed something egregious in their past. I read a very interesting account of a woman who did have a similar experience in high school, and later her assailant found her and tearfully apologized. And she said, you know what, I forgave him, but he apologized. And I think what is so searing for so many women who've gone through something like this is the seeming lack of self-questioning as to why would these women ever even accuse me of this? You know, there's no questioning. Yes, maybe he says I did not do this, but would he stop and say, why are they accusing me of this? Let me think about that for a moment, right? And have some sort of self-reckoning of some type of behavior in his past that might have lent this, something like this to happen.
Right. Well, I think you bring up a really good point in terms of the challenges that he will have in addressing that kind of question if it comes up, because he says from the very beginning that he had no knowledge of this, that he wasn't there, and that it wasn't him.
Right.
So again, going to that bar that he set, it is very difficult for him to deviate in any way from that. And so he's going to try to do it by proxy, right? To say that I didn't do this, but I don't doubt that this happened to her.
Right.
And I think also by talking about, you know, the laughter element and what she went through, remember, she was a 15-year-old girl. That is, of course, a very formative age, a coming of age, and a very sensitive time, especially for a 15-year-old girl.
Right.
We are talking about, you know, that this was 35 years ago. We also have to talk about what she says have been lasting effects from that. She's talked about PTSD, she's talked about current anxiety, panic attacks, claustrophobia, things that have stuck with her over those 35 years. So it's no longer just that, oh, this happened 35 years ago. It's remarkable that over 35 years she has been still feeling the effects.
The manifestations
happened.
The manifestations, right? Whether they're panic attacks on an airplane, and people are criticizing on Twitter, well, she got on a plane to go on vacation, or it doesn't mean she cannot get on a plane. It means that anxiety continues. It's the anxiety to put a second front door. It's the anxiety to have difficulty in relationships. And so I think collectively we will agree something did happen, but how clear she is about who assaulted her is going to be the bigger challenge, right? And how are we going to reconcile those two? And even if the judge does come across as very sympathetic, we're always going to really wonder
about this.
And I think that's the challenge. And I think we're about to go through some really ugly details in the next few hours that nobody, nobody wants to go through.
I agree. Let's listen to Dr. Ford talk about how this event has affected her life.
Brett's assault on me drastically altered my life. For a very long time, I was too afraid and ashamed to tell anyone these details. I did not want to tell my parents that I, at age 15, was in a house without any parents present, drinking beer with boys. I convinced myself that because Brett did not rape me, I should just move on and just pretend that it didn't happen. Over the years, I told very, very few friends that I had this traumatic experience.
Linda, I want to bring you in now because we just heard Dr. Ford talk about how this experience that happened when she was 15 went on to affect, you know, the rest of her life. Dr. Ford and others who come forward with stories or accusations of sexual assault that happened long ago often face criticism. Some people say, you know, well, that happened a long time ago. Why ruin a man's life now? And I think when you hear how her life has already, I mean, not been ruined. She's obviously a very successful woman, but she's carried so much of the pain from that attack through the rest of her life. It colors those accusations that come from people saying, well, why are you trying to ruin someone's life at this point? Would you agree, Linda?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Dr. Blasey Ford gets at the core of what so many victims of assault deal with, which is she said she was afraid and ashamed. Because when something like this happens to you, you feel some sense of guilt, you wonder what role you may have played in bringing it about, and feel like you're not somehow innocent of it, no matter what the circumstances are. And I think that that's part of what she was describing. I also think it's pretty clear in her detailing of the chronology of how she brought her story forward that she was grappling with whether or not it made sense at this juncture, after all these years, to share this story with anyone, much less with the world. So I think that she is still clearly dealing with the impact of that, regardless of how successful she's been in her life, and that this is something that a lot of women and men who've been assaulted can really relate to. Also, to the earlier point about what Brett Kavanaugh can say or do at this point, when you juxtapose anything that he might say in the next couple of hours with Dr. Blasey Ford talking about the indelible memory of his laughter, I think there's very little that he can do that is going to sway public opinion in a way that makes a difference. But the real question comes down to whether or not he can reach the handful of individuals who are probably still swayable at this point, who are going to ultimately vote on whether or not to move forward with his confirmation.
Right. Well, let's talk about that question of memory for a moment, because Dr. Ford discussed it, and she said, when you're the victim of an assault like that, as we were talking about earlier, there are certain things that just remain in your mind crystal clear. Now, if you talk about the memory of the attacker, if this was not such a big deal to the attacker, then perhaps there are no elements of it that remain in his memory in such a clear manner. If, in other words, this did not have such a grand effect on the attacker. So, I'm sorry, we will pick this up later because Dr. Ford just sat back. Oh, she just sat back down. She's not going to start speaking right away. But just quickly, do you think then it is possible that the attacker, if the event does not have the same lifetime effect on them, doesn't have the same memory of it?
Well, right. I mean, this is going to be, again, going back to the very beginning in which Kavanaugh says that he wasn't at this party and that he didn't do this. Right. Again, it's very difficult then to deviate from that if that is your overarching argument, which is just to deny the whole thing.
And that could be his memory whether or not he did do it, right?
It may be, but you also look at the company that he kept, and he kept the company of somebody with very lewd behavior who continued to exhibit that in the books he wrote, just kind of characterizing that moment in time. So it's very hard by association to say you were never around that kind of environment when you were.
Absolutely. I think that is the part of his past that we still need to hear him speak honestly and openly about. It looks like they are about to begin, so let's go back to the hearing with Dr. Blasey Ford.
I'm ready.
Okay. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, is it your intent to cede all Republican senators' time to your prosecutor rather than they themselves ceding their time to her?
Yes.
We all know that the prosecutor, even though this clearly is not a criminal proceeding, is asking Dr. Ford all kinds of questions about what happened before and after, but basically not during the attack. The prosecutor should know that sexual assault survivors often do not remember peripheral information such as what happened before or after the traumatic event. And yet, she will persist in asking these questions, all to undermine the memory and basically the credibility of Dr. Ford. But we all know Dr. Ford's memory of the assault is very clear. Dr. Ford, the Republican prosecutor has asked you all kinds of questions about who you called and when, asking details that would be asked in a cross-examination of a witness in a criminal trial. But this is not a criminal proceeding. This is a confirmation proceeding. I think I know what she's trying to get at. So I'll just ask you very plainly, Dr. Ford, is there a political motivation for your coming forward with your account of the assault by Brett Kavanaugh?
No, and I'd like to reiterate that, again, I was trying to get the information to you while there was still a list of other,
thank you,
what looked like equally qualified candidates.
And yet they're not here to testify. Dr. Ford, I'd like to join my colleagues who have thanked you for coming forward today. And I and we all admire you for what you're doing. And I understand why you have come forward. You wanted us and the American people to know what you knew about the character of the man we are considering for a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court. I want to take a moment also to note the significant personal sacrifices you've made to come forward to share your traumatic experience with us and the American people. You've had to move, you've had death threats, all manner of basically re-victimization experiences have come your ways. But by coming forward, you have inserted the question of character into this nomination and hopefully back into American life, and rightly so. We should be made to face the question of who it is we are putting in positions of power and decision-making in this country. We should look the question square in the face: does character matter? Do our values, our real values about what is right and what is wrong, and about whether we treat our fellow human beings with dignity and respect, do they matter anymore? I believe they do. And I believe the reaction we have seen to this coverage right now and your courage all over this country shows us that we're not alone. You're not alone. That women and men all across America are disgusted and sick and tired of the way basic human decency has been driven from our public life. The president admits on tape to assaulting women. He separates children from their parents. He takes basic health care protections from those who need them most. He nominates and stands behind a man who stands credibly accused of a horrible act. I again want to thank you for coming forward. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that on 6 items consisting of various statements, letters, fact sheet, posts are inserted into the record.
Is that one request, or you want me to wait for 6?
Well, I have 6 separate items.
Okay.
They consist. I can go over them for you.
Okay, no.
I would like to.
Let me not interrupt you. Okay. Your request is accepted without objection.
Thank you. And I would like to read from an item that has already been entered into the record, but this is from a letter from the National Task Force to End Sexual and Domestic Violence. The letter states, and I quote this letter, "This moment has become a crucible. It's a test of our progress. Do we start by believing victims of sexual assault and treating them with dignity, or don't we? So far, Senate leaders are failing that test, prejudging the outcome of the hearing, sympathizing with her perpetrator, attacking her credibility. They send a message to every victim of sexual violence that their pain doesn't matter, that they do not deserve justice, and that for them, fair treatment is out of reach. This will only serve to drive victims into the shadows and further embolden abusers." Once again, Dr. Ford, thank you very much. This is a moment for our country. Mahalo.
Senator, Ms. Mitchell for Senator Crapo.
Good afternoon. Hi. When we left off, we were still talking about the polygraph, and I believe you said it hasn't been paid for yet. Is that correct?
Let me put an end to this mystery. Her lawyers have paid for her polygraph.
As is routine.
As is routine.
Dr. Ford, do you expect the price of that polygraph to be passed on to you?
I'm not sure yet. I haven't taken a look at all of the costs involved in this. We've relocated now twice, so I haven't kept track of all of that paperwork, but I'm sure I have a lot of work to do to catch up on all of that later.
I get you have a lot going on, and you've had that for several months. But is it your understanding that someone else is going to assist you with some of these fees, including the cost for your polygraph?
I'm aware that there's been several GoFundMe sites that I haven't had a chance to figure out how to manage those because I've never had one
And I'm sorry,
done for me.
several what?
GoFundMe sites that have raised money primarily for our security detail. So I'm not even quite sure how to collect that money and how to distribute it yet. I haven't been able to focus on that.
Okay. In your testimony this morning, you stated that Senator Feinstein sent you a letter on August 31st of this year. Is that right?
August 31st. Let me see. I sent her a letter on July 30th, and I don't have the date. I'd have to pull up my email to find out the date of her email to me saying that it was right before the hearings that she was going to maintain the confidentiality of the letter.
Say that again. It was till right before the hearings.
That's my memory, but I can look it up for you if you would like the exact date. I could pull it up on my email.
Oh, yeah. I want to make sure.
Counsel?
I want to make sure I understood what you said.
That document's been turned over to, in response to a request for documents. You have it.
Thank you, counsel. I want to make sure I understood what you said. Was it your understanding it was going to be kept confidential up until right before the hearing?
It was my understanding that it was going to be kept confidential, period.
Period? Okay. Between your polygraph on August the 7th and your receipt of the letter from Senator Feinstein, did you or anyone on your behalf speak to any member of Congress or congressional staff about these allegations?
I personally did not.
So my question was, did you or anybody on your behalf?
What do you mean? Did someone speak for me?
Somebody that is working with you or helping you, did somebody at your behest, on your behalf, speak to somebody in Congress or staff?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure how those exchanges went, but I didn't speak to anyone.
Okay. Is it possible that somebody did?
I think so. It would be possible. I'm guessing it would be possible, but I don't know.
Okay.
Excuse me, you've asked her not to guess, and now you're asking her what's possible. So I think if you want to ask her what she knows, you should ask her what she knows.
Is that an objection, counsel?
It is.
I'll have the chair rule on that.
I don't know what I don't understand.
Unless there's a legal reason for not answering it, on advice of your counsel.
So I don't totally understand the question, but I didn't speak with anyone during that time frame other than my counsel.
Okay. You've said repeatedly that you did not think that that letter that you wrote on July 30th was going to be released to the public. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is it true that you did not authorize it to be released at any time?
Correct.
Okay. Besides your attorneys, did you provided that letter to Senator Feinstein, is that correct?
I provided her a letter on July 30th.
We're talking about the July 30th letter.
Okay.
And you provided that letter to Senator Feinstein, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you provided the letter to Representative Eshoo to deliver to Senator Feinstein?
Yes.
Besides those two individuals, Representative Eshoo and Senator Feinstein, and your attorneys, did you provide that letter to anyone else?
No.
Do you know how that letter became public?
No.
After that letter was made public or leaked, did you reach back out to the Washington Post?
I reached out to the Washington, well, they were continuously reaching out to me, and I was not responding. But the time that I did respond and agree to do the sit down was once the reporters started showing up at my home and at my workplace.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Ford, thank you for being here. I just want to remind everyone that this is not a courtroom. This is not a legal proceeding. You are here under your own volition. And though that a prosecutor has been engaged here to represent my colleagues, you're here, as you said, out of a civic duty. And I want to join my colleagues that it's really more than that. You know, our founding documents talk about civic duty. Our Declaration of Independence talks about, for this country, pledging your lives, your fortunes, and your sacred honor. And anybody who's read your testimony knows what you've had to sacrifice by coming forward. Your life has been upended. You have received vicious, hateful threats, death threats. You've had to move out of your family home to some expense, I imagine, to you and your family. You've had to engage security to some expense. You've had to deal with incredible challenges. And what's amazing, and I want to join my colleagues in thanking you for your courage and bravery in coming forward, all to help us deal with one of the most important obligations a senator has, to advise and consent on one of the branches of our government, the highest courts in the land, an individual going before a lifetime appointment. And you even said that the president had a lot of folks on that list, and your fear was that this individual who assaulted you would ascend to that seat. That's correct, right?
Correct.
Yes, and it is correct that you have given a lot of resources, taken a lot of threats to come forward, correct?
Correct.
Assaults on your dignity and your humanity?
Absolutely.
How has it affected your children?
They're doing fairly well considering. Thank you for asking.
And your husband?
Doing fairly well considering. Yeah, thank you. We have a very supportive community.
That's good to hear. I want to use a different word for your courage because this is more, as much as this hearing is about a Supreme Court justice, the reality is by you coming forward, your courage, you are affecting the culture of our country. We have a wonderful nation, an incredible culture, but there are dark elements that allow unconscionable levels of, unacceptable levels of sexual assault and harassment that are affecting girls and boys and affecting men and women, from big media outlets to corporations to factory floors to servers in restaurants to our intimate spaces and homes and apartments all around this country. I stepped out during the break and was deluged with notes from friends all around the country, social media posts, that there are literally hundreds of thousands of people watching your testimony right now. And note after note that I got, people in tears, feeling pain and anguish, not just feeling your pain, but feeling their own, who have not come forward. You are opening up to open air hurt and pain that goes on across this country. And for that, the word I would use, it's nothing short of heroic. Because what you're doing for our nation right now, besides giving testimony germane to one of the most sacred obligations of our offices, is you are speaking truth that this country needs to understand. And how we deal with survivors who come forward right now is unacceptable. And the way we deal with this, unfortunately, allows for the continued darkness of this culture to exist. And your brilliance, shining light onto this, speaking your truth, is nothing short of heroic. But to the matter at hand, one of my colleagues, who I have a lot of respect for, and I do consider him a friend, went to the Senate floor and spoke truth to both sides of the political aisle. Senator Flake said yesterday, this is a lifetime appointment, and this is said to be a deliberative body. In the interest of due diligence and fairness, her claims must be fully aired and considered. I agree with him. But you've asked for things that would give a full airing, from corroborating witnesses to be called. You've submitted to an intrusive polygraph test. Can you answer for me, how do you feel that all the things that could have been done thoroughly to help this deliberative body have not been honored in this so-called investigation?
I wish that I could be more helpful and that others could be more helpful and that we could collaborate in a way that would get at more information.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to introduce for the record 7 letters from Lambda Legal, from Mormon Women for Ethical Government, youth-led organizations around this country, the international unions, bricklayers, allied craft workers, a letter from 295 survivors of sexual violence in support of Dr. Ford, and a letter from 1,600 men. It's a campaign in support of Dr. Ford, and those who want to assert, men and women, that survivors of sexual violence are not opportunists, do not have political access to grind, but are coming forward with courage and with heart to speak their truth and try to end the scourge of sexual assault and violence in our country.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator Tillis, Ms. Mitchell for Senator Tillis.
Dr. Ford, in choosing attorneys, did anyone help you with the choice on who to choose?
Various people referred me to lawyers that they knew in the Washington, D.C. area. So as you know, I grew up in this area, so I asked some family members and friends, and they referred me to like divorce attorneys that might know somebody that might know somebody, and I ended up interviewing several law firms from the D.C. area.
And did anybody besides friends and family refer you to any attorneys?
I think that the staff of Dianne Feinstein's office suggested the possibility of some attorneys.
Okay. Including the 2 that are sitting on either side of you?
Not both of them, no.
Okay. We've heard a lot about FBI investigations. When did you personally first request an FBI investigation?
How many weeks ago? I don't know. I guess when we first started talking about the possibility of a hearing, I was hoping that there would be a more thorough investigation.
Would that investigation have been something that you would have submitted to an interview?
I would be happy to cooperate with the FBI, yes.
Would you have been happy to submit to an interview by staff members from this committee?
Absolutely.
Okay. Besides, you mentioned some GoFundMe accounts. Besides those, are there any other efforts outside of your own personal finances to pay for your legal fees or any of the costs incurred?
It's my understanding that some of my team is working on a pro bono basis, but I don't know the exact details. And there are members of the community in Palo Alto that have the means to contribute to help me with the security detail, et cetera.
Have you been provided?
I think I can help you with that. Both Kirk Counsel are doing this pro bono. We are not being paid, and we have no expectation of being paid.
Thank you, Counsel. Have you seen any of the questions that I was going to ask you today?
No.
Have you've been asked a few questions by other people as well. Have you seen any of those questions in advance?
No.
Have you been told them in advance?
No.
And likewise with my questions, have you been told my questions in advance?
Definitely not.
Okay. You mentioned about some possible information, such as when Mark Judge worked at the supermarket. I want to ask you about someone else. You mentioned that there was a classmate who was really sort of the connection between you and Brett Kavanaugh. Who was this person?
I think that case with Mr. Whalen, who was looking at my LinkedIn page and then trying to blame the person, I just don't feel like it's right for us to be talking about that.
I'm not trying to blame anybody. I just want to know who the common friend that you and...
The person that Mr. Whalen was trying to say looked like Mr. Kavanaugh.
Okay. How long did you know this person?
Maybe for a couple of months we socialized, but he also was a member of the same country club, and I knew his younger brother as well.
Okay. So a couple months before this took place?
Yes.
Okay. How would you characterize your relationship with him both before and after this took place, this person?
He was somebody that we used the phrase I went out with. I wouldn't say date. I went out with for a few months. That was how we termed it at the time. And after that, we were distant friends and ran into each other periodically at Columbia Country Club, but I didn't see him often. But I saw his brother and him several times.
Was this person the only common link between you and Judge Kavanaugh?
He's the only one that I would be able to name right now that I would like to not name, but you know who I mean. But there are certainly other members of Columbia Country Club that were common friends, or they were more acquaintances of mine and friends of Mr. Kavanaugh.
Okay. Can you describe all of the other social interactions that you had with Mr. Kavanaugh?
Briefly, yes, I can. There were, during freshman and sophomore year, particularly my sophomore year, which would have been his junior year of high school, 4 to 5 parties that my friends and I attended that were attended also by him.
Okay. Did anything happen at these events, like we're talking about, besides the time we're talking about?
You can answer that question, then I'll go to Senator Harris. Go ahead and answer that question.
There was no sexual assault at any of those events. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes, those were just parties.
Or anything inappropriate, is what I'm asking.
Maybe we can go into more detail when there's more time. I feel time pressure on that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Senator.
I'm happy to answer in further detail if you want me to.
I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish answering your question.
Oh, okay. Did you want me to describe those parties? Or
Shouldn't we leave this to the next round, Mr. Chairman?
Answer the question.
I'm just happy to describe them if you wanted me to, and I'm happy to not. It's just whatever you want.
Maybe this will
whatever is your preference.
Cut to the chase. My question is, was there anything else that was sexually inappropriate, any inappropriate sexual behavior on the part of Mr. Kavanaugh towards you at any of these other functions?
No.
Okay.
Senator Harris.
Dr. Ford, first of all, just so we can level set, you know you are not on trial. You are not on trial. You are sitting here before members of the United States Senate's Judiciary Committee because you had the courage to come forward because, as you have said, you believe it was your civic duty. I was struck in your testimony by what you indicated as your intention when you first let anyone associated with these hearings know about it. And what you basically said is you reached out to your representative in the United States Congress, hoping that person would inform the White House before Judge Kavanaugh had been named. That's extremely persuasive about your motivation for coming forward. And so I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your courage, and I want to tell you I believe you. I believe you. And I believe many Americans across this country believe you. And what I find striking about your testimony is you remember key, searing details of what happened to you. You told your husband and therapist, 2 of the most intimate of your confidants, and you told them years ago about this assault. You have shared your experience with multiple friends years after that and before these hearings ever started. I know, having personally prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sexual assault cases, that study after study shows trauma, shame, and the fear of consequences almost always cause survivors to, at the very least, delay reporting if they ever report at all. Police recognize that. Prosecutors recognize that. Medical and mental health professionals recognize that. The notes from your therapy sessions were created long before this nomination and corroborate what you have said today. You have passed a polygraph and submitted the results to this committee. Judge Kavanaugh has not. You have called for outside witnesses to testify and for expert witnesses to testify. Judge Kavanaugh has not. But most importantly, you have called for an independent FBI investigation into the facts. Judge Kavanaugh has not. And we owe you that. We owe the American people that. And let's talk about why this is so important. Contrary to what has been said today, the FBI does not reach conclusions. The FBI investigates. It interviews witnesses, gathers facts, and then presents that information to the United States Senate for our consideration and judgment. This committee knows that, in spite of what you have been told. In 1991, during a similar hearing, one of my Republican colleagues in this committee stated these claims were taken seriously by having the Federal Bureau of Investigations launch an inquiry to determine their validity. The FBI fulfilled its duty and issued a confidential report. Well, that could have and should have been done here. This morning, it was said that this could have been investigated confidentially back in July. But this also could have been investigated in the last 11 days since you came forward. Yet that has not happened. The FBI could have interviewed Mark Judge, Patrick Smith, Leland Kaiser, you, and Judge Kavanaugh on these issues. The FBI could have examined various maps that have been presented by the prosecutor who stands in for the United States senators on this committee. The FBI could have gathered facts about the music or the conversation or any other details about the gathering that occurred that evening. That is standard procedure in a sexual assault case. In fact, the manual that was signed off by Ms. Mitchell, the manual that is posted on the Maricopa County Attorney's website as a guiding principle and best practices for what should happen with sexual assault cases, highlights the details of what should happen in terms of the need for an objective investigation into any sexual assault case. It says, quote, effective investigation requires cooperation with a multidisciplinary team that includes medical professionals, victim advocates, dedicated forensic interviewers, criminalists, and other law enforcement members. The manual also stresses the importance of obtaining outside witness information. You have bravely come forward. You have bravely come forward. And I want to thank you because you clearly have nothing to gain for what you have done. You have been a true patriot in fighting for the best of who we are as a country. I believe you are doing that because you love this country. And I believe history will show that you are a true profile in courage at this moment in time in the history of our country, and I thank you.
Senator Kennedy now, so proceed, Ms. Mitchell.
Dr. Ford, we're almost done. Just a couple cleanup questions. First of all, which of your two lawyers did Senator Feinstein's office recommend?
The Katz.
I'm sorry?
The Katz firm.
Okay. And when you did leave that night, did Leland Kaiser, now Kaiser, ever follow up with you and say, hey, what happened to you?
I've had communications with her recently.
Mm-hmm. I'm talking about like the next day.
Oh, no. She didn't know about the event. She was downstairs during the event, and I did not share it with her.
Okay. Are you aware that the three people at the party besides yourself and Brett Kavanaugh have given statements under penalty of felony to the committee?
Yes.
And are you aware of what those statements say?
Yes.
Are you aware that they say that they have no memory or knowledge of such a party?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any particular motives to ascribe to Leland?
I guess we could take those one at a time. Leland has significant health challenges, and I'm happy that she's focusing on herself and getting the health treatment that she needs. And she let me know that she needed her lawyer to take care of this for her, and she texted me right afterward with an apology and good wishes and etc. So I'm glad that she's taking care of herself. I don't expect that PJ and Leland would remember this evening. It was a very unremarkable party. It was not one of their more notorious parties because nothing remarkable happened to them that evening. They were downstairs. And Mr. Judge is a different story. I would expect that he would remember that this happened.
Understood. Senator Harris just questioned you from the Maricopa County Protocol on Sexual Assault. That's the paper she was holding up. Are you aware that, and you know, I've been really impressed today because you've talked about norepinephrine and cortisol and what we call in the profession basically the neurobiological effects of trauma. Have you also educated yourself on the best way to get to memory and truth in terms of interviewing victims of trauma?
For me, interviewing victims of trauma?
No, the best way to do it, the best practices for interviewing victims of trauma.
No.
Okay. Would you believe me if I told you that there's no study that says that this setting in 5-minute increments is the best way to do that?
We'll stipulate
We
that.
can stipulate.
Thank you, counsel.
Agreed.
Did you know that the best way to do it is to have a trained interviewer talk to you one-on-one in a private setting and to let you do the talking, just let you do a narrative? Did you know that?
That makes a lot of sense.
Does make a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yes.
And then to follow up, obviously to fill in the details and ask for clarification. Does that make sense as well?
Yes.
And the research is done by a lot of people in the child abuse field. Two of the more prominent ones in the sexual assault field are Giesel and Fisher, who've talked about it. And it's called a cognitive interview. This is not a cognitive interview. Did anybody ever advise you from Senator Feinstein's office or from Representative Eshu's office to go get a forensic interview?
No.
Instead, you were advised to get an attorney and take a polygraph. Is that right?
Many people advised me to get an attorney. Once I had an attorney, my attorney and I discussed using the polygraph.
And instead of submitting to an interview in California, we're having a hearing here today in 5-minute increments. Is that right?
I agree that's what was agreed upon by the collegial group here.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, I have something to submit for the record. We received 3 statements under penalty of felony from 3 witnesses identified by Dr. Ford, Mark Judge, Leland Kaiser, and Patrick Smith. All 3 denied any knowledge of the incident or gathering described by Dr. Ford. Without objection, I'll enter in the record.
Mr. Chairman, I have something for the record as well. A number of letters from the witnesses' family, friends, including her husband.
Okay. I'll get to you just as soon as the ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, I have 3 letters addressed to both you and the ranking member, and I'd ask that they be entered into the record.
Without objection.
And it's also my understanding that Mr. Judge is not willing to come forward to answer our questions. As a result, we cannot test his memory or make any assessment of his thoughtfulness or character. And I think that's why the failure to call him to testify is so very critical. And I hope the majority would reconsider that.
Senator Blumenthal.
Mr. Chairman, I ask if you have sworn statements that you're submitting for the record, that we have those individuals come before us so that we can ask them questions about those statements. I think that the nature of this proceeding would be compromised if we lack an opportunity to ask them questions about sworn statements that will be part of the record. So, frankly, Mr. Chairman, I would object to entering them in the record.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay. Senator Whitehouse.
I have a number of letters that I would like to ask submitted to the record that relate to the importance of proper investigation by trained professionals in pulling these kind of investigations together, from the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, the National Women's Law Center, the National Organization for Women, and so forth.
Without objection to order, Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for our chairman. The statements that Senator Blumenthal talked about, those were statements taken by our majority staff.
They're already in the record.
Yes, sir, but those statements were taken by our majority staff?
Yes.
Did minority staff participate?
No.
Why not?
You'll have to ask them.
Well, were they instructed not to participate?
No.
They chose not to?
That's right.
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
and if I could, I still think I have the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Let's listen to Senator Feinstein.
Can we be excused?
I am
the witness is quite tired.
I'd like to, if you'd wait just a minute, I'd like to thank Dr. Ford.
All right.
In fact, we're going to continue this meeting, and we can, so let's just be nice to her. Dr. Ford, I can only speak as one of 21 senators here, but I thank you very much for your testimony. More importantly, for your bravery coming out and trying to answer our questions as best you could remember. Thank you very much. We'll adjourn for 45 minutes. Not adjourn, recess for 45 minutes.
Okay, so there it is, 45-minute break called by Chairman Chuck Grassley now as we continue to watch the Kavanaugh hearings, which have been going since 10 o'clock this morning, are expected to go all day. You are watching CBS News continuing coverage of the Senate Judiciary Committee hearings, now in their 5th hour. College professor Christine Blasey Ford swore under oath that Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh sexually assaulted her when they were teenagers. The committee will hear from him later today. Joining me in our coverage are CBS This Morning co-host Gayle King and John Dickerson. Also, CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman and Jen Crawford, who covers the Supreme Court. CBS This Morning co-host Norah O'Donnell is on Capitol Hill as well, and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe is just outside that hearing room. Ricky, to you first. What's changed in the last hour and a half?
I think that the last bit of examination by Rachel Miller, the hired prosecutor on Rachel Mitchell, excuse me, on behalf of the Republicans, was powerful in raising a possible doubt about the witness's testimony. If she had gotten to that a lot sooner, she could have developed it. And what she was really basically trying to say is that it's all about memory, and that if you perhaps had gone to a forensic examiner and done it the right way, that perhaps you would have remembered it correctly and a person would not have been Brett Kavanaugh. But that may have been way too little, way too late.
In other words, she was saying that if a proper forensic, the way she prefers to do it, Rachel Mitchell that is, after a trauma, if it was done that way as opposed to the polygraph test, possibly she could have remembered even more.
Well, she could have remembered even more. Perhaps she could have remembered it differently. The one thing it doesn't shake is this. You have a woman who says that she's 100% sure it was Brett Kavanaugh. Yeah. She knew Brett Kavanaugh. It's not like she picked a stranger out of a lineup of someone she had never met. So it's very, very difficult to be in the position of the prosecutor to try to undermine the credibility. So you're back to where Jan was, which was, really, if you're not undermining credibility and showing that she's lying, or really that she's mistaken, I think lying is way off the table. She's not lying. That she's mistaken, that really, do you have another goal, which is the political goal that has to do with the timing, that may be something that would be used by the politicians after this.
But Ricky, help me understand, how are you supposed to remember something differently if you know the person who assaulted you?
Well, that's what I say.
Yeah,
but
I don't understand what she's getting at.
What she's getting at is that sometimes we imprint a memory in a way that we remember the memory and not the fact. The problem is this, she knew him.
Yeah.
Quickly to both of you, apologies, but John Cornyn is speaking right now. Let's listen, because we're just hearing from some of the senators for the first time.
Okay.
That wasn't conveyed to her. Obviously, this is a tough setting for any witness, but I thought it went as well as you could expect. It's essentially, I think, what we heard is an articulation of what we already saw in her letter.
Senator, you handle the vote counts around here. Based on what was said this morning by her, do you have any sense yet of whether you have what you need?
I think we need to hear from the judge. His reputation is on the line, his career as well. This needs to be a fair process to both Dr. Ford and to Judge Kavanaugh.
Did any of you have
Did you personally find her to be credible?
I found no reason to find her not credible. There are obviously gaps in her story. Obviously, we know people who are traumatized can have those sort of gaps. But again, I regret that she finds herself in this circus-like setting, because her letter to Senator Feinstein was released to the press against her knowledge and without her authorization, and that she wasn't told by her lawyers that she could have been interviewed in a private setting by investigators on both sides and get her testimony that way. But I thought she did just fine.
Are you pleased with Rachel Mitchell's questioning
I think she did exactly what I hoped she would do, and that is, in a dignified and professional way, ask questions to get information. I would say most of the comments made by our friends across the aisle struck me as more political. They didn't really ask questions, seeking information. We obviously are interested in getting to the truth here, and unfortunately, this is a hyper-politicized environment, no doubt about it.
Senator, it seemed towards the end.
Graham has a few
well,
things
Senator Graham, then I'll ask you. She seemed towards the end, Ms. Mitchell, to be questioning the political motives of Dr. Ford's attorneys by raising questions about how things were paid for and how she was put in touch with them.
I'm really upset that they knew about this in August and never told anybody. I'm really upset if Dianne Feinstein believed this was a credible allegation, that you wouldn't do Mr. Judge Kavanaugh the service of saying, I've got this, what's your side of the story? Turn it over to the committee so we could have something not this close to the midterms. When they say that she wasn't sure we were willing to go out there, that's a bunch of bull. I don't know what they told Ms. Ford, but we were willing to go to California. We were told she couldn't fly. All I can say is that we're 40-something days away from the election, and their goal, not Ms. Ford's goal, is to delay this, pass the midterms, so they can win the Senate and never allow Trump to fill the seat. I believe that now more than ever. I don't know who paid for a polygraph, but somebody did, and here's what I'm more convinced of. The friends on the other side set it up to be just the way it is. Senator, I feel ambushed as the majority. We're going to hear from Mr. Kavanaugh, Judge Kavanaugh, and I've been a judge, a prosecutor, and a defense attorney, and here's what I'll tell you. When it comes to where it happened, I still don't know. I don't know when it happened. She said she's 100% certain it did happen. I bet you Judge Kavanaugh will say, I'm 100% sure I didn't do it. The people named say they don't know what Ms. Ford's talking about. She can't tell us how she got home and how she got there. And that's the facts I'm left with. A nice lady who has come forward to tell a hard story that's uncorroborated, and this is enough. God help anybody else that gets nominated. Based on what I heard today, you could not get a search warrant or an arrest warrant because you don't know the location, you don't know the time, and you don't have any corroboration as to Ms. Mitchell. That's what I hoped she would do. I heard a bunch of speeches from a bunch of politicians who have politicized this from day one, who've been lying in wait for a political purpose, not Ms. Ford, but certainly them, making a bunch of speeches, and Ms. Mitchell methodically went through the facts of what happened that day, leading up to that day, and how we find ourselves here. So from my point of view, I'm pleased with what I saw.
You still want to vote on Friday?
Senator, given what you laid out about your own background as a prosecutor, as a defense attorney, as a judge, did you sitting up there find Dr. Ford to be credible?
I didn't find her allegations to be corroborated against Mr. Kavanaugh. I don't doubt something happened to her, but she is saying it's Brett Kavanaugh, but she can't tell me the house, she can't tell me the city, she can't tell me the month of the year. He's saying I didn't do it. So here's what you do. When you have an emotional accusation and an emotional denial, use the rule of law. The presumption of innocence attaches to the person accused. You have to give them notice in times of time and location. You ask, is there anybody to verify this? And when you give names, all of them go the other way. Having said that, what I think about Ms. Ford, very competent, accomplished lady. Something happened, I don't know what, but you're asking me to say it was Brett Kavanaugh, and I don't know when it happened, where it happened. He said it didn't happen. But I would say this. I thought it was a good suggestion for her to go talk to somebody to work through this.
Do you still want to vote on Friday?
How is that not all an argument for a more fulsome investigation?
If you really believe we needed an investigation of this, why didn't you tell us in August?
But why not do
So
it now?
this is now listen. The FBI is going to tell us what? What house are they going to go to? What city are they going to go to? Who are they going to talk to? Because they can't tell us the month, barely the year. So this is all delay.
Could Mr. Judge tell you that? Could Mr. Judge tell you that?
So here's where they're going, Mr. Judge. He says, I didn't do it. I don't know what she's talking about. They want to bring him in, trash him out, and call 25 people. Well, they say that he's an abuser, and guess what? We'll be past the midterm. I'm not going to reward people for playing a political game. I think with her life, she is just as much a victim as this as I think Brett Kavanaugh, because somebody betrayed her trust. And we know who she gave the letter to. And the people that betrayed her trust, they owe her an apology.
Do you still want to vote on Friday?
Yeah.
You still want to vote on Friday?
Yeah.
All right. Jeff, I don't know if you can still, if you hear me. But obviously a juiced-up Senator Graham there, who clearly is upset about what transpired, believes there's holes in her argument. And he isn't the only Republican who said that. I spoke with another member of the committee earlier during one of the breaks who said privately, because he didn't want to sort of flash all his cards, that they are concerned about this hole about how is it she doesn't remember? She doesn't know how she got home that night. How is it that she was afraid to fly but somehow ends up here in Washington? Her team won't tell us how she got here, and then, of course, she points out during her testimony that she had flown a few times to the East Coast. So definitely holes in her argument, but Republicans agree. She came across as likable, she came across as credible, and they expect the judge to hopefully do that as well this afternoon.
All right, Ed, thanks very much. Great job with those questions, and thank you for speaking to both of them. So, Senator Lindsey Graham with the second and by far strongest reaction so far to what we saw this morning and early this afternoon. Senator Graham saying he felt ambushed and going after not Christine Blasey Ford, but the Democrats, and saying that this was politically motivated, the way it was orchestrated, the timing, all meant to delay the process so that it would be pushed past the midterms or potentially even far beyond that. So some fiery language there from Senator Lindsey Graham. He did not answer the question of whether he is still calling for a vote tomorrow, which would then potentially lead to a final vote and potentially confirmation of Judge Brett Kavanaugh early next week, if that were to happen. But we have yet to hear from Judge Kavanaugh. That's going to take place this afternoon after Christine Blasey Ford's testimony just wrapped up. We dealt with 3 sessions there where Democratic senators all had a chance to ask questions, and pretty much every Republican deferred to the special prosecutor, Rachel Mitchell, who took Christine Blasey Ford through a timeline of what she says happened back in the early 80s, and then also question what has happened here in just the past few months. Nora's on Capitol Hill. She's been watching this all morning and afternoon as well. And Nora, actually, do we have Dick Durbin right now we're looking at? Let's listen to that.
She was terrified, but I thought she handled the questions professionally and honestly, volunteered answers when she didn't have to. I thought she made a very credible presentation.
Do you think it backfired on the Republicans to have an outside counsel or a staff counsel do the questioning instead of themselves?
Well, if you listen to the prosecutor's conclusion that doing an interview in 5-minute segments is not recommended, you can tell that she too was frustrated. I couldn't follow her line of thinking. I tried to understand where she was coming from. It seemed so oblique and so fragmented. I never quite understood what she was trying to say.
Having heard, how would you Christine Blasey?
The thing we need to hear the most is what is very obvious. If there is no evidence and there are no witnesses to back up what she just told us under oath, why aren't you supporting an investigation by the Federal Bureau of Investigation? Wouldn't you want to clear your name and make sure that the court didn't have a person, a justice, who came in under a shadow of suspicion?
Okay, Dick Durbin's reaction to what he has heard today. He talked a little bit about this, the prosecutor, Rachel Mitchell, who was picked by Republicans. And what was interesting to hear at the end there, at least, was that Rachel Mitchell, in the end of her questioning of Christine Blasey Ford, the prosecutor picked by Republicans was essentially undercutting the strategy then picked by Republicans and saying, there's not a lot I can do in 5-minute segments when I'm then interrupted, and there's not a whole lot of places to go. As she finished up her questioning of Christine Blasey Ford this morning, Ricky, you've talked about that a lot as well, and the challenge that she faced in trying to get information here.
I don't envy her position, and she had two duties. One was to try to undermine the credibility of Dr. Ford in one way or another, whether it was to her memory or to, in fact, whether or not she was telling the truth. And the second one was to carry out the political agenda of the Republicans who hired her, which clearly she did much of her examination dealing with the timing of the letters, the conversations with the representative and then with Senator Feinstein, and then her getting a lawyer and then the polygraph. And so what she is trying to do is give the Republicans cover for those who really would like to say this is all a Democratic problem.
Did she do that? Did she do that? It was interesting to hear Senator Durbin say, I had a hard time following her line of questioning.
Well,
following Rachel Mitchell.
Yes, it was very difficult to follow Rachel Mitchell because of the 5-minute intervals. I mean, we saw it in the very first segment when she was trying to deal with 3 issues that needed editing in a document or corrections in a document. She couldn't even get to the third one.
Yeah.
But I think when you think about kind of watching what Senator Graham had to say in his reaction to that, I think is a way of thinking about how she did conduct these questions, because she did raise and point to some real holes in the testimony that we haven't seen before. She raised inconsistencies about the specific year. Remember, it started out being sometime in the 80s, and then it was the early 80s, and then it became maybe 1982, 1983, and now all of a sudden it's 1982. So,
but they say that's common, though, with trauma victims. You may not remember the year, but you certainly remember.
But this started out in her, starting out from her testimony today, but then going back to even what she told the Washington Post. So that wasn't that long ago. So they were able to point to she was able to point to some inconsistencies in her story that she's even told recently. And how many people were at the party? The Washington Post reported this, but then she said this to the therapist, and then she said this now. All of that, all of those inconsistencies that may not add up to much, and there is no real aha moment, but all of that then allows what we saw and the reaction from what you're going to see from Republicans, which is the facts. After this hearing, there is still no corroboration. There is still no contemporaneous evidence. It is still credibility, as Nora's been talking about. It was he said, she said. This is a question of credibility. People believe that she came across as credible, but now it's all on Judge Kavanaugh.
In other words, there's room on both sides to make the argument that we support this person or we support this person or this is why we're voting.
But for the small number of people who have to make the ultimate decision here who are on the fence, they have to decide, was Dr. Ford credible enough not to elevate Kavanaugh? It's the question of whether she was or wasn't credible, and if she was not credible enough and he deserves to be elevated to the Supreme Court, what was it about her that was not credible? That has to be weighed against what was witnessed today, which even the Republican senators were saying she seemed credible. I was struck that Senator Cornyn said that the gaps were proof of the trauma. I mean, in other words, saying he saw some gaps in her story, but then he quickly said right after that, that's proof of the trauma, as if to it wasn't his intent, but to underscore this and explain this.
I can't imagine anyone watching that saying that she was evasive in any way.
No,
she answered the questions that were asked. Now, as we move to the afternoon, Jan, the question is, what are we going to hear from Brett Kavanaugh?
Right, and I think, again, I mean, because now we really got no new information, no new facts. We saw some inconsistencies. It's now the pressure is on Kavanaugh to come across as credible and believable and answer these questions as openly and honestly and forthrightly, I should say, as he can. And so you're going to see him present a defense that this was not me. And I think that it's going to be a pretty impassioned one, because this is not about, we were talking earlier, just the Supreme Court and a seat on the Supreme Court for life. This is about his life and a reputation that he's built. And so you're going to see him make that opening statement, and then it's the questions.
But were there
the
any
Democrats
inconsistencies enough, Jan, to doubt her story?
Well, what we're going to see from Kavanaugh, though, you will see the Democrats try to impugn that character, everything, that name, that integrity, that he's going to say this is at odds with the way I've lived my whole life. So it's going to be his life open for examination this afternoon.
Nora O'Donnell is standing by.
How combative do you expect that to be, Jen?
I think it could be quite combative, but Ricky has said earlier, and I agree with this, that based on the tone of the hearing so far and the way Republicans are interpreting it, like we're trying to be fair, we're being the grown-ups, Democrats are playing politics. If Democrats continue to look like they're really playing politics, that in some ways could actually help Kavanaugh and the Republicans who are going to try to make the argument for him.
You can't imagine Democrats want to do anything to make themselves the story after the testimony from Dr. Ford, who it seems there's agreement was a credible witness. I mean, that if purely political motives, they would want her to be the face of this, not themselves. But they might get in their own way.
So we hear, here's the other question, Ricky, that's, I think, worth asking. So Rachel Mitchell handled the questions for Republican senators for Christine Blasey Ford. How does she then play into the Kavanaugh questions?
Well, the Kavanaugh is her witness, assuming that she is, in fact, going to ask the questions for all of the Republican senators. And so there is a part of Rachel Mitchell that you could watch when she would attempt to be friendly and comforting and be there with you and act almost as if she were the advocate for Dr. Ford to make her feel secure. Well, that's exactly what she has to do with Brett Kavanaugh. She has to be his partner in this. And Brett Kavanaugh has got to show his humanity. We're used to looking at someone's confirmation hearing of whether or not they have the fitness to be in a life-tenured appointment to the United States Supreme Court, which is making the law, interpreting the law for the entire country, which could for him be 30, 40 years. So is he fit? So she has to show him to be fit. And it's a contradiction, because you have to be factual and you have to be calm. At the same time, your life and your family's life has been upended, and we need to see your pain.
And I think the challenge for Kavanaugh is, yes, he's a lawyer, and one of the senators made the point that, you know, he's used to being up in the Senate, but he's not like a trial lawyer. He's not this polished guy. He's not someone who goes on television a lot. He has been very much, he's an intellectual. He's been a judge. He's cloistered away in that ivory tower. You know, he's a law professor. So this is not a natural forum for him by any means.
But it's a more natural forum for him than it was for her.
Not necessarily.
I mean,
Not
he has gone through some hearings already, right?
But,
So
but
never hearings in which.
Yeah, I mean,
not necessarily.
Understood.
You're also dealing with the fact that Brett Kavanaugh is going to have to face cross-examination from the Democrats.
And how do you think they should play this?
Well, I think that they need to be firm. And I think that they need to do what they are going to do, which is to go back particularly into that Fox News interview statements. It was so ill-advised because he made broad statements about the type of life that he led, which then allowed people from Yale to come forward and say he wasn't like that.
He probably didn't want to open. Nora O'Donnell is still standing by on the Hill. Nora?
Yeah, I've been talking to officials close to Kavanaugh because he's the person who's going to be testifying next, and I'm told that he is going to come back much more forcefully than he has in the past, calling this a grotesque and obvious character assassination. I'm told Judge Kavanaugh did watch most of this testimony. Completely denies that he was at that house, that he sexually assaulted Dr. Ford. I think you got a sense from listening to Senator Lindsey Graham that Republicans are ready to wage war and really start to burrow into some of those what they believe are credibility gaps. Now, some people don't think those are credibility gaps. Republicans clearly do. They're going to bring up what they believe are 5 different accounts of how many different people were at that party. And as one official said to me, they're going to poke more holes in her credibility. On the same time, I have also spoken with a White House official who admitted that it was very compelling testimony that she gave there. I'm told that the president did watch most of Dr. Ford's testimony, not all of it because he was in New York for the UN meeting, so he missed about the first hour of it as he was coming and traveling, back down to Washington, but did watch some of that testimony. But I think we just to set up what we're about to watch is going to be incredibly compelling. Because as you all watched this morning along with me, Dr. Ford said that she is 100% sure that it was Brett Kavanaugh who sexually assaulted her, specifically describing the neurobiological reasons why she remembers that so clearly. You are now, according to people that I have spoken with, Judge Kavanaugh is going to call this character assassination along with some of the other allegations that have been made. He believes that he is not only defending his credibility, but also his reputation and his character, which is what this has largely been about, credibility and character. Now, we heard Lindsey Graham, and I think you're going to see Lindsey Graham and some of the other Republican senators push back hard, but I think the 2 people really to watch for on the Republican side, for instance, are Senator Ben Sasse, a Republican from Nebraska, who, according to reports inside the room, was one of the few Republican senators who specifically went over to Dr. Ford, shook her hand, said thank you for being here, specifically addressed her in person. He has been critical of President Trump on a number of issues, so I would watch him very, very closely. The other person to watch is Senator Flake, who we know is a retiring Republican from Arizona, who has said it's very important to hear from her. And so watch very closely his questioning too, as well, to Judge Kavanaugh. Really, these questions about character in particular. The Democrats, I think you can expect they're going to be very, very tough on Judge Kavanaugh. And I think we're going to see a lot of fighting back and forth. This is an incredibly partisan committee. And as far as I'm told, as of last, the vote in this committee is still going forward tomorrow morning, no matter what.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah,
to see.
For sure, tonight and tomorrow. Jen, I'm curious, how in 1991, when Clarence Thomas testified and Anita Hill did as well, how did he prepare for that, and how did he establish the kind of tone that he wanted to set?
He sat down at his kitchen table with a notebook about like this. And wrote it all out by hand. And he said, he described to me, I talked to him about this in an interview I did with him about 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. It's still very raw. He said he couldn't sleep. He couldn't decide how to say it. He couldn't decide how to craft a statement. And he got up early in the morning, made a cup of coffee, sat at the kitchen table, and the words just came out. And all you've got to do is go back and look at that testimony. It is It is white-hot testimony. It is like fire. He did not do this. This is a travesty. His whole life, his reputation, everything that he had worked to build has been taken away from him by these senators. He talks about in the interview how he really felt it was an issue of race, which I think is obviously a very big distinction here. But when some of the senators were questioning, like Howell Heflin from Alabama, he felt like he was almost like being a plantation owner, talking down to him and putting him through this.
Lynching at the time, which is very
high-tech.
High-tech lynching, which is a very, very volatile word. But I'm curious, Ricky, is this the ultimate he said, she said? Now, she says she's 100% sure that it's him. He says, not only is it not me, I wasn't even there.
Well, yes, it's a he said, she said. But
how do you determine who's telling the truth here?
How do we do it in a court of law? And here it's different because this isn't in a court of law. And after all, we're only looking ultimately for the final vote of a few senators, because we believe that the senators, no matter what, are going to vote along party lines with the exception of a few, though I could be surprised, I suppose. But whenever there are witnesses at trial who both seem to have an aura of credibility, and you have to make a choice, you have to decide what it is that makes you think that this one is telling the truth. In Dr. Ford's testimony, what we do know is that in addition to passing a polygraph, and yes, I know some people would call it junk science, but I'll tell you, in my own practice, when I used to have defendants who had been accused of sexual assault, and I would ask them if they would take a confidential polygraph for me, and not to worry that they're mostly inconclusive and not to fear anything about it. If they told me they wouldn't, that was all I had to hear. I didn't need to represent those people. If the ones, and probably about 80% of them, said that they would take it. So the polygraph does have value to me and may to other people. In addition, she has told other people about Brett Kavanaugh, although she's told them in more recent times. And the fact that she doesn't remember certain things and that it does change a bit here and there as to numbers and places, that ultimately, that those kind of inconvenient truths, that makes her more credible to many people.
But this feels different, too, to me, because normally, in many cases, they'll say, well, he said, she said, consensual or not consensual.
Correct.
This is a case where he's saying, not only did I not do it, though, Ricky, but I wasn't even there.
Right.
Well, that's the issue. You have such a stark divide here.
Yes, yes.
And that he hasn't given himself a lot of room in terms of the initial denials of what happened or didn't happen.
Well, he's not calling her a liar. He's saying that she has somehow been sexually assaulted by someone, or at least that's what he has said on Fox News, and that she has undergone a trauma, but it was not him.
Which is part of why, again, as you mentioned before, Rachel Mitchell didn't get into details of what happened inside that bedroom because of what he said before and what she anticipates. Right. I think that he'll say this afternoon as we move through this afternoon. Jan, what are the biggest questions you have about the next few hours?
How the Democrats are going to, well, first of all, we'll start because we'll hear from Kavanaugh first. So his statement, his demeanor, and certainly I would not expect him, for those of you who watched his interview, I think most people have seen at least excerpts of it on Fox News, where he was too measured, and he didn't have any indignation. There was no anger. I mean, he's been accused, and none of this came up yet, but some of the allegations that have been leveled against him have been pretty extraordinary, including gang rape and being at parties where multiple young high school girls were being raped over weekends in Bethesda, which, you know, on its face, you would expect if someone has been accused of that to go, are you kidding me? I mean, seriously? And so we didn't kind of see that in that Fox News interview. I would expect to see some of that anger and indignation when he's giving his opening statement. And then I would also want to be very curious to see how the Democrats not only go after him on his personal behavior and drinking, but whether they try to raise any of these other outside allegations. My guess is they won't. They want this to be, they don't want to hear about Michael Avenatti and these allegations. This is all about Ford, who they believe, based on what we've been hearing from the report, that did very well. So keep the focus on her.
The political question will be, who sets the terms of the debate after this is over? Does it become, do you believe Dr. Ford or not? And if that's the case, that's not great for Brett Kavanaugh. If it becomes, do you believe Brett Kavanaugh, and he gives the kind of strong defense of himself that Jan's talking about, what he needs to provide is a compelling defense of the person's vote, of a senator's vote. They need to be able to say, I elevated him because of X. And if they can say, because I found him credible, that helps those Republicans who are going to need to vote for him.
Does it ever become in any way, Ricky, I believe them both?
Well, you could believe in both in an odd way. You could believe that she believes she is telling the truth. She firmly believes she is telling the truth.
Which is why she could pass a lie detector.
Right, and that he firmly believes he is telling the truth. But then that leads you down another path, which is, what was his behavior like at this time in his life with other people? Was this just simply a night he doesn't remember? So that may not necessarily help him.
We're expecting to see Judge Kavanaugh here in just the next 2 or 3 minutes, but before we go back there and go to the camera that's going to show him, I want to go to Ed O'Keefe's camera. He has some more information from just outside that hearing room. Ed?
Hey, Jeff. Yes, I know you guys have been discussing Prosecutor Mitchell there and her role in all of this. It's going to change slightly once Judge Kavanaugh enters the room, I'm told, by a member of the committee. She's going to ask about 20 minutes worth of questions at the beginning, but we will eventually hear from at least some of the Republican members of the Judiciary Committee when they are called upon to question the judge. There's also been some questions asked about whether this was worth it. Was she an effective inquisitor? Was this the smartest move Republicans could make? I checked with some senior aides here who work for Republicans, and in the words of one of them, what was the alternative? Remember, the optics of 11 men quizzing this woman was such that they were so concerned about it, they went out and found Rachel Mitchell to come do this. But they say, look, ultimately she was trying to establish a fact pattern, and she did that to the best of her ability. Behind us here, just down the hall, is where Judge Kavanaugh is actually currently waiting, and he will walk down the hallway here back into into the hearing room, Dirksen 226, to sit down and begin his testimony. Here in Dirksen this afternoon, it's really just been cops and reporters. They're not really allowing any of the general public near this hearing room. That's mostly in deference to Dr. Ford and a hope that this would be a somewhat more discreet and respectful exchange. But as Jan and others have pointed out, we should expect that the Democrats, at least, will go after him pretty quickly. I suspect by the time we get to Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, who is a more senior member of the Senate, but a partisan warrior nonetheless, and the second-ranking Democrat, that it's at that point that Democrats really will begin to dig into Kavanaugh, his personal life, and whether or not any of that speaks to his credibility. We asked some of the more junior Democrats on the committee earlier, are you going to do that? And why would you go into his sex life? Why would you bring up his drinking? And they said, look, it all speaks to his credibility, which is now in question as this exchange continues.
Well, that Democratic questioning is going to be very interesting to watch. Will also be interesting to watch, Ed, to your point, you think there will be some Republican questioning. To what extent Jeff Flake and Ben Sasse potentially speak, since they are members of the committee there, and potential swing votes on all of this.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And what we then learn from the questions that they ask, because in the questions they ask, they will be laying the predicate for what their final decision will be on this nomination. And they will be able to say, I asked these questions because I sought an answer to this thing, I got the answer I wanted, and that led me to this vote. For them, as politicians, this is a moment to begin a narrative to explain their vote one way or the other. And so if they do get a chance to question, and that's why there could have been some benefit to having Republicans ask the questions, because in asking the question, you can frame the shape of the debate. And this is a political debate, as we've all been saying, it's not a courtroom. And the ability to frame and shape the question can sometimes determine what the politics end up being in the end.
We're not inside a courtroom. We're not inside a government building. We're inside the court of public opinion here.
Which is also why, in certain ways, I understand that the optics were terrible to have 11 white men going after Dr. Ford. But at the same time, there was an ability also, if they had, to be able to have treated her with dignity in the way that Senator Grassley did in his opening statement, and they might have fared better for that.
Do you think that, you said in the beginning, Ricky, that it was very hard for Rachel Mitchell to get a real dialogue going. Do you think she was effective despite the handicap that she had?
I don't think that she was effective, but I also don't think it's necessarily her fault.
The question was whether anyone could have been effective under those terms.
Right.
Precisely, and back to Jan's point, whether she was or wasn't effective won't be the thing that helps Brett Kavanaugh. What will be what helps him is whether he comes and Republican senators are able to say, I found him credible.
Right.
And I cannot. I just cannot believe there's a Republican on that committee that is thinking, dang it, I wished I'd had my chance to sit down and ask her all these questions. I could have really cross-examined her. I could have put her on the fire. No one would. That was fraught with peril.
It was.
And in this, particularly in this climate, you know, what they were able to do in 1991, you know, when Arlen Specter was really giving it, you know, to Anita Hill, is not what they're doing in 2018. And this may not have been a great morning for Brett Kavanaugh, and there wasn't the kind of cross that people had hoped for, but for the Republicans, I would be stunned if any of them thought, I wish I could have done that. I could have really put it to her.
Well, they could have also had the opportunity that you said, Ricky, to show some grace, to show some compassion, and still make their points.
But then they could have done that. But they have the constituents who are saying, and there are a lot of people who believe him,
right.
and they think he's been unfairly accused. He's this wonderful man, and look what Democrats are doing to him. Those are their constituents. So.
And that's a really great point. Those constituents would say, wait a minute, if they took the soft route, why didn't you really go after her?
And you messed up. It's your fault that, you know, you didn't defend this fine man enough. So it's not
That's a great point.
Right. Well, and you also have now the ability of whichever Republicans are going to use their own time, in addition to dealing with Flake and Sass, is they, of course, have the ability to do exactly what the Democrats have just done with Dr. Ford, which is to build up the person that Brett Kavanaugh is and his credibility, which was something that the Democrats did very well with Dr. Ford.
Regardless, we're expecting here this afternoon a dramatically different tone from what we saw this morning. And that's basically the tale of 2 days, presumably this afternoon. And as we wait for Brett Kavanaugh to walk in to that Senate hearing room, we will get an opening statement from Brett Kavanaugh as well. They've said they've given an unlimited time. He's released what he's going to say already, as did Christine Blasey Ford in the meantime. And then we will have the same questioning, if not the same tone, the same times for questioning from Democratic senators and Republican senators on the Senate Judiciary Committee, and that is 5 minutes apiece. However much Republicans then yield their time to the prosecutor, Rachel Mitchell. The guidance from Ed O'Keefe, who's just outside the hearing room there, is that they'll give Rachel Mitchell about 20 minutes to question. So is that the right way to think about it, Ricky, that Rachel Mitchell will be questioning Brett Kavanaugh?
Yes, she's going to question him, but you're still back to this crazy 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. At least I assume you are, because it goes every other one. Yeah. So, no, she's not interrogating. She's propping him up.
But, you know, she could, depending on what her role is, she could, in an odd way, play the role that the Democrats were playing this morning, so that when, there's aggressive questioning or gentle questioning, the Democrats were able to step in and rehabilitate or vouch for as character witnesses. She could play that role. I don't know.
Possible. But also you have this. It's the whole question of timing. It's just like in a court of law when I'm on a roll and somebody interrupts me with an objection and it, would throw me, or at least I couldn't get back so quickly on that roll. So here, she may be in a position, Rachel Mitchell, to be able to interrupt the Democrats' flow. If the Democrats have any continuity, if they've thought about how they're going to build upon each other, they may not. They may be all in their insular little worlds.
And also give him a way of almost like playing cleanup. Like if something's going, she could say, but wait, now don't you mean this? And you have a witness that said that, and so it's whatever pressure points are.
And she's experienced at that because prosecutors do a lot of redirect examinations.
As a political matter, it seemed to me the the Democratic game plan was really easy to identify. They praised Ford for being heroic, and they made a lot of the FBI investigation not taking place. In an effort to say, you may find gaps in her story, they could have been solved by an FBI investigation. Each of them kind of stayed on those 2 points throughout their 5-minute allotted time. It'll be interesting to see what Republicans, when we're all through with the Republican questioning of Kavanaugh, what the two things we could come down to. Because at the end of the day, when this is debated, it's basically you got about 2 points you can make in the political debate that's going to take place around this. And then what will that be for Republicans?
Is there any doubt in your mind that the vote will happen tomorrow? It was interesting when he was asked the question twice.
It won't.
But he clearly ignored the question.
Lindsey Graham, you're talking about.
Yes. Will he still be on track to actually vote tomorrow?
Yes.
I mean, that's where they haven't said anything otherwise at this point. We are just learning now that Brett Kavanaugh's family is inside the hearing room now as we wait for him to arrive in the second dramatic part of this historic day on Capitol Hill, as we've already heard from Christine Blasey Ford, Brett Kavanaugh's accuser, and now we wait to hear from Kavanaugh himself. Ricky, if you're a senator on either side right now, or if you're one of these Republican senators, let's say first, who wants to ask a question and not yield that time to Rachel Mitchell, what are you asking?
Well, I think you're asking questions about his character. You're asking him about how he's lived his life, or you're asking him about the trauma that he and his family have been put through and what has happened to his reputation, which for all intents and purposes seems to have been very, very good in the court, the powerful court on which he served, and that you want to remind people of that, and that Dr. Ford is not the only one who suffered, that the Kavanaughs are suffering.
And if I could, this reminds me, there was a moment in the hearing for Justice Sam Alito, who is replacing a key swing vote as well. And it turned the entire hearing when he got friendly questioning from Lindsey Graham about how and Lindsey Graham was saying, you're not a bad person. You've never had allegations like this against you. And Justice Alito said no. And his wife started crying and ran out of the room. And at that moment, the hearing room completely changed, and Sam Alito was headed for the Supreme Court. So that will be something, that kind of moment, too.
And having his family there, I do think, is very important. I think that what has happened to him in the public eye has also happened to his family. And that, I think that the senators, we don't know about the camera, but the senators are also going to be aware of how Mrs. Kavanaugh reacts during this hearing.
Well, you made this point, Jen. This is no longer just a job interview.
Right.
That's right. And Republicans will want to reframe it from being a job interview to get a promotion into, if you don't vote for Judge Kavanaugh, it will be a permanent verdict on his character, for his life, and for the life of his family and children. And that's what you're choosing to do if you don't choose to elevate him, raising the emotional stakes for Republican senators.
And that's where you're going to hear with no corroboration, no contemporaneous evidence, multiple inconsistencies in the story that we heard. So, and this is all cooked up by Democrats because they sat on the allegation for 2 months.
But they said on the allegation at her request, though. Does that matter?
Well, what they were going to say, and what I think we're already starting to hear, is that they could have brought this forward, even had her name redacted, done it anonymously, so that it didn't have to even become public, and that Senator Feinstein and then the Representative Anna Eshoo could have come forward with that. So that's going to be part of their narrative, that we're already seeing them come out to say this.
Well, Dr. Ford has certainly made it clear throughout the morning that she never wanted this to be a public thing, that she came because this was her civic duty. So, and
she hoped he wouldn't get the nomination. She wanted it to be someone else entirely. That's why she came out when she did.
And she came out early enough before it made it to the short list. And she did it in a way that she didn't go to the media, that she did the civic thing about going. It's like what you learn as a little kid, that when you see something that's not working in your town, call your local congressman. And that's exactly what she did.
And the tip line.
And the encrypted tip line, where she really could remain with a feeling of safety, of confidentiality. I think Brett Kavanaugh is in a position here. I'm with Jan. I don't know if I were Brett Kavanaugh that I would have watched any of that because I think that it would either infuriate me if I say I wasn't there, I didn't do this, this never happened, and it is an assassination on my character, or it might throw me off in terms of my emotional balance when I go in there.
I still think you have to know, Ricky, what the other person's saying about you.
Well, I think we knew what she was saying.
Yeah, but I would want to hear it.
And he'll likely be asked that, right?
Yes.
Of course.
Whether he was watching this?
Of course. And it's a better it's a better answer for him to say he watched, and whatever his reaction may have been. It's a better answer than saying, no, I wasn't going to do this.
There's no compromise here. He's elevated. He's elevated to the Supreme Court, or he's not.
Right. And he will have the tag with him for the rest of his life, elevated or not.
And there are no winners here. Whether he's elevated or not, he doesn't win. She doesn't win. The Supreme Court.
The families don't win.
This entire process there are no winners.
So what could have made this a winning situation? Would the FBI investigation in the beginning have at least made this seem like a fair situation to people who were calling for it from the beginning? I said earlier today, she wanted an FBI investigation, and people that have something to hide are not saying, please come and investigate.
Well, the thing, when the committee became aware of the allegations only a couple weeks ago, there could have been then an FBI investigation where they went and interviewed the witnesses. The argument against that was that the Senate has the same kind of all these statements that they're taking with their investigators. It's in the Senate now. That's the forum for it. Those are punishable as a felony if you lie. So it's really no different. We're going to do it in the committee because the FBI investigation process has already ended and this had never come up by then.
But I think Senator Graham said we could have had an investigation within the last 11 days.
No question about it.
That's exactly right. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. They could have done that in the Hill-Thomas when they reopened that. It's a matter of 3 days that it took them. So, but that wouldn't have answered anything. Is my point. They don't resolve. The FBI just takes interviews, and so it's not.
But it would have been an objective investigation in the public's eye. That you would have had
maybe it would have robbed a talking point that the FBI. Politically, maybe that was a big blunder by Republicans. Whether or not it would have provided any more information.
And perhaps there's some chance that they might have found something that would have made things clearer. But
it might have cleared him.
Well, indeed, and some people have argued that there should be an FBI investigation for the purposes of clearing him. But I think embedded in your question, Gail, which is could this have been better? Largely embedded in this is that this is really not the best venue to adjudicate the trickiest, thorniest questions in the culture that are bedeviling all parts of the culture. Exactly. And so it is inevitably fraught, and this is not really the best place to unwind those questions because we've yet to find a best place for that yet in our culture.
How much we've learned that we did it in 1991 and now doing it all over again in the same way. And John, to your point, that it not necessarily being the most effective way to do it, but this is how it's happening. Yeah. Right now. We see Senate Judiciary Republican Chairman Chuck Grassley heading back in. Lindsey Graham heading back in. He says he feels ambushed by the process. Orrin Hatch, you see there. So senators making their way back in. There's your Republican picked questioner, Rachel Mitchell, also on her way back in. John Kennedy to the hearing room right now. John Cornyn, who we heard from before, in his words, John Cornyn's words were, I would say, more measured than Lindsey Graham's were immediately after him. Lindsey Graham certainly had some very strong opinions about what has taken place so far. You see Ted Cruz walking back in, Ben Sasse. So all senators, Jeff Flake. Again, and you just saw a few of the senators who you're going to be watching very closely, not just this afternoon, but in the next few days, as we figure out, A, whether this first vote, A, what happens this afternoon, B, whether a vote takes place tomorrow, and then C, whether one takes place after that early next week regarding Brett Kavanaugh and the Supreme Court. They took a break now. It was about 50 minutes ago, and they said it was going to be a 45-minute break in between when Christine Blasey Ford testified and when Judge Brett Kavanaugh testified. So it's now been a little more than that 45 minutes. We've been asking the question of whether Judge Kavanaugh had been watching some of this testimony. We don't know the answer to that. We do know that during part of this time, he was obviously making his way from his home to the hearing itself. We are also told that the president has been watching this hearing. He also was in transit heading to D.C. from New York, where he was for the UN meetings. So the folks involved intimately in this, as well as the rest of the country, watching everything that has been happening here so closely today, and will continue to watch this afternoon, as we just don't know at this point. Ricky, what's going to happen this afternoon?
No, we don't. I mean, we can anticipate as much as we can that you're going to see an indignant Brett Kavanaugh, but you're going to also see a passionate one.
Let's listen and watch as Brett Kavanaugh walks in.
He's holding his hand, her hand, right?
Yes, he was holding his wife's hand. Yes.
They had the camera on.
I would hope so.
Judge Kavanaugh walking into that hearing room, holding hands with his wife, a blue tie, as he makes his way to the hearing table. Just his name in front of him. Christine Blasey Ford was flanked by her attorneys. I don't see other seats there right now, so it's just Brett Kavanaugh by himself in that chair, it would appear right now, as he prepares to receive questions in 5-minute increments from 11 senators on the Senate Judiciary Committee and 10 Democrats. At this point, a hearing that will, there's Chuck Grassley, Dianne Feinstein, a hearing that will likely take us into the dinner hour at this point. Let's again listen in as Judge Kavanaugh sits down.
Judge Kavanaugh, we welcome you. Are you ready? I have something I want to clear up from the last meeting that doesn't affect you. So before I swear you, I would like to explain my response to Senator Kennedy right after the break. At that time, I entered into the record the statements of 3 witnesses Dr. Ford said were also at the party. These statements were provided to us under penalty of felony by lying to, if you lie to Congress. As soon as my team learned the names of these 3 potential witnesses, we immediately reached out to them requesting an interview. In response, all 3 submitted statements to us denying any knowledge of the gathering Dr. Ford described. If we had calls with them, we would have invited the minority to join. Every time that we've received any information regarding Judge Kavanaugh, we've sought to immediately follow through and investigate. The minority staff sat on Dr. Ford's letter for weeks, and staff told us that they believed it is, quote, highly inappropriate to have these follow-up calls before the FBI finishes its investigation, end quote, even though the FBI had completed its background information. When we followed up with Judge Kavanaugh after we received Dr. Ford's allegations, the ranking member staff didn't join us, even though these calls are usually done on a bipartisan basis. They joined other calls with the judge, but they didn't participate or ask any questions. Would you please rise, sir?
Yes.
Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yeah. And like we offered to Senator or to Dr. Ford, you can take whatever time you want now for your opening statement. Then we'll go to questions. So proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Feinstein, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to make my statement. I wrote it myself yesterday afternoon and evening. No one has seen a draft or it except for one of my former law clerks. This is my statement. Less than 2 weeks ago, Dr. Ford publicly accused me of committing wrongdoing at an event more than 36 years ago when we were both in high school. I denied the allegation immediately, categorically, and unequivocally. All 4 people allegedly at the event, including Dr. Ford's longtime friend, Ms. Kaiser, have said they recall no such event. Her longtime friend, Ms. Kaiser, said under penalty of felony that she does not know me and does not believe she ever saw me at a party ever. Here is the quote from Ms. Kaiser's attorney's letter. Quote, simply put, Ms. Kaiser does not know Mr. Kavanaugh, and she has no recollection of ever being at a party or gathering where he was present, with or without Dr. Ford. End quote. Think about that fact. The day after the allegation appeared, I told this committee that I wanted a hearing as soon as possible to clear my name. I demanded a hearing for the very next day. Unfortunately, it took the committee 10 days to get to this hearing. In those 10 long days, as was predictable, and as I predicted, my family and my name have been totally and permanently destroyed by vicious and false additional accusations. The 10-day delay has been harmful to me and my family, to the Supreme Court, and to the country. When this allegation first arose, I welcomed any kind of investigation, Senate, FBI, or otherwise. The committee now has conducted a thorough investigation, and I've cooperated fully. I know that any kind of investigation, Senate, FBI, Montgomery County Police, whatever, will clear me. Listen to the people I know. Listen to the people who have known me my whole life. Listen to the people I've grown up with and worked with and played with and coached with and dated and taught and gone to games with and had beers with. And listen to the witnesses who allegedly were at this event 36 years ago. Listen to Ms. Kaiser. She does not know me. I was not at the party described by Dr. Ford. This confirmation process has become a national disgrace. The Constitution gives the Senate an important role in the confirmation process, but you have replaced advice and consent with search and destroy. Since my nomination in July, there's been a frenzy on the left to come up with something, anything, to block my confirmation. Shortly after I was nominated, the Democratic Senate leader said he would, quote, oppose me with everything he's got. A Democratic senator on this committee publicly referred to me as evil. Evil. Think about that word. And said that those who supported me were, quote, complicit in evil. Another Democratic senator on this committee said, quote, Judge Kavanaugh is your worst nightmare. A former head of the Democratic National Committee said, quote, Judge Kavanaugh will threaten the lives of millions of Americans for decades to come. I understand the passions of the moment, but I would say to those senators, your words have meaning. Millions of Americans listened carefully to you. Given comments like those, is it any surprise that people have been willing to do anything, to make any physical threat against my family, to send any violent email to my wife, to make any kind of allegation against me and against my friends, to blow me up and take me down? You sowed the wind. For decades to come, I fear that the whole country will reap the whirlwind. The behavior of several of the Democratic members of this committee at my hearing a few weeks ago was an embarrassment. But at least it was just a good old-fashioned attempt at borking. Those efforts didn't work. When I did at least okay enough at the hearings that it looked like I might actually get confirmed, a new tactic was needed. Some of you were lying in wait and had it ready. This first allegation was held in secret for weeks by a Democratic member of this committee and by staff. It would be needed only if you couldn't take me out on the merits. When it was needed, this allegation was unleashed and publicly deployed over Dr. Ford's wishes. And then, as no doubt was expected, if not planned, came a long series of false last-minute smears designed to scare me and drive me out of the process before any hearing occurred. Crazy stuff. Gangs, illegitimate children, fights on boats in Rhode Island. All nonsense, reported breathlessly and often uncritically by the media. This has destroyed my family and my good name, a good name built up through decades of very hard work and public service at the highest levels of the American government. This whole two-week effort has been a calculated and orchestrated political hit, fueled with apparent pent-up anger about President Trump and the 2016 election, fear that has been unfairly stoked about my judicial record, revenge on behalf of the Clintons, and millions of dollars in money from outside left-wing opposition groups. This is a circus. The consequences will extend long past my nomination. The consequences will be with us for decades. This grotesque and coordinated character assassination will dissuade competent and good people of all political persuasions from serving our country. And as we all know, in the United States political system of the early 2000s, what goes around comes around. I am an optimistic guy. I always try to be on the sunrise side of the mountain, to be optimistic about the day that is coming. But today, I have to say that I fear for the future. Last time I was here, I told this committee that a federal judge must be independent, not swayed by public or political pressure. I said I was such a judge, and I am. I will not be intimidated into withdrawing from this process. You've tried hard. You've given it your all. No one can question your effort. But your coordinated and well-funded effort to destroy my good name and destroy my family will not drive me out. The vile threats of violence against my family will not drive me out. You may defeat me in the final vote, but you'll never get me to quit. Never. I'm here today to tell the truth. I've never sexually assaulted anyone. Not in high school, not in college, not ever. Sexual assault is horrific. One of my closest friends to this day is a woman who was sexually abused and who in the 1990s, when we were in our 30s, confided in me about the abuse and sought my advice. I was one of the only people she consulted. Allegations of sexual assault must always be taken seriously, always. Those who make allegations always deserve to be heard. At the same time, the person who is the subject of the allegations also deserves to be heard. Due process is a foundation of the American rule of law. Due process means listening to both sides. As I told you at my hearing 3 weeks ago, I'm the only child of Martha and Ed Kavanaugh. They are here today. When I was 10, my mom went to law school, and as a lawyer, she worked hard and overcame barriers, including the workplace sexual harassment that so many women faced at the time and still face today. She became a trailblazer, one of Maryland's earliest women prosecutors and trial judges. She and my dad taught me the importance of equality and respect for all people, and she inspired me to be a lawyer and a judge. Last time I was here, I told you that when my mom was a prosecutor and I was in high school, she used to practice her closing arguments at the dining room table on my dad and me. As I told you, her trademark line was, "Use your common sense. What rings true? What rings false?" Her trademark line is a good reminder as we sit here today, some 36 years after the alleged event occurred, when there is no corroboration, and indeed it is refuted by the people allegedly there. After I have been in the public arena for 26 years without even a hint, a whiff of an allegation like this, and when my nomination to the Supreme Court was just about to be voted on at a time when I'm called evil by a Democratic member of this committee, while Democratic opponents of my nomination say people will die if I am confirmed. This onslaught of last-minute allegations does not ring true. I'm not questioning that Dr. Ford may have been sexually assaulted by some person in some place at some time. But I have never done this to her or to anyone. That's not who I am. It is not who I was. I am innocent of this charge. I intend no ill will to Dr. Ford and her family. The other night, Ashley and my daughter Liza said their prayers, and little Liza, all of 10 years old, said to Ashley, "We should pray for the woman." It's a lot of wisdom from a 10-year-old. We mean no ill will. First, let's start with my career. For the last 26 years, since 1992, I've served in many high-profile and sensitive government positions for which the FBI has investigated my background 6 separate times. 6 separate FBI background investigations over 26 years, all of them after the event alleged here. I have been in the public arena and under extreme public scrutiny for decades. In 1992, I worked for the Office of Solicitor General in the Department of Justice. In 1993, I clerked on the Supreme Court for Justice Anthony Kennedy. I spent 4 years in the Independent Counsel's Office during the 1990s. That office was the subject of enormous scrutiny from the media and the public. During 1998, the year of the impeachment of President Clinton, our office generally, and I personally, were in the middle of an intense national media and political spotlight. I and other leading members of Ken Starr's office were opposition researched from head to toe, from birth through the present day. Recall the people who were exposed that year of 1998 as having engaged in some sexual wrongdoing or indiscretions in their past. One person on the left even paid $1 million for people to report evidence of sexual wrongdoing, and it worked. He exposed some prominent people. Nothing about me. From 2001 to 2006, I worked for President George W. Bush in the White House. As staff secretary, I was by President Bush's side for 3 years and was entrusted with the nation's most sensitive secrets. I traveled on Air Force One all over the country and the world with President Bush. I went everywhere with him, from Texas to Pakistan, from Alaska to Australia, from Buckingham Palace to the Vatican. 3 years in the West Wing, 5.5 years in the White House. I was then nominated to be a judge on the D.C. Circuit. I was thoroughly vetted by the White House, the FBI, the American Bar Association, and this committee. I sat before this committee for 2 thorough confirmation hearings in 2004 and 2006. For the past 12 years leading up to my nomination for this job, I've served in a very public arena as a federal judge on what is often referred to as the second most important court in the country. I've handled some of the most significant and sensitive cases affecting the lives and liberties of the American people. I have been a good judge. And for this nomination, another FBI background investigation, another American Bar Association investigation, 31 hours of hearings, 65 senator meetings, 1,200 written questions, more than all previous Supreme Court nominees combined. Throughout that entire time, throughout my 53 years and 7 months on this earth until last week, no one ever accused me of any kind of sexual misconduct. No one, ever. A lifetime of public service and a lifetime of high-profile public service at the highest levels of American government. And never a hint of anything of this kind. And that's because nothing of this kind ever happened. Second, let's turn to specifics. I categorically and unequivocally deny the allegation against me by Dr. Ford. I never had any sexual or physical encounter of any kind with Dr. Ford. I never attended a gathering like the one Dr. Ford describes in her allegation. I've never sexually assaulted Dr. Ford or anyone. Again, I am not questioning that Dr. Ford may have been sexually assaulted by some person in some place at some time. But I've never done that to her or to anyone. Dr. Ford's allegation stems from a party that she alleges occurred during the summer of 1982, 36 years ago. I was 17 years old between my junior and senior years of high school at Georgetown Prep, a rigorous all-boys Catholic Jesuit high school in Rockville, Maryland. When my friends and I spent time together at parties on weekends, it was usually with friends from nearby Catholic all-girls high schools, Stone Ridge, Holy Child, Visitation, Immaculata, Holy Cross. Dr. Ford did not attend one of those schools. She attended an independent private school named Holton Arms, and she was a year behind me. She and I did not travel in the same social circles. It is possible that we met at some point at some events, although I do not recall that. To repeat, all of the people identified by Dr. Ford as being present at the party have said they do not remember any such party ever happening. Importantly, her friend, Ms. Kaiser, has not only denied knowledge of the party, Ms. Kaiser said under penalty of felony, she does not know me, does not recall ever being at a party with me ever. And my 2 male friends who were allegedly there, who knew me well, have told this committee under penalty of felony that they do not recall any such party and that I never did or would do anything like this. Dr. Ford's allegation is not merely uncorroborated. It is refuted by the very people she says were there, including by a longtime friend of hers. Refuted. Third, Dr. Ford has said that this event occurred at a house near Columbia Country Club, which is at the corner of Connecticut Avenue and East-West Highway in Chevy Chase, Maryland. In her letter to Senator Feinstein, she said that there were 4 other people at the house. But none of those people, nor I, lived near Columbia Country Club. As of the summer of 1982, Dr. Ford was 15 and could not drive yet, and she did not live near Columbia Country Club. She says confidently that she had 1 beer at the party, but she does not say how she got to the house in question, or how she got home, or whose house it was. Fourth, I've submitted to this committee detailed calendars recording my activities in the summer of 1982. Why did I keep calendars? My dad started keeping detailed calendars of his life in 1978. He did so as both a calendar and a diary. He's a very organized guy, to put it mildly. Christmas time, we sit around and he regales us with old stories. Old milestones, old weddings, old events from his calendars. In 9th grade, in 1980, I started keeping calendars of my own. For me also, it's both a calendar and a diary. I've kept such calendars, diaries for the last 38 years. Mine are not as good as my dad's in some years. And when I was a kid, the calendars are about what you would expect from a kid. Some goofy parts, some embarrassing parts. But I did have the summer of 1982 documented pretty well. The event described by Dr. Ford presumably happened on a weekend, because I believe everyone worked and had jobs in the summers. And in any event, a drunken early evening event of the kind she describes presumably happened on a weekend. If it was a weekend, my calendars show that I was out of town almost every weekend night before football training camp started in late August. The only weekend nights that I was in D.C. were Friday, June 4, when I was with my dad at a pro golf tournament. And had my high school achievement test at 8:30 the next morning. I also was in D.C. on Saturday night, August 7th. But I was at a small gathering at Becky's house in Rockville with Matt, Denise, Lori, and Jenny. Their names are all listed on my calendar. I won't use their last names here. And then on the weekend of August 20 to 22nd, I was staying at the Garretts with Pat and Chris as we did final preparations for football training camp that began on Sunday the 22nd. As the calendars confirm, that weekend before a brutal football training camp schedule was no time for parties. So let me emphasize this point. If the party described by Dr. Ford happened in the summer of 1982 on a weekend night, my calendar shows all but definitively that I was not there. During the weekdays in the summer of 1982, as you can see, I was out of town for 2 weeks of the summer for a trip to the beach with friends and at the legendary 5-star basketball camp in Honesdale, Pennsylvania. When I was in town, I spent much of my time working out, lifting weights, playing basketball, or hanging out and having some beers with friends as we talked about life and football and school and girls. Some have noticed that I didn't have church on Sundays on my calendars. I also didn't list brushing my teeth. And for me, going to church on Sundays was like brushing my teeth. Automatic. Still is. In the summer of 1981, I had worked construction. In the summer of 1982, my job was cutting lawns. I had my own business of sorts. You see some specifics about the lawn cutting listed on the August calendar page. When I had to time the last lawn cuttings of the summer of various lawns before football training camp. I played in a lot of summer league basketball games for the Georgetown prep team at night at Blair High School in Silver Spring. Many nights I worked out with other guys at Tobin's house. He was the great quarterback on our football team, and his dad ran workouts or lifted weights at Georgetown Prep in preparation for the football season. I attended and watched many sporting events, as is my habit to this day. The calendars show a few weekday gatherings at friends' houses after a workout or just to meet up and have some beers. But none of those gatherings included the group of people that Dr. Ford has identified. And as my calendars show, I was very precise about listing who was there. Very precise. And keep in mind, my calendars also were diaries of sorts, forward-looking and backward-looking, just like my dad's. You can see, for example, that I crossed out missed workouts and the canceled doctor's appointments, and that I listed the precise people who had shown up for certain events. The calendars are obviously not dispositive on their own, but they are another piece of evidence in the mix for you to consider. Fifth, Dr. Ford's allegation is radically inconsistent with my record and my character from my youth to the present day. As students at an all-boys Catholic Jesuit school, many of us became friends and remain friends to this day with students at local Catholic all-girls schools. One feature of my life that has remained true to the present day is that I've always had a lot of close female friends. I'm not talking about girlfriends. I'm talking about friends who are women. That started in high school. Maybe it was because I'm an only child and had no sisters. But anyway, we had no social media or text or email, and we talked on the phone. I remember talking almost every night, it seemed, to my friends Amy or Julie, or Kristen, or Karen, or Suzanne, or Maura, or Megan, or Nikki. The list goes on. Friends for a lifetime, built on a foundation of talking through school and life starting at age 14. Several of those great women are in the seats right behind me today. My friends and I sometimes got together and had parties on weekends. The drinking age was 18 in Maryland for most of my time in high school and was 18 in D.C. for all of my time in high school. I drank beer with my friends. Almost everyone did. Sometimes I had too many beers. Sometimes others did. I liked beer. I still like beer. But I did not drink beer to the point of blacking out, and I never sexually assaulted anyone. There is a bright line between drinking beer, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace, and sexually assaulting someone, which is a violent crime. If every American who drinks beer or every American who drank beer in high school is suddenly presumed guilty of sexual assault, we'll be in an ugly new place in this country. I never committed sexual assault. As high school students, we sometimes did goofy or stupid things. I doubt we are alone in looking back at high school and cringing at some things. For one thing, our yearbook was a disaster. I think some editors and students wanted the yearbook to be some combination of Animal House, Caddyshack, and Fast Times at Ridgemont High, which were all recent movies at that time. Many of us went along in the yearbook to the point of absurdity. This past week, my friends and I have cringed. When we read about it and talked to each other. One thing in particular we're sad about. One of our good female friends who we would admire and went to dances with had her name used on the yearbook page with the term alumnus. That yearbook reference was clumsily intended to show affection and that she was one of us. But in this circus, the media has interpreted the term as related to sex. It was not related to sex. As the woman herself noted to the media on the record, she and I never had any sexual interaction at all. I'm so sorry to her for that yearbook reference. This may sound a bit trivial, given all that we are here for, but one thing I want to try to make sure of in the future is my friendship with her. She was and is a great person. As to sex, this is not a topic I ever imagined would come up at a judicial confirmation hearing, but I want to give you a full picture of who I was. I never had sexual intercourse or anything close to it during high school or for many years after that. In some crowds, I was probably a little outwardly shy about my inexperience. Tried to hide that. At the same time, I was also inwardly proud of it. For me and the girls who I was friends with, that lack of major or rampant sexual activity in high school was a matter of faith and respect and caution. The committee has a letter from 65 women who knew me in high school. They said that I always treated them with dignity and respect. That letter came together in one night, 35 years after graduation, while a sexual assault allegation was pending against me in a very fraught and public situation where they knew they'd be vilified if they defended me. Think about that. They put themselves on the line for me. Those are some awesome women, and I love all of them. You also have a letter from women who knew me in college. Most were varsity athletes. And they described that I treated them as friends and equals and supported them in their sports at a time when women's sports was emerging in the wake of Title IX. I thank all of them for all of their texts and their emails and their support. One of those women friends from college, a self-described liberal and feminist, sent me a text last night that said, quote, "Deep breaths. You're a good man, a good man, a good man." A text yesterday from another of those women friends from college said, quote, "Brett, be strong. Pulling for you to my core." A third text yesterday from yet another of those women I'm friends with from college said, "I'm holding you in the light of God." As I said in my opening statement the last time I was with you, cherish your friends, look out for your friends, lift up your friends, love your friends. I've felt that love more over the last 2 weeks than I ever have in my life. I thank all my friends. I love all my friends. Throughout my life, I've devoted huge efforts to encouraging and promoting the careers of women. I will put my record up against anyone's, male or female. I am proud of the letter from 84 women who worked with me at the Bush White House from 2001 to 2006 and described me as, quote, "a man of the highest integrity." Read the op-ed from Sarah Day from Yarmouth, Maine. She worked in Oval Office operations outside of President Bush's office. Here's what she recently wrote in centralmaine.com. And today she stands by her comments. Quote, "Brett was an advocate for young women like me. He encouraged me to take on more responsibility and to feel confident in my role. In fact, during the 2004 Republican National Convention, Brett gave me the opportunity to help with the preparation and review of the president's remarks, something I never would have had the chance to do if he had not included me. And he didn't just include me in the work. He made sure I was at Madison Square Garden to watch the president's speech instead of back at the hotel watching on TV." End quote. As a judge since 2006, I've had the privilege of hiring 4 recent law school graduates to serve as my law clerks each year. The law clerks for federal judges are the best and brightest graduates of American law schools. They work for 1-year terms for judges after law school, and then they move on in their careers. For judges, training these young lawyers is an important responsibility. The clerks will become the next generation of American lawyers and leaders, judges and senators. Just after I took the bench in 2006, there was a major New York Times story about the low numbers of women law clerks at the Supreme Court and federal appeals courts. I took notice and I took action. A majority of my 48 law clerks over the last 12 years have been women. In a letter to this committee, my women law clerks said I was one of the strongest advocates in the federal judiciary for women lawyers. And they wrote that the legal profession is fairer and more equal because of me. In my time on the bench, no federal judge, not a single one in the country, has sent more women law clerks to clerk on the Supreme Court than I have. Before this allegation arose 2 weeks ago, I was required to start making certain administrative preparations for my possible transfer to the Supreme Court, just in case I was confirmed. As part of that, I had to, in essence, contingently hire a first group of 4 law clerks who could be available to clerk at the Supreme Court for me on a moment's notice. I did so and contingently hired 4 law clerks. All 4 are women. If confirmed, I'll be the first justice in the history of the Supreme Court to have a group of all-women law clerks. That is who I am. That is who I was. Over the past 12 years, I've taught constitutional law to hundreds of students, primarily at Harvard Law School, while I was hired by then Dean and now Justice Elena Kagan. One of my former women students, a Democrat, testified to this committee that I was an even-handed professor who treats people fairly and with respect. In a letter to this committee, my former students, male and female alike, wrote that I displayed a character that impressed us all. I love teaching law, but thanks to what some of you on this side of the committee have unleashed, I may never be able to teach again. For the past 7 years, I've coached my 2 daughters' basketball teams. You saw many of those girls when they came to my hearing for a couple of hours. You have a letter from the parents of the girls I coached that describe my dedication, commitment, and character. I coach because I know that a girl's confidence on the basketball court translates into confidence in other aspects of life. I love coaching more than anything I've ever done in my whole life. But thanks to what some of you on this side of the committee have unleashed, I may never be able to coach again. I've been a judge for 12 years. I have a long record of service to America and to the Constitution. I revere the Constitution. I am deeply grateful to President Trump for nominating me. He was so gracious to my family and me on the July night he announced my nomination at the White House. I thank him for his steadfast support. When I accepted the President's nomination, Ashley and I knew this process would be challenging. We never expected that it would devolve into this. Explaining this to our daughters has been about the worst experience of our lives. Ashley has been a rock. I thank God every day for Ashley and my family. We live in a country devoted to due process and the rule of law. That means taking allegations seriously. But if the mere allegation, the mere assertion of an allegation, a refuted allegation from 36 years ago, is enough to destroy a person's life and career, we will have abandoned the basic principles of fairness and due process that define our legal system and our country. I ask you to judge me by the standard that you would want applied to your father, your husband, your brother, or your son. My family and I intend no ill will toward Dr. Ford or her family. But I swear today, under oath, before the Senate and the nation, before my family and God, I am innocent of this charge.
Thank you, Judge Kavanaugh. Before we start questions, I won't repeat what I said this morning, but we'll do it the same way as we did for Dr. Ford and 5-minute rounds. And so we will start with Ms. Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Judge Kavanaugh. We have not met. My name is Rachel Mitchell. I'd like to go over a couple of guidelines for our question and answer session today. If I ask a question...
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. If I ask a question... If I ask a question that you do not understand, please ask me to clarify it or ask it in a different way. I may ask a question where I incorporate some information you've already provided. If I get it wrong, please correct me. I'm not going to ask you to guess. If you do estimate, please let me know you're estimating. Now, I want to make sure that all of the committee members have gotten a copy of the definition of sexual behavior.
Yes, at least I have one.
Okay.
We all do.
Yeah. And you have that as well, Judge Kavanaugh?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, have you been given or reviewed a copy of the questions that I will be asking you?
No.
Has anyone told you the questions that I will be asking you?
No.
I want you to take a moment to review the definition that's before you of sexual behavior. Have you had a chance to review it?
I have. I may refer back to it if I can.
Yes, please. I'd like to point out two specific parts. Among the examples of sexual behavior, it includes rubbing or grinding your genitals against somebody, clothed or unclothed. And I would also point out that the definition applies whether or not the acts were sexually motivated, or, for example, horseplay. Do you understand the definition I've given you?
I do.
And again, if at any time you need to review that, please let me know. Dr. Ford has stated that somewhere between 5 or 6 people were present at the gathering on this date. You, Mark Judge, Leland Ingham at the time, or Leland Kaiser now, Patrick P.J. Smith, Dr. Ford, and an unnamed boy. Do you know Mark Judge?
I do.
How do you know him?
He was a friend at Georgetown Prep starting in 9th grade. He's someone we were in our, group of friends. We're a very friendly group in class. You saw the letter that's been sent by my friends from Georgetown Prep. Funny guy, great writer, popular, developed a serious addiction problem that lasted decades, near death a couple times from his addiction. Suffered tremendously from.
What is your relationship with him like now?
I haven't talked to him in a couple of years. We've probably been on, mass emails or group emails that go around among my high school friends.
Okay. And how did you know Patrick Smith?
Also 9th grade, Georgetown Prep. Went by PJ then. He and I lived close to one another. Played football together. He was defensive tackle. I was the cornerback, wide receiver. We carpooled to school along with D. Davis every year, the three of us, for 2 years. I didn't have a car. So one of the two of them would drive every day, and I'd be in the, they'd pick me up.
What's your relationship like with him now?
He lives in the area. I see him once in a while. I haven't seen him since this thing.
Do you know Leland Ingham or Leland Kaiser?
I know of her, and it's possible I, met her in high school at some point at some event. Yeah, I know her. I know of her, and again, I don't want to rule out having crossed paths with her in high school.
Similar to your statements about knowing Dr. Ford?
Correct.
Senator Feinstein.
Judge Kavanaugh, it's my understanding that you have denied the allegations by Dr. Ford, Ms. Ramirez, and Ms. Swetnick. Is that correct?
Yes.
All three of these women have asked the FBI to investigate their claims. I listened carefully to what you said. Your concern is evident and clear. And if you're very confident of your position, and you appear to be, why aren't you also asking the FBI to investigate these claims?
Senator, I'll do whatever the committee wants. I wanted a hearing the day after the allegation came up. I wanted to be here that day. Instead, 10 days passed where all this nonsense is coming out, that I'm in gangs, I'm on boats in Rhode Island, I'm in Colorado, I'm cited all over the place. And these things are printed and run breathlessly by cable news. I wanted a hearing the next day. My family's been destroyed by this, Senator. Destroyed.
And
whoever wants, whatever the committee decides, I'm all in immediately. I'm all in immediately.
And the terrible and hard part of this is when we get an allegation, we're not in a position to prove it or disprove it. Therefore, we have to depend on some outside authority for it. And it just seemed to me then when these allegations came forward that you would want the FBI to investigate those claims and clear it up once and for all.
Senator, the committee investigates. It's not for me to say how to do it, but just so you know, the FBI doesn't reach a conclusion. They would give you a couple 302s that just tell you what we said. So I'm here. I wanted to be here. I wanted to be here the next day. It's an outrage that I was not allowed to come and immediately defend my name and say, I didn't do this and give you all this evidence. I'm not even in D.C. on the weekends in the summer of 1982. This happened on a weekday? Well, when I'm not at a Blair High School for a summer league game? I'm not at Tobin's house working out? I'm not at a movie with Suzanne? I wanted to be here right away.
Well, the difficult thing is that these hearings are set and set by the majority. But I'm talking about getting the evidence and having the evidence looked at. And I don't understand, we hear from the witnesses, but the FBI isn't interviewing them and isn't giving us any facts. So all we have.
You're interviewing me. You're interviewing me. You're doing it, Senator. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're doing it. There's no conclusions reached.
And what you're saying, if I understand it, is that the allegations by Dr. Ford, Ms. Ramirez, and Ms. Swetnick are wrong.
Yeah, that is emphatically what I'm saying. Emphatically. The Swetnick thing is a joke. That is a farce.
Would you like to say more about it?
No.
Okay. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Mitchell.
Dr. Ford has described you as being intoxicated at a party. Did you consume alcohol during your high school years?
Yes, we drank beer. My friends and I, the boys and girls, yes, we drank beer. I liked beer, still like beer. We drank beer. The drinking age, as I noted, was 18, so the seniors were legal. Senior year in high school, people were legal to drink. And we drank beer. And I said sometimes probably had too many beers, and sometimes other people had too many beers. We drank beer. We liked beer.
What do you consider to be too many beers?
I don't know. Whatever the chart says on your blood alcohol chart.
When you talked to Fox News the other night, you said that there were times in high school when people might have had too many beers on occasion. Does that include you?
Sure.
Okay. Have you ever passed out from drinking?
Passed out would be no, but I've gone to sleep, but I've never blacked out. That's the allegation, and that's wrong.
So let's talk about your time in high school. In high school, after drinking, did you ever wake up in a different location than you remembered passing out or going to sleep?
No.
Did you ever wake up with your clothes in a different condition or fewer clothes on than you remembered when you went to sleep or passed out?
No.
Did you ever did anyone ever tell you about something that happened in your presence that you didn't remember during a time that you had been drinking?
No. We drank beer, and so did I think the vast majority of people our age at the time. But in any event, we drank beer and still do. So whatever, yeah.
During the time in high school when you would be drinking, did anyone ever tell you about something that you did not remember?
No.
Dr. Ford described a small gathering of people at a suburban Maryland home in the summer of 1982. She said that Mark Judge, P.J. Smith, and Leland Ingham also were present, as well as an unknown male, and that the people were drinking to varying degrees. Were you ever at a gathering that fits that description?
No, as I've said in my opening statement.
Dr. Ford described an incident where she was alone in a room with you and Mark Judge. Have you ever been alone in a room with Dr. Ford and Mark Judge?
No.
Dr. Ford described an incident where you were grinding your genitals on her. Have you ever ground or rubbed your genitals against Dr. Ford?
No.
Dr. Ford described an incident where you covered her mouth with your hand. Have you ever covered Dr. Ford's mouth with your hand?
No.
Dr. Ford described an incident where you tried to remove her clothes. Have you ever tried to remove her clothes?
No.
Referring back to the definition of sexual behavior that I have given you, have you ever at any time engaged in sexual behavior with Dr. Ford?
No.
Have you ever engaged in sexual behavior with Dr. Ford, even if it was consensual?
No.
I want to talk about your calendars. You submitted to the committee copies of the handwritten calendars that you've talked about for the months of May, June, July, and August of 1982. Do you have them in front of you?
I do.
Did you create these calendars in the sense of all the handwriting that's on them?
Yes.
Okay. Is it exclusively your handwriting?
Yes.
When did you make these entries?
In 1982.
Has anything been changed for those since 1982?
No.
Do these calendars represent your plans for each day, or do they document, in other words, prospectively, or do they document what actually occurred more like a diary?
They're both forward-looking and backward-looking, as you can tell by looking at them, because I cross out certain doctor's appointments that didn't happen or One night where I was supposed to lift weights, I crossed that out because I obviously didn't make it that night. So you can see things that I didn't do crossed out in retrospect. And also when I list the specific people who I was with, that is likely backward looking.
You explained that you kept these calendars because your father started keeping them in 1978, I believe you said. Mm-hmm. That's why you kept them. In other words, you wrote on them, but why did you keep them up until this time?
Well, he's kept them too since 1978, so he's a good role model.
Ms. Mitchell, you'll have to stop.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Judge Kavanaugh has asked for a break, so we'll take a 15-minute break.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero in New York. We just heard from a fiery and emotional Judge Kavanaugh, who came guns blazing, defiant to the Senate Judiciary Committee following accusations of assault from Dr. Christine Blasey Ford that we heard this morning. Here to discuss with me now are CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey Burns, Leslie Sanchez, a Republican strategist, and CBS News contributor Jesse Weber, an attorney and a host on the Law and Crime Network. Thanks to all of you for being with us. Boy, that was difficult to listen to. At the beginning, he was tearful. He was clearly shook up, defiant, upset, angry, a range of emotions. Do you think that he hit the right notes, Jesse?
Well, there's a reason that you never want to put a defendant on the stand. And this is not a trial. I want to make that very clear. This is not about getting to the truth. There's not a jury here to try to get it to if he's guilty or not. This is about his qualifications and whether or not he's going to be nominated. But yes, what we saw when he first came out, he needed to not be robotic, which is what we've seen in the past. He had emotion, which is good. But it might have veered a little bit too emotional and a little bit too out of control. There's a difference between being very strong and credible, which is what he needed to be after such a strong performance by Dr. Ford this morning, as opposed to looking like, okay, he's going over the edge a little bit. What it might have been a better thing to say was, hey, listen, if you want an FBI investigation, go forward. But if they clear my name, then you have to vote and confirm me. How about that?
Right, there you go. Leslie, what did you think? Do you think that he hit all the right notes, or did he go a little too far? What was your feeling?
I think regardless of what side of the aisle you sit on, it was a very painful process to watch because it's very personal here, and it's also become hyper-partisan. And in this case, the judge became hyper-partisan. I think in terms of like his contrast, his attitude, very sympathetic that you can see he's defending his name, his family, his honor. But this kind of contentious back and forth with Senator Feinstein, that will work in Republican circles. That and the praising of President Trump, that actually works if the audience is at 1600 Pennsylvania.
But it's a good point that you make, because he certainly threw out the window the myth that this is supposed to be a nonpartisan process. I mean, he almost sounded like a political candidate at some points. He came out so hard against the Democrats.
That's what's lost in all of this.
Yes.
And I think when we go back and look at really where everything broke down, we will see this page in history. Because yes, it's contentious, and yes, it's highly partisan, and in many cases in the past it's very sexist, quite honestly. But in this case, you see the judge having to go there, not only with the Fox News interview, but now the gloves are off, and it's extremely partisan, and he's contributing to
And
that.
we've all, as a country, lost something by that, I think, right? Caitlin, what was your impression?
This is a really tough day for everybody involved. The testimony from Dr. Ford was compelling, gut-wrenching at times, and very eliciting emotional reactions from the audience watching. And I think the judge's testimony, Judge Kavanaugh's testimony too, when he was getting emotional talking about his own family and what they've been through throughout the 10 days since these allegations surfaced, will also tug at some, evoke some emotion from people watching as well. Sure. I am waiting to see, though, how he handles the questioning. Remember, the Democratic senators are not going to be kind to him the way that they were wanting to show support for Dr. Ford and for what she had been through.
Right.
They are going to grill Judge Kavanaugh to every extent that they can. And watching how he responds to that, I think, will be really telling. Does he negate any of the sympathy he may have garnered earlier in the testimony? Right. We also have to consider, too, as Leslie mentioned, who he is trying to talk to here.
Right.
Is it Donald Trump? Is it the, Collins and Murkowskis of the Senate who will be making this decision?
Or the Republican base that
Right.
really just wants a conservative judge at the end of the day on the Supreme Court. We're going to play a little bit of some of his more emotional words, I think where he was the most touching when he spoke about his family. Let's listen to this.
I intend no ill will to Dr. Ford and her family. The other night, Ashley and my daughter Liza said their prayers, and little Liza, all of 10 years old, said to Ashley, we should pray for the woman. It's a lot of wisdom from a 10-year-old. We mean no ill will.
That was definitely one of the more poignant moments. You certainly can't argue with a 10-year-old praying for someone. I'm just curious whether you think, though, a man crying in public is held to a different standard than a woman crying in public. Do you think, in other words, he was given points for that show of emotion, whereas had Dr. Ford perhaps broken down on that level, she might not have been given the same credit? What do you think, Leslie?
Right. I think that so many are trying to make him the villain, and he pushes back against that, and he showed a very strong sense of humanity, a strong sense of his own personal faith and compassion. And that empathy for Dr. Ford will carry a lot of weight. I think that's why people are going to come back and be really confused that you can't say either one of them is 100% correct. And that may be fundamentally what the winning, if there is a winning in terms of confirmation that salvages this nomination.
I think we're in a lose-lose situation here, because I think regardless of how this turns out, there are some broken lives.
Exactly. It is difficult to see how anybody comes out of this, whether Judge Kavanaugh wins, and if he wins by meaning if he is nominated, in fact, to the Supreme Court or confirmed to the Supreme Court, this, of course, will hover over him. I mean, this is a historic day in every sense of the word. And for Dr. Ford, it's just emotional on both sides, and hard to see how there is any, real victory here, if that's the word they're using. I think what I'm also going to watch for in the coming questioning is, how political this does become. Remember, we're talking about a justice for the Supreme Court of the United States, which is supposed to be removed from politics. The judge, in his conversation with Fox News earlier this week, said he would not take the bait when asked several times whether the motivations of this were political. He did not engage in that. Today, it does seem to be a pillar of his defense, saying that this is about the process. He's speaking to people in the audience about where you want to go as a country. For some people, that means believing Ford. For some
Let's
people, that
bring in
may be
quickly the
believing
sound
Kavanaugh.
where he referenced President Trump, so we can talk about that. Here it is.
This whole 2-week effort has been a calculated and orchestrated political hit, fueled with apparent pent-up anger about President Trump and the 2016 election, fear that has been unfairly stoked about my judicial record, revenge on behalf of the Clintons, and millions of dollars in money from outside left-wing opposition groups.
The gloves are off, and the Democrats are the enemy.
So what the Republicans would say is he secretly some sort of gang leader? We saw this tweeted, a gang leader in an underground, gang rape band that evaded the FBI, or is he an innocent man who's really going through this smear campaign? The answer is more likely somewhere in the middle.
Right.
And I think we have to step back and what's common sense says. Is this a big Democratic plot to unearth this, or is this something where they had some information, maybe should have given it forward a little bit earlier, but gave it at a certain time? At the same point for the Republicans, yes, we might want to open up an FBI investigation, but, based upon the timing with the midterms, maybe it doesn't make so much sense from a political angle. From my perspective, though, we can't forget what the overall theme is. This is for the Supreme Court, right? If this doesn't get settled by October 1st, we have a Supreme Court that could theoretically go in with 8 justices and be split on some major decisions going forward. A 4-4 split means that lower court decision would be upheld. That's a dangerous thing to think about. We need 9 justices on that Supreme Court one way or another. So yes, it's important that we're having this conversation now as opposed to later, but you can't help but think if he doesn't get confirmed, what's going to happen realistically moving forward, because we have some really important months moving forward.
Let me just bring in Linda Tran, because she's with us as well. She is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Linda, what did you make of Judge Kavanaugh's opening statements?
Well, I would agree with a lot of what we've been talking about here just now on this panel. Judge Kavanaugh surprised us, I think, by showing that level of emotion, that intensity, and that direct attack on Democrats. I would say that some of the things that transpired just now, I don't think were terribly helpful to him as he was playing to this audience of one of Donald Trump over at Pennsylvania Avenue. I can't imagine that the women who were watching at home, that the female senators who will ultimately vote on whether or not to confirm him thought that it was helpful to see his exchange with Senator Feinstein. I think what's been lost in all of this is that at the end of the day, this is a job interview. It is a job interview that is playing out on the national stage. It's playing out on the world stage. But what he's trying to do, what he's vying for, is a job as judge for a lifetime on the Supreme Court. And what he ought to have been doing is trying to present a kind of balanced sense. And there's no question that if he ends up seated on that bench and there are progressive groups that come before him or Democratic causes that come up before him, it is very clear where he stands, and it feels like he will be holding a grudge.
Right. I mean, at this point, we know where he stands when it comes to certain partisan issues. If there were any questions on how he was going to vote on some of these key cases that you're talking about that will come down to the 5-4 split.
Absolutely.
Right, Jesse?
And that's really the key thing. We had a whole different conversation weeks ago when it was confirmation process. I wonder if a lot of people have forgotten about that. But at the end of the day, what this is all about is his credibility and his qualification to become the next Supreme Court justice. And if these allegations are true, it's a ripe conversation to have. Why should he sit on that court? But he does make a great point. Even though this is not a trial, even though there's no jury, this is not about guilt or innocence, we do live in a land of due process, right? So you have to listen to both sides, even, especially on the same day. There is something lost here when it's just one person saying one thing and one person saying another.
But this isn't a trial. This is an appointment to a very important job that no one is entitled to, correct? We're not talking about if he loses this job, he's going to jail. We're talking about a position on the Supreme Court for life, for whom there may be better candidates out there.
One thing I'll add, though, is there's a lot more at stake here than just this. I mean, yes, he talked a little bit about what his life is. He says, I may never be able to teach again. I may never be able to coach again. But if he goes back to the D.C. Circuit, there has been talk if he is lying under oath or if there's something improper here, could he be possibly grounds for impeachment? Now, that is way too early to say, but it's a conversation people are having. So let's say he then loses.
You'd need an FBI investigation for that.
Exactly. But if that's what it's going for, it's not just about this job. It's about other aspects of his life. Yes, this is the biggest job interview of his life, but it touches other aspects that I don't think he ever imagined when he accepted, yes, you can nominate me for the Supreme Court.
That's the severity of it. And many would argue it feels like guilty until proven innocent, that he has to go through and say no. And he's showing a calendar that says, I was not even in the state. I was nowhere near there. I have a very good documentation against that. Whereas if it was a court case, I mean, you would be able to siphon through that and have a much better assessment. But now it's the he said, she said, and it is the risk of losing everything. It's the ability to coach and teach and share and all the things that are part of his livelihood.
Although we should also point out that Mark Judge, who was not called to testify, has written a book that may place him in the area. So there are other stories out there that could get cleared up if he came in to testify, or again, if there was an FBI investigation.
I think that's why we come back saying there's no real winner. Let's say that they kind of push this through, they rush it through, they have the vote, he does get seated like Linda's talking about. There's still going to be ramifications for that because of the lens by which, as any human, he's going to see things. He's going to always, part of the last testimony was saying, you know, the hours of testimony was, I can be objective, I don't have a personal axe to grind, you know, I'm a jurist, you know, how can you realistically say that and just turn the page when America hasn't turned the page?
Yeah, and I think to that note, this opens up so many other layers now for senators to decide whether to confirm him. It's not just whether you believe these allegations, it's whether you believe Judge Kavanaugh is not too partisan for the court, whether you believe that he has the credibility to stand on the court. There are so many layers now that have opened up, and it was really interesting to see him talk about, try to appeal to say, imagine your husband, your son, kind of flip the victim card on its head when the people who have gone through this say, try to think about your mother or your sister or women in your life. He's trying to flip that on its head. We'll see if that has
I think
any
that was
resonance.
definitely some of the strongest parts of what he was saying when he showed the personal nature of how all of this has had on his life, on his reputation. I think he came across as less compelling when Senator Feinstein was interviewing him. He seemed a little snug, he seemed a little combative, almost verging on disrespectful when she was asking him some questions. So it will be interesting to see going forward if he channels that anger in an appropriate way or if it becomes, especially when he's talking to female senators, if the optics change.
Right. And his tone, and he's kind of rolling the eyes. So went from a very sympathetic character to somebody who's bristling with all. I think anybody in that situation, it's just so extraordinary. We cannot put enough of a point on that, how extraordinary this is. So personal, such strange things that we're talking about. And not just, and the last thing, with these senators, honestly, especially as a Republican and on the right, could use some sensitivity training. I mean, that break that we had, every major corporation has some sort of let's get with the modern century. But I really feel like when we listen to these senators, we're back, to the 1800s. So it would be very behoove us to learn how to communicate.
It is an extraordinary afternoon because we are listening to two people who seem to very genuinely believe their stories 100%.
And I think let's everyone step back and imagine you are either Brett Kavanaugh or Dr. Ford. From a realistic perspective, how are you going to act up there? You are going to act the way that he is acting, or you think about how Dr. Ford was able to get this story forward and people are skeptical of that. No, she spoke to her friends on the beach and she didn't have any idea about how to get the legal process going. That's exactly what somebody in that position would do.
Absolutely. All right, I'm going to point out that Judge Kavanaugh has just sat back down and it looks like questioning is going to resume, so let's listen in.
Senator Leahy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, you said before, and again today, that Mark Judge was a close friend of yours in high school. Now, Dr. Ford, as you know, has said that he was in the room when she was attacked. She also says you were, too. Unfortunately, the FBI has never interviewed him. We've not been able to have his attendance here. The chairman refuses to call him. If she's saying Mark Judge was in the room then he should be in the room here today. Would you want him called as a witness?
Senator, this allegation came into the committee.
Oh, no, I'm just asking the question. Would you want him to be here as a witness?
He's already provided sworn testimony to the committee. This allegation's been hidden by the committee, by members of the committee.
It has not been investigated by the FBI. The committee has refused to allow it to be.
It was dropped on me. It was sprung.
It was not investigated by the FBI, and he has not been called where he might be under oath.
Should have been handled in the due course, Senator, when it came in.
I would disagree with that. I've been on this committee 44 years, both Republicans and Democrats. I've never seen somebody that critical and not allowed to be here to called to be testified or an FBI background. But let me
he's provided sworn testimony, and Senator, let me finish. the allegation came in weeks ago, and nothing was done with it by the ranking member, and then it sprung on me.
Judge Kavanaugh, I've heard your line, and you stated it over and over again, and I have that well in mind. But let me ask you this. He authored a book titled Wasted, Tales of a Gen X Drunk. He references a Bart O'Kavanaugh vomiting in someone's car during Beach Week and then passing out. Is that you that he's talking about?
Senator, Mark Judge was...
To your knowledge, is that you that he's talking about?
I'll explain if you let me.
Proceed, please.
Mark Judge was a friend of ours in high school who developed a very serious drinking problem, an addiction problem, that lasted decades and was very difficult for him to escape from. And he nearly died. And then he had leukemia as well on top of it. Now, as part of his therapy, or part of his coming to grips with sobriety, he wrote a book that is a fictionalized book and an account. I think he picked out names of friends of ours to throw them in as kind of close to what for characters in the book. So you know, we can sit here.
We don't know whether that's you or not.
We can sit here and you like make fun of some guy who has an addiction.
I'm not making
I don't think
fun
that
of
really
anybody,
is
Judge
really
Kavanaugh,
good.
I'm trying to get a straight answer from you under oath. Are you Bart Kavanaugh that he's referring to? Yes or no?
You'd have to ask him.
Well, I agree with you there, and that's why I wish that the chairman had him here under oath. Now, you talked about your yearbook. In your yearbook, you talked about drinking and sexual exploits. Did you not?
Senator, let me take a step back and explain high school. I was number one in the class. Freshman.
And I thought
no.
I thought only the Senate.
You got this up. I'm gonna talk about my high school. No. I'm gonna
let him answer.
I'm gonna talk about my high school record. If you're gonna sit here and mock me,
We were. I think we were all very fair to Dr. Ford. Shouldn't we be just as fair to Judge Kavanaugh?
I busted my butt in academics. I always tried to do the best I could. So I recall I finished one in the class, first and freshman and junior year, right up at the top with Steve Clark and Eddie Ayala. We were always kind of in the mix. I played sports. I was captain of the varsity basketball team. I was wide receiver and defensive back on the football team. I ran track in the spring of '82 to try to get faster. I did my service projects at the school, which involved going to the soup kitchen downtown. Let me finish. And going to tutor intellectually disabled kids at the Rockville Library. Went to church. And yes, we got together with our friends.
Does this reflect what you are? Does this yearbook reflect your focus on academics and your respect for women? That's easy, yes or no. You don't have to filibuster the answer. Does it reflect your focus on
I already said the yearbook in my opening statement. The yearbook was obviously...
Just wait a minute. He's asked the question. I'll give you time to answer it.
The yearbook, as I said in my opening statement, was something where the students and editors made a decision to treat some of it as farce and some of it as exaggeration, some of it celebrating things that don't reflect the things that were really the central part of our school. Yes, we went to parties, though. Yes, of course. We went to parties, and the yearbook page describes that and kind of makes fun of it. And as a if we want to sit here and talk about whether a Supreme Court nomination should be based on a high school yearbook page, I think that's taken us to a new level of absurdity.
So, Ms. Mitchell.
Well, we got a filibuster, but not a single answer.
Ms. Mitchell.
Judge, do you still have your calendars there?
I do.
I would like you to look at the July 1st entry.
Yes.
The entry says, and I quote, "Go to Timmy's for skis with Judge, Tom, PJ, Bernie, and Squee."
Squee. Okay. It's a nickname.
Okay. To what does this refer and to whom?
So first says Tobin's House workout. So that's one of the football workouts that we would have that Dr. Finizio would run for guys on the football team during the summer. So we would be there. That's usually 6 to 8 or so, kind of till near dark. And then it looks like we went over to Timmy's. You want to know their last names too? I'm happy to do it.
If you could just identify, is Judge Mark Judge?
It is.
And is PJ Smith?
It is. So it's Tim Gaudette, Mark Judge, Tom Kane, PJ Smith, Bernie McCarthy, Chris Garrett.
Chris Garrett is Squee?
He is.
Did you, in your calendar, routinely document social gatherings like house parties or gatherings of friends in your calendar?
Yes, it certainly appears that way. That's what I was doing in the summer of 1982, and you can see that reflected on several of the entries.
If a gathering like Dr. Ford has described had occurred, would you have documented that?
Yes, because I documented everything, those kinds of events, even small get-togethers. August 7th is another good example where I documented a small get-together that summer. So, yes.
August 7th. Could you read that?
I think that's go to Becky's, Matt, Denise, Lori, Jenny.
Have you reviewed every entry that is in these calendars of May, June, July, and August of 1982?
I have.
Is there anything that could even remotely fit what we're talking about in terms of Dr. Ford's allegations?
No.
As a lawyer and a judge, we've talked about the FBI. Are you aware that this type of offense would actually be investigated by local police?
Yes. I mentioned Montgomery County Police earlier, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that in Maryland there is no statute of limitations that would prohibit you being charged even if this happened in 1982?
That's my understanding.
Have you at any time been contacted by any members of local police agencies regarding this matter?
No, ma'am.
Prior to your nomination for Supreme Court, you've talked about all of the female clerks you've had and the women that you've worked with. I'm not just talking about them. I'm talking about globally. Have you ever been accused, either formally or informally, of unwanted sexual behavior?
No.
And when I say informally, I mean just a female complains. It doesn't have to be to anybody else but you.
No.
Since Dr. Ford's allegation was made public, how many times have you been interviewed by the committee?
It's been a 3 or 4. I'm trying to remember now. It's been several times. Each of these new things, absurd as they are, we get on the phone and kind of go through them.
So have you submitted 2 interviews specifically about Dr. Ford's allegation?
Yes.
And what about Deborah Ramirez's allegation that
Yes.
you waved your penis in front of her?
Yes.
What about Julie Swetnick's allegation that you repeatedly engaged in drugging and gang raping or allowing women to be gang raped?
Yes. Yes, I've been interviewed about it.
Okay. Were your answers to my questions today consistent with the answers that you gave to the committee in these various interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's the amount of time.
Senator Durbin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Kavanaugh, earlier today, Dr. Christine Ford sat in that same chair, and under oath, she said clearly and unequivocally that she was the victim of sexual assault at your hands. She answered our questions directly, and she didn't flinch at the prospect of submitting herself to an FBI investigation of these charges. We know, and I'm sure she's been advised by her attorneys, that a person lying to the FBI can face criminal prosecution. You have clearly and unequivocally denied that you assaulted Dr. Ford. With that statement, you must believe that there is no credible evidence or any credible witness that could prove otherwise. You started off with an impassioned statement at the beginning, and I can try to imagine what you have been through or your family's been through, and I'm sure I wouldn't get close to it.
Okay.
But it was an impassioned...
No, you wouldn't.
I'm sure I wouldn't. It's an impassioned statement. And in the course of it, you said, I welcome any kind of investigation. I quote you. I welcome any kind of investigation. I've got a suggestion for you. Right now, turn to your left in the front row, to Don McGahn, counsel to President Donald Trump. Ask him to suspend this hearing and nomination process until the FBI completes its investigation of the charges made by Dr. Ford and others and goes to bring the witnesses forward and provides that information to this hearing. I'm sure that the chairman at that point will understand that that is a reasonable request to finally put to rest these charges if they are false or to prove them if they are not. You spent 2 years in the White House office that approved judicial nominees. You turned to the FBI over and over and over again for their work. Let's bring them in here and now. Turn to Don McGahn and tell him it's time to get this done. An FBI investigation is the only way to answer some of these questions.
Stop the clock. This committee is running this hearing, not the White House, not Don McGahn, not even you as a nominee. We are here today because Dr. Ford asked for an opportunity here. I know you did too as well. In fact, maybe even before she did. We're here because people wanted to be heard from charges that they all thought were unfair, or activities like sexual assault was unfair. So I want to assure Senator Durbin, regardless of what you say to Senator Don McGahn, we're not suspending this hearing. Proceed to answer the question, or whatever, or if the gentleman...
I'll just say this. If you, Judge Kavanaugh, turn to Don McGahn and to this committee and say, for the sake of my reputation, my family name, and to get to the bottom of the truth of this, I am not going to be an obstacle to an FBI investigation. I would hope that all the members of the committee would join me in saying we're going to abide by your wishes and we will have that investigation.
I welcome whatever the committee wants to do because I'm telling the truth.
I want to know what you want to do.
I'm telling the truth.
I want to know what you want to do, Judge.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent of this charge.
Then you're prepared for an FBI investigation?
They don't reach conclusions. You reach the conclusions,
No,
Senator.
but they do investigate questions.
I'm innocent.
And you can't have it both ways, Judge. You can't say here at the beginning,
I wanted a hearing
moment,
Look,
I welcome any kind of investigation.
This thing was sprung on me. This thing was sprung at the last minute after being held by staff. You know,
Judge,
and I called for a hearing immediately.
If there is no truth to her charges, the FBI investigation will show that. Are you afraid that they might not?
Come on, gee whiz.
The FBI does not reach. That's a phony question because the FBI doesn't reach conclusions. They just provide the 302s. With 302s, so I can explain to people who don't know what that is. They just go and do what you're doing: ask questions and then type up a report. They don't reach the bottom line conclusions.
This morning, I asked Dr. Ford. I asked her about this incident where she ran into Mark Judge at a Safeway, and she said, "Sure, I remember. 6 or 8 weeks after this occurrence." Well, someone at the Washington Post went in and took a look at Mr. Judge's book and has been able to, the run that he wrote about his addiction and his alcoholism. And they have narrowed it down what they think was a period of time, 6 or 8 weeks after the event. And he would have been working at the Safeway at that point. So the point I'm getting to is we at least can connect some dots here and get some information. Why would you resist that kind of investigation? Why would you resist that kind of investigation?
Senator, I wanted the hearing last week.
I'm asking about the FBI investigation.
The committee figures out how to ask the questions. I'll do whatever. I've been on the phone multiple times with committee counsel. I'll talk to...
Judge Kavanaugh, will you support an FBI investigation right now?
I will do whatever the committee wants to...
Personally, do you think that's the best thing for us to do? You want to answer?
Look, Senator, I've said I wanted a hearing, and I'd said I was welcome anything. I'm innocent. This thing was held when it could have been presented in the ordinary way. It could have been held and handled confidentially at first, which was what Dr. Ford's wishes were, as I understand it, and wouldn't have caused this, like, destroyed my family like this effort has.
I think an FBI investigation will help all of us on both sides of the issue.
Senator Graham asked for the floor, but before he does, it seems to me that if you want to know something, you got the witness right here to ask him. And secondly, if you want an FBI report, you can ask for it yourself. I've asked for FBI reports in the past, in the 38 years I've been in the Senate. Senator Graham.
Are you aware that at 9:23 on the night of July the 9th, the day you were nominated to the Supreme Court by President Trump, Senator Schumer said, 23 minutes after your nomination, "I will oppose Judge Kavanaugh's nomination with everything I have. I have a bipartisan, and I hope a bipartisan majority will do the same. The stakes are simply too high for anything less." Well, if you weren't aware of it, you are now. Did you meet with Senator Dianne Feinstein on August 20th?
I did meet with Senator Feinstein.
Did you know that her staff had already recommended a lawyer to Dr. Ford?
I did not know that.
Did you know that her and her staff had this allegations for over 20 days?
I did not know that at the time.
If you wanted an FBI investigation, you could have come to us. What you want to do is destroy this guy's life, hold this seat open, and hope you win in 2020. You've said that, not me. You've got nothing to apologize for. When you see Sotomayor and Kagan, tell them that Lindsay said hello, because I voted for them. I would never do to them what you've done to this guy. This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics. And if you really wanted to know the truth, you sure as hell wouldn't have done what you've done to this guy. Are you a gang rapist?
No.
I cannot imagine what you and your family have gone through. Boy, y'all want power. God, I hope you never get it. I hope the American people can see through this sham, that you knew about it and you held it. You had no intention of protecting Dr. Ford. None. She's as much of a victim as you are. God, I hate to say it because these have been my friends. But let me tell you, when it comes to this, you're looking for a fair process. You came to the wrong town at the wrong time, my friend. Do you consider this a job interview?
The advice and consent role is like a job interview.
You consider that you've been through a job interview?
I've been through a process of advice and consent under the Constitution. Which
would you say you've been through hell?
I've been through hell and then some.
This is not a job interview.
Yeah.
This is hell. This is going to destroy the ability of good people to come forward because of this crap. Your high school yearbook. You have interacted with professional women all your life, not one accusation. You're supposed to be Bill Cosby when you're a junior and senior in high school. And all of a sudden you got over it. It's been my understanding that if you drug women and rape them for 2 years in high school, you probably don't stop. Here's my understanding. If you lived a good life, people would recognize it, like the American Bar Association has the gold standard. His integrity is absolutely unquestioned. He is the very circumspect in his personal conduct, harbors no biases or prejudices. He's entirely ethical, is a really decent person. He is warm, friendly, unassuming. He's the nicest person. The ABA. The one thing I can tell you, you should be proud of. Ashley, you should be proud of this, that you raised a daughter who had the good character to pray for Dr. Ford. To my Republican colleagues, if you vote no, You're legitimizing the most despicable thing I have seen in my time in politics. You want this seat? I hope you never get it. I hope you're on the Supreme Court. That's exactly where you should be. And I hope that the American people will see through this charade. And I wish you well, and I intend to vote for you, and I hope everybody who's fair-minded will.
Senator Whitehouse.
Should we let things settle a little bit after that?
If you want to, we'll take a 60-second break.
No, I'm good.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm good. One of the reasons, Mr. Kavanaugh, that we are looking at the yearbook is that it is relatively consistent in time with the events at issue here. And because it appears to be your words, is it in fact your words on your yearbook page?
We submitted things to the editors, and I believe they took them. I don't know if they changed things or not, but
you're not aware of any changes, as far as you know.
I'm not aware one way or the other, but I'm not going to sit here and contest that. Have at it if you want to go through my yearbook.
Yeah, I'm actually interested. You know, lawyers should be working off of common terms and understand the words that we're using. I think that's a pretty basic principle among lawyers. Wouldn't you agree?
It is. If you're worried about my yearbook, have at it, Senator.
Let's look at Beach Week Ralph Club biggest contributor. What does the word Ralph mean in that?
That probably refers to throwing up. I'm known to have a weak stomach, and I always have. In fact, the last time I was here, you asked me about having ketchup on spaghetti. I always have had a weak stomach.
I don't know that I asked about ketchup on spaghetti, but
you didn't. Someone did,
okay.
And this is well known. Anyone who's known me, like a lot of these people behind me, have known me my whole life. Know, you know, I got a weak stomach, whether it's with beer or with spicy food or anything.
So the vomiting that you reference in the Ralph Club reference related to the consumption of alcohol.
Senator, I was the top of my class academically. Busted my butt in school, captain of the varsity basketball team, got into Yale College. When I got into Yale College, got into Yale Law School, worked my tail off.
And did the word Ralph you used in your yearbook
I already answered the question. If you're,
did it relate to alcohol?
I like beer.
You haven't answered that.
I like beer. I don't know if you do.
Okay.
Do you like beer, Senator, or not? What do you like to drink?
Next one is,
Senator, what do you like to drink?
Judge, have you, I don't know if it's buffed or boofed. How do you pronounce that?
That refers to flatulence. We were 16.
Okay. And so when your friend Mark Judge said the same, put the same thing in his yearbook page back to you, he had the same meaning. It was flatulence.
I don't know what he did, but that's my recollection. We want to talk about flatulence at age 16 on a yearbook page. I'm game.
You mentioned, I think, the Renata, I don't know how you pronounce that. That's a proper name of an individual you know?
Renata.
Renata? It's spelled with an E at the end, R-E-N-A-T-E. Is that
correct?
Okay. And then after that is the word alumnius. What does the word alumnius mean in that context?
I explained that in my opening statement. She was a great friend of ours. A bunch of us went to dances with her. She hung out with us as a group. The media circus that has been generated by this thought and reported that it referred to sex. It did not. Never had any, as she herself said on the record, any kind of sexual interaction with her. And I'm sorry how that's been misinterpreted, and sorry about that, as I explained in my opening statement, because she's a good person. And to have her name dragged through this hearing is a joke and really an embarrassment.
Devil's Triangle?
Drinking game.
How's it played?
3 glasses in a triangle.
And?
You ever played quarters?
No.
Okay, it's a quarters game.
Ann Doherty's?
As you can tell from my calendar, she had a party on the 4th of July in the beach in Delaware.
and there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Fs in front of the 4th of July. What does that signify, if anything?
One of our friends, Squee, when he said the F word, starting at a young age, had kind of a wind-up to the F word, kind of a and then the word would come out. And when we were 15, we thought that was funny, and it became an inside joke for how he would say and I won't repeat it here, for the F word.
Referring to Georgetown versus Louisville and...
You want any more on the Fs?
No, Orioles versus Red Sox. In both, you respond, who won anyway, or who won that game anyway? Should we draw any conclusion that a loss of recollection associated with alcohol was involved in you not knowing who won the games that you attended?
No. First of all, the Georgetown-Louisville was watching it on TV, a party, and
That's not inconsistent with drinking and not remembering what happened.
I'm aware. And the point of both was we, in essence, were having a party and didn't pay attention to the game, even though the game was the excuse we had for getting together. I think that's very common. I don't know if you've been to a Super Bowl party, for example, Senator, and not paid attention to the game and just hung out with your friends. I don't know if you've done that or not, but that's what we were referring to in those two occasions.
Senator Cornyn.
Judge, I can't think of a more embarrassing scandal for the United States Senate since the McCarthy hearings, when the comment was about the cruelty of the process toward the people involved. And the question was asked, have you no sense of decency? And I'm afraid we've lost that, at least for the time being. Do you understand you've been accused of multiple crimes?
I'm painfully aware for my family and me to read about this.
And
breathless reporting.
Of course, the sexual assault that Dr. Ford claims that you denied, then the claims of Ms. Ramirez that not even the New York Times would report because they couldn't corroborate it. And then Stormy Daniels' lawyer released a bombshell accusing you of gang rape. All of those are crimes, are they not?
They are, and I'm never going to get my reputation back. My life is totally and permanently altered.
Well, Judge, don't give up.
I'm not giving up.
The American people are listening to this, and they will make their decision, and I think you'll come out on the right side of that decision.
Well, I will always be a good person and try to be a good judge, whatever happens. But
so this is not a job interview. You've been accused of a crime. If you have lied to the committee and the investigators, that is a crime in and of itself, correct?
That is correct.
So in order to vote against your nomination, we would have to conclude that you are a serial liar. Yeah. And you have exposed yourself to legal jeopardy in your interaction with this committee and the investigators. Isn't that correct?
That's my understanding.
You talked in your interview with Martha McCollum the other night about a fair process. Some of my colleagues across the aisle say, well, the burden is not on the accuser because this is a job interview. The burden is on you. But you said you weren't there and it didn't happen. It's impossible for you to prove a negative. So I would just suggest that you have been accused of a crime and that a fair process under the United States Constitution and our notion of fair play means that the people who make an accusation against you have to come forward with some evidence. Isn't that part of a fair process?
Yes, sir, Senator.
And part of that means that if you're going to make an allegation, there needs to be corroboration. In other words, you're not guilty because somebody makes an accusation against you in this country. We're not a police state. We don't give the government that kind of power. We insist that those charges be proven by competent evidence. And I know we're not in a court. I've told my colleagues if we were in court, half of them would be in contempt of court. But you have been accused of a crime, and I believe fundamental notions of fair play and justice in our constitutional system require that if somebody's going to make that accusation against you, then they need to come forward with some corroboration, not just allegations. And you're right to be angry about the delays in your ability to come here and protect your good name, because in the interim, it just keeps getting worse. It's not Dr. Ford. It's this story that not even the New York Times would report, the allegation of Ms. Ramirez. And then Stormy Daniels' lawyer comes up with this incredible story accusing you of the most sordid and salacious conduct. It's outrageous, and you're right to be angry. But this is your chance to tell your story, and I hope you have a chance to tell us everything you want to tell us. But the burden is not on you to disprove the allegations made. The burden under our system, when you accuse somebody of criminal conduct, is on the person making the accusation. Now, I understand this isn't a trial, like I said, but I just wanted to make sure that we understood. It's hard to reconstruct what happened 36 years ago, and I appreciate what you said about Dr. Ford, that perhaps she has had an incident at some point in her life, and you are sympathetic to that. But your reputation is on the line, and I hope people understand the gravity of the charges made against you and what a fair process looks like.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, we're talking here about decency, and you understand we have this constitutional duty to advise and consent. And for me, when this evidence came forward, I decided that I needed to look at this, and I needed to find out about it, and I needed to ask you questions about it, as well as others that were involved. So again, I'm not going to take quite the same approach as my colleagues here and talk about Don McGahn or any of this. Why don't you just ask the president? Dr. Ford can't do this. We clearly haven't been able to do this. But just ask the president to reopen the FBI investigation.
I think the committee is you're doing the investigation. I'm here to answer your questions. No. And I should say one thing, Senator Klobuchar, which is I appreciate our meeting together, and I appreciate how you handled the prior hearing, and I have a lot of respect for you.
Well, thank you. All of that aside, here's the thing. You could actually just get this open so that we can talk to these witnesses, and the FBI can do it instead of us. And you've come before us, but we have people like Mark Judge, who Dr. Ford says was a witness to this. We have this polygraph expert that my colleagues were raising issues about the polygraph. We would like to have that person come before us. And I just think if we could open this up.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I guess I am. But Mark Judge has provided sworn statements saying this didn't happen and that I never did or would do.
But we would like the FBI to be able to follow up and ask him questions. You know, we talked about past nomination processes, and you talked about those. And I note that President George Bush, in the Anita Hill Justice Thomas case, he opened up the FBI investigation and let questions being asked. And I think it was helpful for people. So was his decision reasonable?
I don't know the circumstances of that. What I know, Senators, I'm here.
But the circumstances are that he opened up the investigation so the FBI could ask some questions. That's what he opened up the background check.
I'm here to answer questions about my yearbook or about, what I and my sports or, summer league basketball.
I'm not going to ask about the yearbook. So most people have done some drinking in high school and college, and many people even struggle with alcoholism and binge drinking. My own dad struggled with alcoholism most of his life, and he got in trouble for it, and there were consequences. He is still in AA at age 90, and he's sober. And in his words, he was pursued by grace, and that's how he got through this. So in your case, you have said here and other places that you never drank so much that you didn't remember what happened. But yet, we have heard, not under oath, but we have heard your college roommates say that you did drink frequently. These are in news reports, that you would sometimes be belligerent. another classmate said it's not credible for you to say you didn't have memory lapses. So drinking is one thing.
I actually don't think that's the second quote's correct. On the first quote, if you wanted, I provided some material that's still redacted about the situation with the freshman year roommate, and I don't really want to repeat that in a public hearing, but just so you know, there were 3 people in a room, Dave White, Jamie Roach, and me, and it was a contentious situation where Jamie did not like Dave White at all, and I mean this.
Okay.
So Dave White came back from home one weekend, and Jamie Roach had moved all his furniture out into the courtyard.
Okay.
And so he walks in, and so that's your source on that. Okay. So there's some old.
Drinking is one thing.
And there's much more. Okay. Look at the redacted portion of what I said. I don't want to repeat that in a public hearing.
I will. Could I just ask one more question?
Redacted information about that.
Okay. Drinking is one thing, but the concern is about truthfulness. And in your written testimony, you said sometimes you had too many drinks. Was there ever a time when you drank so much that you couldn't remember what happened or part of what happened the night before?
No, I remember what happened, and I think you've probably had beers, Senator, and so
you're saying there's never been a case where you drank so much that you didn't remember what happened the night before or part of what happened?
You're asking about, blackout. I don't know. Have you?
Could you answer the question, Judge? That's not happened. Is that your answer?
Yeah, and I'm curious if you have.
I have no drinking problem, Judge.
Yeah, nor do I.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hatch, since this FBI thing keeps coming up all the time, let's get back to basics. First of all, anybody, including any senator that's brought up this issue, could ask for an FBI investigation. What the FBI does is gather information for the White House, then the file's sent to the committee for us to make our own evaluations. We're capable of making our own determination about the accuracy of any of those allegations. The FBI has put out a statement over, now I suppose it's a month ago, clearly stating this matter is closed as far as the letter being sent to them, and there is no federal crime to investigate. If Senate Democrats hope for the FBI to draw any conclusions on this matter, I'm going to remind you what Joe Biden said. Now, I said this in my statement, but maybe people aren't listening when I say it. Maybe they won't even hear this. Joe Biden, quote, "The next person who refers to an FBI report as being worth anything obviously doesn't understand anything. The FBI explicitly does not in this or any other case reach a conclusion, period. They say, he said, she said, they said, period." So when people wave an FBI report before you or even bring it up now as something prospectively, that wasn't in his quote, understand they do not reach conclusions. They do not make recommendations. Senator Hatch.
Mr. Chairman.
No, don't take a break.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me do this.
May I say for the record that actually we have asked, you said that nobody's asked the FBI or we could ask the FBI. I actually have, I think others have, and I think that the issue is that part of what an FBI report does is to investigate and seek either corroborating or exculpatory evidence. It's not so much the conclusion that it draws as the breadth of the evidence that is sought out through the investigation and the difference between what somebody might say to an FBI agent when they're being examined, and for instance, Mr. Judge's letter signed by his lawyer sent in, it's just a different thing. And I believe still that this is the first background investigation in the history of background investigations that hasn't been reopened when new credible derogatory information was raised about the subject, about the nominee. So I just didn't want to let the point you made stand without referencing what we had tried to do.
Pardon me, but I'll just add to the point you made. The letter was sent to the FBI. The FBI sent it to the White House. with a letter saying the case is closed. We're taking a break now. For Senator, we're taking a break now. 15-minute break.
Come on.
Okay, another break in the Kavanaugh hearings this afternoon that the Senate Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley just called for. We have not been advised how long that break is going to be, but welcome back to those of you watching. You've been watching the Senate Judiciary Committee hearings. If you are just joining us, Judge Brett Kavanaugh has denied forcefully that he sexually assaulted Christine Blasey Ford when they were teenagers. We do want to play for you perhaps the most emotional moment of the day outside of the Kavanaugh testimony, we should say, which came not shortly after that ended, and that was Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. We're going to digest a lot of this in just a moment and play more sound beyond this, but let's start with some of that Lindsey Graham sound because the White House has also been reacting to it.
If you wanted an FBI investigation, you could have come to us. What you want to do is destroy this guy's life, hold this seat open, and hope you win in 2020. You've said that, not me. You've got nothing to apologize for. When you see Sotomayor and Kagan, tell them that Lindsey said hello, because I voted for them. I would never do to them what you've done to this guy. This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics. And if you really wanted to know the truth, you sure as hell wouldn't have done what you've done to this guy. Are you a gang rapist?
No.
I cannot imagine what you and your family have gone through. Boy, y'all want power. God, I hope you never get it. I hope the American people can see through this sham, that you knew about it and you held it. You had no intention of protecting Dr. Ford. None. She's as much of a victim as you are. God, I hate to say it because these have been my friends. But let me tell you, when it comes to this, you're looking for a fair process. You came to the wrong town at the wrong time, my friend. Do you consider this a job interview?
The advice and consent role is like a job interview.
You consider that you've been through a job interview.
I've been through a process of advice and consent under the Constitution. Which
would you say you've been through hell?
I've been through hell and then some.
This is not a job interview.
Yeah.
This is hell. This is going to destroy the ability of good people to come forward because of this crap. Your high school yearbook. You have interacted with professional women all your life, not one accusation.
Lindsey Graham was the first GOP senator to ask questions and not defer to the prosecutor that Republicans had selected who did the earlier questioning of Christine Blasey Ford. The president said at his news conference yesterday he would be watching the hearings today. He is. An official at the White House now tells us that they are pleased with Kavanaugh's strong, full-throated response, a tone they say they've been waiting for from him. We've seen a number of tweets now going out from various members of the White House endorsing what they've heard so far from Judge Kavanaugh. Joining me in our coverage now, Bianna Golodryga, CBS This Morning co-host John Dickerson, Jan Crawford, who covers the Supreme Court for us, and also CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman once again, and our political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, who is outside the hearing room and has been trying to get whatever information he can from senators and others as they leave all of that. First, let's talk about, Bianna, if we could, those comments from Lindsey Graham, because they were memorable.
Look, I think Lindsey Graham spared Judge Kavanaugh from a lot of the emotions people were
hoping or maybe fearful that they would be hearing from Judge Kavanaugh. Lindsey Graham is known to express himself in whichever opinion he has on whatever topic, and we saw that side of him. I know you had a lot of thoughts about what Senator Graham was trying to convey in his message within the party to other Republicans who may be on the fence about what they should be doing with
Well, that's one of the things that really struck me. Here, first of all, is the first senator on the Republican side to speak. So we talked about it earlier when Rachel Mitchell was talking. She wasn't trying to frame a political argument. She was just going methodically. But this was the first chance to frame it politically for everybody watching and for Republicans. And Lindsey Graham, in addition to that emotional response, he said to fellow Republicans, if you don't vote for him, if you vote against Kavanaugh, you will be affirming, validating this, what Lindsey Graham had just described, which was an awful process that ruined a family, that ruined a man. So he has set the stakes. If this is about determining what the question is, what the narrative is, Lindsey Graham is trying to do that for those on the fence Republicans, saying this is what the stakes are. And a vote against Kavanaugh is a vote in favor of the kind of scorched earth politics that he had just described. And as Jan was saying earlier, that's a message also to the Republican base, which is that's what this is about, and any Republican senator who caves to that pressure should be punished.
So you hit it. I mean, what you're saying, John, is what Lindsey Graham is saying is that if you vote against, you're endorsing character assassination.
That's exactly right. And again, it's about framing the question as much as it is almost anything else in politics. And that's what he was trying to do there, is frame the question for his own side. And I thought it was pretty effective.
Jan?
Well, I mean, I think Brett Kavanaugh really kind of laid the groundwork for that. I mean, when he gave that opening statement, which, as you know, our reporter said inside the room, I mean, the room was just, you could hear a pin drop. And then to see the emotion from him, and kind of as he talked about what this had done to him, his life, his family, his parents, his children, you know, that really then laid the groundwork for Senator Graham's quite fiery and emotional response, encouraging, you know, not encouraging, I mean, flat out saying that if you're going to vote against this man, not only is it a vote, you know, for character assassination, but it is a vote for the tactics that the Democrats have used. And he came out of that. I mean, what led to all this was, you know, the Democrats are pushing about this FBI investigation. And Senator Graham's point is this is ridiculous. Democrats sat on this for 2 months, and we could have had an FBI. We could have about all kind of investigations. And so, you know, that kind of also is kind of, when you see all this with the FBI investigation, that gives the Republicans then a chance to say, well, you sat on this for 2 months.
But Judge Kavanaugh has to be careful. There's one thing about being defensive about your character, and if he believes that, like as he says, that he wasn't there, he didn't do this, by all means, defend your actions. But when it comes to what he did in college, what he did in high school, his yearbook, his drinking, an FBI investigation, there are times where he kind of approaches that line, if maybe even not going over that line, of being a bit too defensive. He has never once said, yes, I invite an FBI investigation. He says, I will let you decide what to do. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I think the drinking and the did you drink, did you ever blackout drink to the senators asking those questions can turn out to bite him.
I think that's right, because in real time what it's showing is an evasiveness. So when Dick Durbin very carefully tried to put him in a corner and said, just ask the president's lawyer, Don McGahn, to call in the FBI, that was a tactic, a trick. And in the moment when Kavanaugh doesn't immediately respond or gives an answer like saying, I'm here now, it's a real-time demonstration of equivocation, which could be a challenge for him.
And all of this riveting testimony comes after the morning session, of course, Ricky, in which Christine Blasey Ford did not appear evasive, appeared very open. The tone between the two hearings, morning and afternoon, certainly very different in terms of what we're hearing from both of the principals involved here. It is an extraordinary amount for these senators to weigh.
Well, it is an extraordinary amount, except the Republicans have their game plan on. They are cohesive this afternoon. And I think you could say they were cohesive this morning in the sense that they made a decision to not do the questioning, to have a professional prosecutor do the questioning for what good or bad it did them, but that they treated Dr. Ford with respect. And it's of the idea that something happened to Dr. Ford, it just wasn't Brett Kavanaugh, and that there is a feeling of sympathy and empathy. So they've played the role in the morning of actually being the good guys. And now in the afternoon, if you take Lindsey Graham and then you wind up with other Republicans following his lead, they have a political message to give. It is highly cohesive, and they are coming to a point to get what they want. What they want are these few votes that may be up in the air. And the gauntlet, it's been dropped. And you have to take it up, or else look what you're doing. The only thing I see as a worry for Brett Kavanaugh as he takes this break and has a glass of water or whatever it is that centers him, or gives a hug to his wife, or feels support, he must be careful of not losing his temper. That's the only thing that he really has to watch.
And you think there's people telling him that right now?
Well, I think someone has told him that already, or he knows it. But the Democrats, as they go down the line, they're going to try to bait him, because one of the few things in this examination, besides do you want an FBI investigation, is the idea of his being a belligerent drunk and his acting out in a way that was out of character. So that person, the belligerent drunk, the abusive drunk, the drunk who might not remember what he did and do something untoward, that person would not be fit to be on the United States Supreme Court.
And also about being truthful. I know it's small, and I know a lot of us, I can only imagine what we would be going through if we were reliving what we did and what we put in our yearbook in high school and what have you. But you know, this is one of the most important jobs in the country, if not the world. And so much of it depends on honesty and truthfulness. And the parts about the yearbook, specifically about Renata, and as small as it may be, boys, you know, treated girls badly, vice versa in high school, for him to definitively say that she was one of us, and this was a code of her being, buddies with all of the boys, and we had high respect for her. Just hearing her side of the story, I just find that so, personally, I find it so hard to believe that that is what that meant. And I know it's small, but in the larger scheme of things, when you're talking about someone's character, for him to stand by the statement that she was one of us, I don't know. It's hard. That doesn't sit well with me.
He took issue with the folks who organized the yearbook. Mm-hmm. Right, was his.
Well, he put it in the context of the time as well. I mean, you got to think back to this is 1982. It was a different time. It was, he tried to put it in the context of the time.
Movies.
Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I mean, that was kind of part of, for probably, as we could say now, worse. I mean, those were the movies then. I mean, Animal House. I mean, they wouldn't make those movies today.
The weakness in the Democratic effort here is that presumably they're inquiring in this area because they want to know if the Kavanaugh described by his friend in the book about excessive drinking and the Kavanaugh described by Dr. Ford, if that person is even one that he's possible to approach by evidence that they can gather from inquiring with him. And so, but that framing has kind of been lost a little, and so there's just the questions about the yearbook. And so anybody who hasn't been following this quite closely would think, why are they asking about the yearbook? Why is that relevant? Why are we? Right. Why is that? And that's a challenge for Democrats.
But outside of the yearbook and the credibility of the allegations, so much of this has been focused on the timeline, and that is Republicans talking this morning about why didn't you tell us this earlier, and Democrats saying why can't we take a little more time and have this FBI investigation, and so much of it has returned today, Ricky, to that timing issue.
Well, right. And, of course, that was exactly where Rachel Mitchell was going this morning. And she spent, I would say, at least half of her 5-minute intervals dealing with the timeline. And that's a political inquiry. That's not a factual or credibility inquiry. And that led to a foundation for exactly where Lindsey Graham was going to go. So I think that they thought this out on the Republican side in a way, perhaps, that the Democrats have not, which surprises me.
Well, I mean, I also think that, I mean, Republicans genuinely believe they know what the deal is here. Democrats say they want an FBI investigation. Okay, how long does that take? You get an FBI investigation now, we need another hearing. Well, then that's going to take another 2 weeks to schedule the hearing, because she's got to come back, they've got to get witnesses, one of them's very ill, we may not be able to get her back. That's another 3-4 weeks. Then, you know, next thing you know, you get to the midterm. I mean, they believe that this is an effort to push this past the midterms, defeat Brett Kavanaugh, and then no other nominee will ever be confirmed if Democrats take the Senate. They will keep that seat open. And in some ways, this is, you know, payback for Merrick Garland.
Precedents, right.
And so that Republicans really see that as the game plan.
Right.
And so that is why they think the FBI investigation is a pure smokescreen.
And that's Kavanaugh sees it undoubtedly that way too, which is why he's not saying, sure, have the FBI. He's because there's been some reluctance.
And when Republicans say delay, I mean, it's factual. I mean, there is truth in that. That's exactly, and so that's part of that strategy.
But he's also fighting for his character. Forgive me if I'm wrong, because I very well may be. But did Dr. Ford initially ask to go after him, to speak after
her
Judge Kavanaugh? And in the court of public opinion, as you were saying, that if somebody just turned this on and watched Judge Kavanaugh, you know, there's a lot to take away from him, from his emotion, from what seemed to be just pain that he and his family had gone through, from his steadfastness in saying that I was not there and this did not happen. Compare that to everyone's reaction after watching Dr. Ford. So if you had only seen one, you'd say both are equally compelling, right?
Well, in America, I mean, if you are accused of something, it's our system of justice, and I know this isn't a courtroom, but if you're accused of something, you are entitled to hear what the allegations are against you before you respond. And so the suggestion that he would go first, this was the initial suggestion, which is again fueling the distrust by Republicans, by the way, because they believe this is all Democratic operatives. The suggestion was, and what they argued for, was that he would have to testify first, and then she would testify, and they would hear her for the first time, and then he would have no chance to give any rebuttal. Right. And so, I mean, you know, when you talk about fair process, I mean, if you're accused of something, you have to be able to know what the allegations are against you and to respond. This is America.
But Republicans must be feeling a little better, at least now, than they were 3 hours ago.
A lot better.
Yeah. As they both make their way back into the hearing room now, we believe this break is ending very soon. I do want to take a chance here to listen to both of the principals we've heard from here today. First, I think we have a little bit of sound from the most recent testimony, and that's Judge Kavanaugh.
The other night, Ashley and my daughter Liza said their prayers. And little Liza, all of 10 years old, said to Ashley, we should pray for the woman. It's a lot of wisdom from a 10-year-old. We mean no ill will.
All right, now if we can, some of the most emotional testimony we heard from this morning, if we have, I think one of the questions that Christine Blasey Ford was asked this morning was what was most memorable about that night back in 1982 for her. Okay, we don't have it. We'll try to get that because I think, to your point, Bianna, that it's important for people to hear, for those who haven't seen the day's entirety as we have, I think it's important for everyone to, more helpful for senators and everyone to hear everything. Brett Kavanaugh sitting back down again now. That's possible.
Judge, are you ready?
I am ready. And can I say one thing?
Yes.
Just going to say, I started my last colloquy by saying to Senator Klobuchar how much I respect her and respected what she did at the last hearing. And she asked me a question at the end that I responded by asking her a question. And sorry I did that. This is a tough process. I'm sorry about that.
I appreciate that. I would like to add, when you have a parent that's alcoholic, you're pretty careful about drinking. And the second thing is, I was truly just trying to get to the bottom of the facts and the evidence. And I, again, believe we do that by opening up the FBI investigation. And I would call it a background check instead of investigation. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Senator Hatch.
Well, thank you, Judge. Welcome. We're happy to have you here. My friend from, I'd just like to say a few words. My friend from Arizona emphasized yesterday that we have before us today two human beings, Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh. They deserve, each of you deserves to be treated fairly and respectfully. We tried to do that with Dr. Ford earlier, and I think we succeeded. It's important that we treat Judge Kavanaugh fairly now, and it remains to be seen how that's going to work out. Judge Kavanaugh has been a federal judge for 12 years, and he's been a great federal judge on the second highest court in the nation. He's earned a reputation for fairness and decency. His clerks love him. His students, he teaches in law school as well, his students love him. His colleagues love him. This man is not a monster, nor is he what has been represented here in these hearings. We're talking today about Judge Kavanaugh's conduct in high school, and even then, and as a freshman in college, I guess, as well. Serious allegations have been raised. If Judge Kavanaugh committed sexual assault, he should not serve on the Supreme Court. I think we'd all agree with that. But the circus atmosphere that has been created since my Democratic colleagues first leaked Dr. Ford's allegations to the media 2 weeks ago, after sitting on them for 6 weeks, I might add, has brought us the worst in our politics. It certainly has brought us no closer to the truth. Anonymous letters with no name and no return address are now being treated as national news. Porn star lawyers with facially implausible claims are driving the news cycle. I hate to say this, but this is worse than Robert Bork, and I didn't think it could get any worse than that. This is worse than Clarence Thomas. I didn't think it could get any worse than that. This is a national disgrace, the way you're being treated. And in the middle of it all, we have Judge Kavanaugh, a man who until 2 weeks ago was a pillar of the legal community. There's been no whisper of misconduct by him in the time he's been a judge. What we have are uncorroborated, unsubstantiated claims from his teenage years. Claims that every alleged eyewitness has either denied or failed to corroborate. I do not mean to minimize the seriousness of the claims. Yeah, they've been serious claims, but the search for truth has to involve more than bare assertions. Like Dr. Ford, Judge Kavanaugh deserves fair treatment. He was an immature high schooler. So were we all. That he wrote or said stupid things sometimes does not make him a sexual predator. I understand the desire of my colleagues to tear down this man at any cost. I do understand it. But let's at least be fair and look at the facts or the absence thereof. Guilt by association is wrong. Immaturity does not equal criminality. That Judge Kavanaugh drank in high school or college does not make him guilty of every terrible thing that he's recently been accused of. A lifetime of respect and equal treatment ought to mean something when assessing allegations that are flatly inconsistent with the course of a person's entire adult life. With those comments, Judge, I'd just like to ask you a few questions, if I can, about how, and if you can be short in your answers, it'd help me get through a bunch of them, about how this process has unfolded. When did you first learn of Dr. Ford's allegations against you?
It was a week ago Sunday, one Washington Post story.
Isn't that amazing? Did the ranking member raise these allegations in your one-on-one meeting with her last month?
She did not.
Did the ranking member raise them at your public hearing earlier this month?
No.
Did the ranking member raise them at the closed session that followed the public hearing?
She was not there.
Did the ranking member or any of her colleagues raise them in the 1,300 written questions that were submitted to you following the hearing?
No.
When was the first time that the ranking member or her staff asked you about these allegations?
Today.
When did you first hear of Ms. Ramirez's allegations against you?
In the period since then, in the New Yorker story.
Did the ranking member or any of her colleagues or any of their staffs ask you about Ms. Ramirez's allegations before they were leaked to the press?
No.
When was the first time that the ranking member or any of her colleagues or any of their staff asked you about Ms. Ramirez's allegations?
Today.
I think it's a disgrace between
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Kavanaugh, today's hearing is about Dr. Ford's serious allegations about sexual assault. You have unequivocally denied those claims, but we're here today to assess her credibility and yours. And in our previous vigorous exchanges in the previous confirmation hearing rounds, I found that your answers, at times vigorously defended, but at other times struck me as evasive or not credible on key issues. And it's against that backdrop that I'm seeking to assess your credibility today. You said in your opening that rule of law means taking allegations seriously, and I agree with that. It brings me no joy to question you on these topics today, but I do think they're serious, and I think they are worthy of our attention. So let me, if I can, return to a line of questioning my colleague was on before, which was about whether you've ever gotten aggressive while drinking or forgotten an evening after drinking.
Those are two different questions. I've already answered the second one. As the first, I think the answer to that is basically no. I don't know really what you mean by that. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, the reason
I don't mean it that way, but no is the basic answer, unless you're talking about something that I'm not aware of that you're going to ask about.
The reason I'm asking, we've had a very brief period of time to weigh outside evidence, and I'll join my colleagues in saying I wish we had more evidence in front of us today to weigh. Do you remember Liz Swisher, a college classmate of yours from Yale?
First, on your point about the outside evidence, all four witnesses.
Well, let me focus. I'm trying to get this question.
I know, but you made a point, and I just want to emphasize. All four witnesses who were allegedly at the event have said it didn't happen, including Dr. Ford's longtime friend, Ms. Kaiser,
right.
who said
and if
she's
if Mark Judge were in front of us today to question, we'd be able to assess his credibility. But let me just get through if I can, Your Honor. Liz Swisher is a college classmate. She's now a medical doctor, and I'm quoting from a recent interview she gave. She said Brett Kavanaugh drank more than a lot of people. He'd end up slurring his words, stumbling. It's not credible for him to say he's had no memory lapses in the nights he drank to excess. I know because I drank with him. How should we assess that?
She then goes on, if you kept reading, and says she actually can't point to any specific instance like that.
The quote that jumped out at me was, Brett was a sloppy drunk, and I know because I drank with him. There's also,
I do not think that's a fair characterization. And Chris Dudley's quoted in that article. And I would refer you to what Chris Dudley said. I spent more time with Chris Dudley in college than just about anyone. And I'd refer you to what he said.
In other reporting, as I'm sure you know, a college classmate described you as relatively shy, but said that when you drank, you could be aggressive or even belligerent. And your roommate, as I think you discussed with Senator Klobuchar, said you were frequently drunk.
Yeah, and that roommate, that was freshman year roommate.
Yes.
And there was contention between him and the third person. There were three of us in a small room, and you should look at what I said in the redacted portion of the transcript about him, and you should assess his credibility with that in mind.
Put yourself in our shoes for a moment, if you would, Judge, and I know that's asking a lot of you in this setting. But suppose you'd gone through a process to select someone for an incredibly important job and a position. You had a lot of qualified candidates, and as you're finishing the hiring process, you learn of a credible allegation that, if true, would be disqualifying. Wouldn't you either take a step back and conduct a thorough investigation or move to a different candidate? And why not agree to a 1-week pause to allow the FBI to investigate all these allegations and allow you an opportunity a week from now to have the folks present in front of us for us to assess their credibility and for us to either clear your name or resolve these allegations by moving to a different nominee?
All 4 witnesses who are alleged to be at the event said it didn't happen, including Dr. Ford's longtime friend, Ms. Kaiser, who said that she didn't know me and that she does not recall ever being at a party with me, with or without Dr. Ford.
What I've struggled with, Judge Kavanaugh, is the absence of a fair, federal law enforcement-driven, nonpartisan process to question the various people who I think are critical to this. My concern, should you move forward, is what it will do to the credibility of the court and how that may well hang over your service. I understand your concern about this.
Senator, my
I wish
reputation
you would join us in calling for an FBI investigation for 1 week to clear or confirm some of these allegations.
When you say a week delay, do you know how long the last 10 days have been for us?
Probably an eternity. But in the Judge Thomas confirmation
for us,
hearing,
every day,
it's a 4-day delay.
Every day, it's been a lifetime. And you know, yeah, and it's been investigated. And all 4 witnesses say it didn't happen. And they've said it under penalty of felony. And I've produced my calendars, which show, you know, a lot. That's important evidence. And you act like, I mean, the last 10 days, I asked for a hearing the day after the allegation.
Before I call on Senator Lee, I want to emphasize something here, that talking about doing something without enough time. We had 45 days between July 30th and September the 13th, I believe it is, when we could have been investigating this. And in regard to this candidate, if you take the average of 65 to 70 days between the time that a person is announced by the president and the Senate votes on it, is about 65 to 70 days. And here we are at about 85 to 90 days. So there's plenty of time put in on this nomination. Senator Lee. Oh, no, wait a minute. I got one other thing I want to do. Everybody else has been putting letters in the record. I have a letter here from 65 women who knew Judge Kavanaugh between the years 79 and 83, the years he attended Georgetown Prep High School. These women wrote to the committee because they know Judge Kavanaugh and they know that the allegations raised by Dr. Ford are completely, totally inconsistent with his character. These 65 women know him through social events and church. Many have remained close friends with him. Here's what they say, partly quoting the letter. Quote, through the more than 35 years we've known him, Brett has stood out for his friendship, character, and integrity. He has always treated women with decency and respect. That was true in high school, and it remains true to this day. In closing, they wrote, Judge Kavanaugh, quote, has always been a good person. So without objection, I put it in the record. Senator Lee.
Judge Kavanaugh, you've been cooperative at every stage of this investigation, both your background investigation and the investigation conducted by this committee. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
It's also correct that you yourself do not control the FBI or when it conducts an investigation. You are a nominee. You're not tasked with the job of deciding who, when, whether, or how conducts an investigation.
That's correct.
But at every moment when either we or prior to the committee taking jurisdiction over it, the FBI has asked you questions, you've been attentive and you've been responsive. Isn't that right?
That's correct. Throughout my career.
I have colleagues today who have repeatedly asked for an FBI investigation. And there are some ironies in this, ironies that ascend at least 2 levels. In the first place, at least one of my colleagues, at least one of them, had access to this information many, many weeks before anyone else did, had the ability, and I believe the moral duty and obligation, to report those facts to the FBI, at which point they could have and would have been investigated by the FBI. And that could have been handled in such a way that didn't turn this into a circus, one that has turned your life upside down and that of your family, and the life of Dr. Ford and her family upside down. I consider this most unfortunate, given that this was entirely within the control of at least one of my Democratic colleagues to do this. The second level of irony here is that while calling repeatedly for an investigation by the FBI, an investigation over which you have no ability to control, by the way, an investigation you have no authority to call for, while calling for an investigation, we're in the middle of a conversation that involves questions to you. And so I ask my Democratic colleagues, if you have questions for Judge Kavanaugh, ask him. He's right here. If that's really what you want is the truth, ask him questions right now. If you have questions of other witnesses, then for the love of all that is sacred and holy, participate in the committee investigations that have been going on, as you have not been participating, with the committee staff investigating the outside witnesses. If someone really were interested in the truth, this is what they would do. They would participate in the investigation, and when we have a committee investigation, a committee hearing with live witnesses, they would talk about that rather than something else they wish they were having in front of them. If what they want is a search for the truth, then now is their choice. If, on the other hand, what they want to do is delay this until after the election, which at least one of my colleagues on the Democratic side has acknowledged, then that might be what they would do. Finally, I want to point out that there is significant precedent from our former chairman of this committee, Chairman Joe Biden. During the Clarence Thomas hearings nearly 3 decades ago, Chairman Biden made some interesting observations about FBI reports and their role in this process. Here's what he said, quote, "The next person who refers to an FBI report as being worth anything obviously doesn't understand anything. The FBI explicitly does not, in this or any other case, reach a conclusion, period." Those are his dual periods, not mine. I continue the quote. "The reason why we cannot rely on the FBI report, you would not like it if we did, because it is inconclusive. So when people wave an FBI report before you, understand they do not reach conclusions. They do not make, as my friend points out more accurately, they do not make recommendations. In other words, the role of the FBI is to flag issues. Those issues have been flagged. Sadly, in this case, they were flagged not as they should have been, not in the timing in which they should have been. And therefore, they couldn't have been addressed in the manner that would have preserved a lot more dignity for you, for your family, and for Dr. Ford and her family. They were instead held out until the final moment. I consider that most unfortunate. And for that, on behalf of this committee, I extend to you my most profound sympathies, and my most profound sympathies to Dr. Ford and her family as well.
Mr. Chairman, since we don't have enough slots for everyone, can I have the last minute of Senator Lee so that Senator Kennedy can be recognized? Judge, we did 38 hours in public with you. Did we have any private hearings with you?
Yes.
Was that a fun time for you? When senators could ask questions that are awkward or uncomfortable about potential alcoholism, potential gambling addiction, credit card debt, if your buddies floated you money to buy baseball tickets. Did you enjoy that time we spent in here late one night?
I'm always happy to cooperate with the committee.
That's charitable. Were you ever asked about any sexual allegations when we had that time in here with you alone?
No.
Did the ranking member already have these allegations for, I guess this would have been September 6 or 7? And the letter was written on July 30th. A recommendation was made by the ranking member or her staff to Dr. Ford. And by the way, I think Dr. Ford is a victim, and I think she's been through hell, and I'm very sympathetic to her. But did the ranking member's staff, did we hear today, make a recommendation to hire a lawyer, and she knew all of that? And yet we had a hearing here with you, and none of these things were asked. But then once the process was closed, once the FBI investigation was closed, once we were done meeting in public and in private, then this was sprung on you. I just want to make sure I have the dates correct, right? Because we got 35 plus days from all the time that this evidence was in the hands. Recommendations were made to an outside lawyer. You could have handled all this. We could have had this conversation in private in a way that didn't not only do crap to his family, but do all... I yield my time. Trying to see if he could do math about 35 days. That was a little bit of a question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Judge Kavanaugh. As a federal judge, you're aware of the jury instruction, falsus in unibus, falsus in omnibus. Are you not? You're aware of that jury instruction?
Yeah, I am.
You know what it means?
You can translate it for me, Senator. You can do it better than I can.
False in one thing, false in everything, meaning in jury instructions that some of us as prosecutors have heard many times, is told a jury that they can disbelieve a witness if they find him to be false in one thing. So the core of why we're here today really is credibility. Let me talk.
The core of why we're here is an allegation for which the 4 witnesses present have all said it didn't happen.
Let me ask you about Renata Dolphin, who lives in Connecticut. She thought these yearbook statements were, quote, horrible, hurtful, and simply untrue, end quote, because Renata alumni clearly implied some boast of sexual conquest. And that's the reason that you apologized to her, correct?
That's false, speaking about the yearbook, and she said she and I never had any sexual interaction. So your question is false, and I've addressed that in the opening statement. And so your question is based on a false premise and really does great harm to her. I don't know why you're bringing this up, frankly. Doing great harm to her by even bringing her name up here is really unfortunate.
Well, calling someone an alumnus in that way,
well, implying what you're implying about
by a number of your football friends at the time as boasting of sexual conquest. That's the reason that I'm bringing it up. And
yeah, no, it's false. You're implying that. Look what you're bringing up right now about her. Look what you're doing.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that these interruptions not be subtracted from my time.
Yeah, ask your question and then
She's a great person. She's always been a great person. We never had any sexual interaction. By bringing this up, you're just dragging her through the mud. It's just unnecessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've made reference, Judge, to a sworn statement, I believe, by Mark Judge to the committee. Is that correct?
I made reference to what Mark Judge's lawyer sent to the committee?
Yeah, it's not a sworn statement, is it?
Under penalty of felony?
Well, it's a statement signed by his lawyer, Barbara Van Gelder. It is 6 cursory and conclusory sentences. Are you saying that that is a substitute for an investigation by the FBI or some interview by the FBI under oath?
Under penalty of felony, he said that this kind of event didn't happen and that I never did or would have done something like that.
As a federal judge, you always want the best evidence, don't you?
Senator, he has said, and all the witnesses present, look at Ms. Kaiser's statement. She's Dr. Ford's
Let me move on to another topic. You've testified to this committee this morning, this afternoon, quote, this whole 2-week effort has been a calculated and orchestrated political hit fueled with apparent pent-up anger about President Trump and the 2016 election, fear that has been unfairly stoked about my judicial record, revenge on behalf of the Clintons, and millions of dollars in money from outside left-wing opposition groups. Is it your testimony that the motivation of the courageous woman who sat where you did just a short time ago was revenge on behalf of a left-wing conspiracy or the Clintons?
Senator, I said in my opening statement that she preferred confidentiality, and her confidentiality was destroyed by the actions of this committee.
Let me ask you this. In a speech that you gave at Yale, you described, quote, falling out of the bus onto the front steps of the Yale Law School at 4:45 a.m.
I wasn't describing me. I organized, Senator, let me finish here, please. I organized a third-year end-of-school party for 30 of my classmates to rent a bus to go to Fenway Park in Boston, which was about a 3-hour trip. I bought all the tickets. You and I have discussed that before. I bought all the baseball tickets. I rented the bus. I organized the whole trip. We went to Fenway Park. Roger Clemens was pitching for the Red Sox. We had a great time. George Brett was playing third base for the Royals. Actually, he was playing left field that night. And we went to the game and got back, and then we went out. It was a great night of friendship.
I apologize for interrupting, Judge, but I need to finish the quote before I ask you the question.
I wasn't talking about
ends,
me.
Okay, well,
the quote ends that you tried to, quote, piece things back together, end quote, to recall what happened that night. Meaning?
I know what happened.
Well, you...
Judge, will you quickly answer your question, and then I'm going to let him answer.
I know what happened that night.
I'll finish asking my question.
Please, go ahead, but do it quickly.
Doesn't that imply to you that you had to piece things back together? You had to ask others what happened that night?
No.
Okay, you take your time now and answer the question.
Yeah.
Then Senator Crapo.
Definitely not. I know exactly what happened that night. It was a great night of fun. I was so happy that it was great camaraderie. Everyone looks back fondly on the trip to Fenway Park. And then we went out together, a group of classmates, and I know exactly what happened the whole night, and I'm happy.
Judge, do you believe Anita Hill?
Senator Crapo. Senator Crapo. Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Judge Kavanaugh, first, I want to get into this whole question that's been bandied back and forth here almost endlessly today about the FBI investigation process. Because I think I want to follow up a little bit on what Senator Lee and Senator Sass have referenced. There's been a lot of talk here about we need an FBI investigation. In these processes, which you've been through a number of times now when the FBI does a background check with regard to a nomination, could you quickly describe that for us? What does the FBI do?
The FBI gathers statements from people who have information. They don't resolve credibility. They gather the information, and the credibility determination is made by the ultimate fact finder, which in this case is the United States Senate. The committee, of course, here has gathered evidence.
And the FBI then gives that report to the White House, if I understand it, and the White House then transfers it to the Senate. Is that the
That's my understanding, yes.
And as you indicated, it does not do, and it's been said many times here today, the FBI does not make judgments. It gives the Senate committee information. At that point in time, if I understand the process correctly, the Senate, the United States Senate Judiciary Committee has legal authorities. If it receives information in an FBI report that it wants to further investigate, the Senate has legal authority to conduct further investigation. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And that is what has been referenced here many times about how some of these witnesses that were identified in the very late information that we received have made statements that are under penalty of felony. That's a felony for lying to the Senate Judiciary Committee. And as I understand it, what happens is the Senate Judiciary Committee, which has authority under law to conduct those kinds of investigations, follows up on the FBI reports to finish out the investigation that it wants with regard to any information that it receives that needs further investigation. Is that your understanding of the process?
That's my understanding, Senator.
Now, in this case, there's been a lot of talk here today, and if I have time, I'll get into it. It looks like I'll run out of time. But in this case, there's a lot of concern by many that there was not so much an interest in an FBI investigation as there was in delay. I'm not going to get to that unless I have time. I want to talk about what happened in the Senate committee's investigation. Because as I understand it, and this may be more of a question to the chairman, as soon as we received information, which was about 45 days after others on the committee received it, we conducted an investigation. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? I'm sorry to turn the questioning to you, but we began that legal Senate Judiciary Committee investigation.
Yes.
And that investigation involved our fully, lawfully enabled investigators to conduct an investigation. And if I understand it correctly, the Democratic members of the committee refused to participate in that investigation.
Yes.
And so we have conducted the investigation. The very kinds of things that my colleagues on the other side are asking that we tell the FBI to do, this committee has the authority to do it, and this committee does it, and this committee has done it. Now, there may be more demands for more interviews and more investigation, but when you, Judge Kavanaugh, have referenced the testimony that has come from those who were identified as being at this event, the testimony that has been received from them is information that has been received pursuant to a Senate committee investigation. And I just think it should be made clear. I think there's been a lot of back and forth here about, oh, we're not getting information, we're not looking at this, you don't want to look into the investigation, you don't want to see what happened. The reality is that this committee immediately and thoroughly investigated every witness that has been identified to us, and we have statements under penalty of felony from them. So I just want to conclude with that. I got 45 seconds left, so I'm going to just ask you one quick question, again on timing. You had a meeting with Senator Feinstein on August 20th?
That's my understanding, yeah. Well, I had a meeting, and that's my understanding of the date.
Of the date, yes. What was established earlier in testimony here today was that the ranking member's staff helped Dr. Ford to retain the Katz law firm on sometime between July 30th and August 7th. So I just wanted you to clarify one more time. In the meeting that you had 2 weeks or more later, this issue was not raised with you.
The issue was not raised.
All right. Thank you. My time is up.
We'll take a 5-minute break now.
Okay, 5-minute break in the Kavanaugh hearings right now, and we still have ways to go as we are getting closer to the end of this extraordinary day in Washington as the questions continue from both Republican and Democratic senators. Reintroducing the folks we have with us right now. Bianna Golodryga is to my right, as well as CBS This Morning co-host John Dickerson. To my left is Ricky Kleeman, our CBS News legal analyst, and also Jen Crawford, legal analyst, and who's covered the Supreme Court for a long, long time. Jan, what do you make of what we've seen recently here?
You know, they're going back to continue to kind of press on the FBI investigation. I thought there was an interesting exchange with Senator Blumenthal, who, to John's point, when he was, John's point earlier was that, you know, the Democrats are asking about the yearbook and what you wrote in the yearbook and your drinking without kind of saying why, the context for that, which is to say, if he's not being truthful about that, we need to know what kind of person he was. Was he the kind of person who would do this? I think it's kind of odd that the person who made the points, of course, when you're talking, to hear Senator Blumenthal say, if you were to lie about one thing, that suggests you may lie about a lot of things. You could admire Kavanaugh's restraint for not asking, well, how was your service in Vietnam? Because, of course, Senator Blumenthal has been not particularly truthful about some of the things in his career. So it was an odd moment, I thought. They tried to do kind of what you were saying they needed to do. Probably not the right senator to be saying if you lie about one thing, then you're going to lie about everything else, since he misled on his service in Vietnam.
He also it was the first time we'd heard Anita Hill brought up, Senator Blumenthal mentioned.
Swing and a miss.
Did you believe her, right?
Said, did you believe her? And they moved on, so he never got a response. I was struck by two things. One, which is Brett Kavanaugh coming back in and sort of amending his previous remarks, which is saying to Senator Klobuchar, he repeatedly fired back and said, had you ever blacked out? She is the daughter of an alcoholic, as she described, and so he apologized for doing that. The second thing is on this FBI. You know, when it gets into a process fight, you tend to lose people. And so if Republicans in this afternoon can talk about an aggrieved Brett Kavanaugh, who has had his family brought through this awful process, that is a kind of a moral, emotional argument to rally their supporters. The FBI argument is in the weeds a little bit, and just as you're looking at the way this is going to play out in public, which is where this is played, I think that's actually, I think the Republicans are happy to debate the FBI all day long, because at the end of the day, people can't quite follow it. And again, this is not a court of law. At the end of the day, this is a political conversation where people have to defend themselves in the political context. So I think that's how that FBI thing might work out.
Ricky, legally speaking, what has surprised you most about today, or from what we've seen recently?
I think what surprised me was I expected the Democrats to have had numerous conversations amongst themselves, the senators, and to have had an agreed upon plan that where one senator could build upon another, could build upon another. And I know it's not a court of law, but the themes still ring true. One of the things that we always would say when trying a case, didn't matter which side, is what is your story? That you have to have a story that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And what happened here is the Republicans have a story. And it is about the demise of the character, or the attempted demise of the character of Brett Kavanaugh and his family. And at the same time, that they show empathy as a story with a belief that something terrible happened to Dr. Ford, but it just wasn't Brett Kavanaugh. The Democrats, to follow up on John, the Democrats don't have a story here, and I thought they would. What they have is beating this drum of the FBI investigation, and then occasionally going back to the yearbook or to statements from college to try to show that perhaps Brett Kavanaugh is lying. They have a story. They're just not telling it. And the manner of persuasion, whether it's to a jury or the public, is the public wants to run with your story. It doesn't want to be in the weeds.
And what both sides have to be cautious about is going back to his childhood, or to his teen years in college. You saw Republicans like Senator Hatch say, I can't believe we're relitigating things that happened when you're 16. Not to say that this wasn't a serious allegation, and if true, of course, you know, he should not be confirmed. So they're juggling the accusation and the age of the accused. On the flip side, you see where Democrats bring up certain incidents or yearbook captions and bring up people that are disparaged, maybe, in the yearbook, and you see Judge Kavanaugh flip things around and say, I don't want to drag this person's name back in the mud. Why are you bringing her up right now? You didn't see Senator Blumenthal really come back with a strong response.
Very adept.
Yeah.
It looks like we might be